good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. I feel privileged to welcome you all to our fourth international conference organized by Association of Academic Writing Experts National Writing Centers Consortium. We've been working really hard to design an engaging program so that you can enjoy our professional gathering. Though we're physically distant with some of you, we are close in understanding the profound importance of helping non-native English-speaking junior scholars, language professionals, and science communicators reconstruct science for public consumption. I'm sure that all our speakers will contribute immensely toward this goal, and all conference participants will take back with them knowledge, experiences, contacts, and happy memories of this glorious event. The conference aims to answer seemingly difficult questions, probably unanswerable questions. Why communicate science? Why do we need to communicate science? What contributes effective science communication? How do learners with different languages, different language levels, competence, effectively communicate with one another to exchange their research ideas? What new classroom technologies, strategies, and knowledge might be leveraged to the direct benefit of science communication? How can language professionals best support and academically socialize non-native speaking junior scholars in the area of scholarly communication across various STEM disciplines? What are the inherent opportunities and challenges that teaching science communication in multidisciplinary, multicultural context? These are only a few questions that we intend to answer during this conference. And I'm looking forward to an interesting discussion, and I hope you will not regret spending your precious time on beautiful, bright autumn day. I'm absolutely happy to tell you that we have participants and speakers from 14 countries, from Spain, Brazil, Italy, USA, Bulgaria, Serbia, Saudi Arabia, Syria, Sweden, and we have participants that have traveled long distances to come here from some Russian cities, from Tyumen, from Chelyabinsk, from Tomsk, from St. Petersburg, and many other places. And I also thank all my colleagues from Moscow who found time and made effort to come here to join us today. And now it is my pleasure to introduce Dr. BETSY GILLILAND, an associate professor in the Department of Second Language Studies at the University of Hawaiʻi's Mānoa. BETSY has had vast experience, only almost 25 years, in teaching English and preparing English teachers in the United States, Uzbekistan, Chile, and Thailand. Her research focuses on second language writing and language teacher learning, particularly how language teachers learn to conduct research on their teaching. She is also co-editor of the Open Access Journal of Response to Writing, and she also serves on the editorial boards of Journal of Second Language Writing, Journal of Language, Identity, and Education. In her talk, BETSY will review key concepts and theories behind feedback on writing and introduce findings from recent research on teacher, peer, and self-response. She will also share best practices for providing written and oral feedback on writing. BETSY, are you with us?
I am.
Yeah, you're most welcome. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you so much. Спасибо большое, Елена. Доброе утро. It's very exciting to be virtually able to meet with so many people in Russia. I'm sad that I can't come in person, but maybe one day in the near future. So I am going to share my screen so you can see some slides that have a few points to think about as I talk. Let's see, that looks like that's visible. So this is a topic that is near and dear to my heart, and I hope that connects to many things that participants at this conference are interested in. I'll be talking more about response to writing in general and for second language writing, not specifically for scientific communication, but I hope that you'll be able to extrapolate from what I say to ideas that are relevant to your own work. So this is the definition of response that I am working from. I'm not limiting my presentation to consideration just of grammar correction. Instead, I consider response to be, as Friedman and colleagues define it, all reaction to writing, formal or informal, written or oral, from teacher or peer to a draft or final revision. So all of these as aspects of response to writing. However, when we talk about responding to writing, especially when we talk with teachers, we hear a lot of complaints. These may sound familiar to you if you've been teaching writing for a while. We commonly hear teachers complaining about the amount of time it takes to provide feedback. Responding to writing is usually not the main thing you've been hired to do in your teaching. You have to do lots of other things. You have to plan lessons, you have to teach lessons, you have to do your own professional reading. And as a result, responding may seem like it takes up much more time than you are being paid for. If you were teaching reading, you might be able to assess your students' work with a multiple choice test and get quick results and then move on to more planning and working with your students. But writing, responding to writing takes a lot of time. And there's so many things that we have to do in a given semester, but we know that we want to provide feedback to our students and we want to give them comments, but we often have a lot of students. And so we don't have time to give feedback to each one. We also have only a set amount of time to work on a specific writing assignment. We have to move on to the next assignments, and that limits how much time we have to provide response as well. Then there's efforts. Even if we have the time, it takes a lot of work to provide useful feedback for students. Sometimes we're overwhelmed by the sheer quantity of errors that our students make. At other times, we really want to provide feedback that's tailored to each individual student's needs, which means we need to think about that student as being something different from other students and the approach we take being different as well. And then there's the sheer physical toil that responding to writing takes. If you're commenting on student text on a computer, it can hurt your eyes to stare at the screen for so long. If you're responding to and writing comments on written assignments on pieces of paper, your hand might start to hurt, your back might start to hurt. So there is a lot of physical work that we do in responding to writing as well. But I think when I talk with teachers, they're willing to put in the time and effort to respond to writing and to commenting on their students' writing, but they feel sometimes like it's a futile effort, that their students aren't learning from what they do because they might not even read their comments. Uptake is, it means learning from something. And in the case of writing, it means students learning from the feedback, taking up the ideas that are presented in the written feedback. And yet, in my own experience, I've seen students, when I hand back an essay, throw it in the garbage can on their way out of the room, or shove it in their backpack and have it get buried under a lot of other things. Some will just flip to the end of their essay to find out what grade they got, and then they throw it away. And we know that a lot of students aren't learning from what we do because they don't actually make the changes we recommend in revisions. And they continue to make the same errors over and over again in new assignments as well. So these teacher complaints are universal. I've heard them from teachers in all over the world, different countries. And we really do need to address them because it's not sustainable. We can't, as writing teachers, go on making ourselves physically miserable and taking all of our time only to see it not have any effect on students. So in this presentation, I plan to review the research base on response to writing and let you know some of the recent developments that have come through recent research or through current research, things that have been studied in the last 20 years. The first question is really, is responding worth the effort? And in 1996, John Truscott said no. Even though we've been, of course, talking about response forever, teachers have been responding to student writing for as long as we've been assigning writing. But Truscott took did a review of the studies that have been conducted up to the mid-1990s, and his conclusion was that it's not actually worth it. That there's no solid research, there was at that time no solid research to show any positive effects. There was a lot of contradictory evidence, and he claimed it might even be harmful. He found studies that he said were showing that students did better at learning the structures if they didn't receive feedback. And that resonated wrong with many scholars. People were saying, but I know there's something, that there has to be something to it. And in 1999, Dana Ferris came back with the conclusion that Truscott might have been a little too hasty in his claims. That she reviewed the same studies that he did and said that he might have been overstating some of the conclusions. But what she did decide was, he's right that there wasn't much solid research to date, that there weren't many systematic studies. And so Ferris issued a claim or a call for more research, asking scholars to conduct more studies, to conduct them better, to be more systematic, more careful with the methods that they use. And that's been taken up quite a bit in the last 20 years. So research on response has been done in two primary approaches. One being cognitive, looking specifically at what happens in students' learning using theories of second language acquisition and very specifically measuring effects on their writing. So looking at making experimental studies where you have a control group and you look at, if I comment in this particular way on this particular grammar structure for the experimental group and I don't for the control group, does the experimental group do better? There have been more studies taking longitudinal perspectives rather than saying, well, if you comment on this grammar structure once, do the students learn it? And instead saying, well, let's try this over a period of time, a test, a retest, a delayed post-test to see if these effects really are lasting or not. The problem, of course, with experimental studies is usually they're not done with real world situations. Participants are recruited from volunteer groups. They're probably not in a writing class at that moment. So more sociocultural approaches have taken the perspective of the teachers and the students in real world classrooms and have attempted to find out what are some of the other variables that affect learners and teachers' experiences with response. Thinking about their feelings, thinking about ways that response can be a form of scaffolding to mediate how learners are able to take up the feedback. Also looking at the language that's used, how tutors and learners talk when they're talking about writing, as well as their perspectives. How do they feel about particular approaches? So what's new then in these responses or study on response? There's been a lot more research on written corrective feedback. Since Truscott pointed out that it was kind of sporadic and not systematic, we've had dozens and dozens of studies that have looked at specific language features, at multiple language features over time with different approaches to providing feedback. Also, there's been an attempt at dynamic assessment that actually is geared towards individual student needs and responds in time. Some scholars have taken an activity theory perspective to look at response. We've had studies of computer-based response, more looking at when other people are responding to writing, peer response, self-response, talking about writing, not just writing comments as well. So thinking a bit about written corrective feedback, which was the focus of Truscott's complaint and Ferris's argument for a need for a lot more research. We've seen much more about what teachers actually do, how many errors they mark, whether they mark every single error that students make. And usually it's been found that they don't. Even if a teacher claims that they're responding to all the writing, or all the errors the student makes. Sorry, I think your microphone's still on. ELENA, possibly? Thank you.
Yeah. Sorry, that's okay. That's okay.
So,
sorry for interfering.
Yeah, that's all right. I think you can just mute yourself and then it'll be all right. So anyway, what's been studied? Teacher feedback. Teachers who claim to mark every error don't actually do that. But it's been seen that teachers in general, when they are claiming they're marking certain errors, they actually are, that they do know what they're doing. Sometimes not so much, but quite often teachers do have a good sense of what they're marking. And then looking at uptake as well. The findings are that students actually do correct most errors that are marked, and that in general, revision does lead to improved texts, and that certain forms of response are helpful for longitudinal retention. So we're seeing good progress towards understanding that there is a positive effect of response, that students do learn from our feedback. But it hasn't necessarily been resolved definitively. So there's still lots more work going on. There's still a need for a lot more work as well, particularly with understanding how it works in the real world. I also want to point out that I've put references for all the studies I'm citing on a handout, which you can access if you go to go.hawaii.edu/lowercase z uppercase B 2, the number 2. And you're welcome to I provided references for all of these, and you can check out the studies yourself to see what's going on and what they're about. So this is a study that was designed specifically to address the concerns that Truscott raised. Van Beunigen and colleagues decided that it was necessary to look at 4 conditions in this experiment. First of all, is getting direct feedback. That's the blue line here, which means the teacher actually gives the student the correct form of a grammar error. The yellow line is indirect feedback, which means that the teacher points out that there's an error, but does not give the student the correct form. And we've often argued that indirect feedback is better for learning because it challenges the student to make sure they actually understand the form, rather than direct feedback where they might just copy the answer and not know why they're doing it. They also had a group that was did not receive any feedback, but was encouraged to look at what they wrote and revise it. That's the green line, the self-response line. And then the red line is learners who did not revise any text, but wrote more text with the idea, and this is something else that Truscott brought up, there's another perspective that maybe we learn just by writing, and the more we write, the better we write. We don't need feedback on it. And so that's this red situation. So each time the students were writing a different text. And what they did was they had all the participants write a text, and they counted how many errors they had. And then each group was given this different condition. So one group got direct feedback, one group got indirect feedback, one group was encouraged to revise their essays, and the last group was asked to write a different essay. And at time point 2, the learners turned in a revised essay or a new essay in the case of the red group. And then time point 3, they wrote a new essay on a totally different topic. And then time point 4 was a delayed post-test. So after quite a while, they were asked to write another text. So we're looking at point 1 is one text, point 2 is a revision of that text in most cases. 3 and 4 are also new texts. And what you can see in this graph is that both of the groups that got feedback on their errors made far fewer errors when they revised. It's not really surprising that the group that got direct feedback made the fewest number of errors when they revised, because they were already given the correct forms. But it's impressive that the group that got indirect feedback was nearly as accurate. So the teachers didn't provide any kind of form, they just pointed out to the writers that there was an error and they were able to correct it. Interestingly, even the learners who were correcting themselves made fewer errors when they revised. So you can see that the green line went down a little bit, and showing that they did actually catch some of their errors. The red line, the students who were just writing a brand new text, they actually made more errors on their second text, and then even more on the third, which is interesting in that it shows you don't learn just by writing. There's something about revisiting the writing, and even more obviously about getting some feedback on your writing that helps improve. And you can see that at point 3, when they all wrote a new text, the two groups that had received feedback didn't make as many errors as they did on the first essay. And this part I think is also a really good validation for teachers who argue that indirect feedback actually helps the students learn. You can see that at point 4, the group that got the indirect feedback made fewer errors than the group that got direct feedback. So Van Beuningen's study is nice because it was very carefully designed and very systematically conducted, trying out all 4 of these conditions. And they found that feedback does help, and that indirect feedback can be very beneficial. And for teachers who are tired and who feel like they put a lot of effort into giving comments on students' papers, it can be a useful thing to know that you don't actually have to tell them all the forms of errors that they make. You just have to show them where there's an error, and that can be useful for revisions. So other scholars have taken up this idea of written corrective feedback and come up with a different approach they're calling dynamic written corrective feedback. So an idea of providing feedback that focuses on the most immediate needs of learners. And Evans, Hartshorn, and Strong-Krauss claim there's 4 principles behind it. It must be meaningful. So the learner needs to know why they need to deal with these errors. It must be timely, which means it needs to come very soon after the students have written the text. It needs to be constant, meaning every time they write something, they should get some feedback. And it needs to be manageable. So it shouldn't be on things that the learners don't know how to fix. It should be focused on grammar points they've already learned. And this process is a routine that you build into a term for a writing class. Every day, or at least once a week, students write for 10 minutes. So not a very long text, just a short text. And it's just a first draft. They write for 10 minutes. Then the teacher provides some form of indirect coded corrective feedback on the errors that the learners make, gives the text back to the students at the next class, and then the students revise the text, track the errors that they've made so that they have a sense of what kinds of errors they're making. And then the teacher corrects the revised text, and they repeat until the text is error-free. So that's the process for a single text. But in each class, the students are writing a new text and the teacher is providing more feedback on it. So that's building in this constant writing and receiving feedback and making it timely, really giving feedback as the learners are writing so they don't forget what they wrote. The research on this shows that it does improve grammatical accuracy, that by doing this kind of thing over and over again, students really do learn how to write without making those errors. Students develop self-correction skills, so they start recognizing the kinds of errors they make and they can change it. And Cursor did some analysis of what the students felt about it, and it turns out they do actually like it as well. They feel like there's some value to it and that they're learning from it. It's not, of course, perfect. One of the things that the research has shown is that it doesn't really have any effect on the bigger picture aspects of writing. Students don't learn how to write in new genres. They don't learn rhetoric or style, but they do learn more about language. So that's a good thing. The other thing, and Messenger and colleagues' study showed that it takes a lot of time. Teachers feel like it's still taking up much of their time that they could be spending doing other things. And also Messenger found that not all the teachers did it consistently, and their approach changed, which takes away from the constant approach of this process. But it seems to have some promise, and as a good way to help learners develop their own abilities to write more accurately. Now, turning to the sociocultural approaches, looking from a Vygotskian perspective of scaffolding, providing mediation within this learner's zone of proximal development, some classic studies have looked at this within oral writing conferences, where a teacher or a tutor is talking with a writer and helping them revise their text. Specifically thinking about corrective feedback again, language errors. And Al-Jafri and Lantoff classified 13 levels of scaffolding. The lowest possible level being the writer just knowing that they're going to be going to a tutorial. The writer reads their text and revises something. So they don't require any other person. It's just knowing that they need to revise, they're able to correct it. And level 1 being they can do that when they're in the presence of the tutor. So the tutor doesn't have to say anything. This then adds, each level adds a little bit of scaffolding up to level 10, which is direct feedback. The tutor gives the writer the form they need. Level 11, the tutor even tells them why that form is needed. And level 12, beyond that, the tutor also provides examples. So at an ideal scaffolding situation, the tutor would be giving the input at the right level for the learner. So starting on the assumption that the learner might be able to do it themselves, but if they can't, adding in some extra support. So another Vygotskian approach is dynamic assessments, thinking about writing assessments from this this mediated perspective. Rather than just giving students a grade at the end of a task, dynamic assessment works in the middle, intervening after the learners have written something to help them improve their texts in more areas than just language. So dynamic assessment can be done in written form or oral form, and it can focus on any aspect of writing. It's not just language. It could be on the writing process. This particular study was by Rashidi and Najad was looking at interventions that help the learners think about, what do I need to do next? And Hidri's study was looking at writing strategies. So not even helping the writers with the writing itself, but helping them develop some metacognition about their learning, how to approach the next aspect of their task. And one of my students is working on looking at how this works in a group writing conference, whether dynamic assessment can be done in peer response. Can students help each other in these same ways? So there's interesting directions that dynamic assessment is going. Lee also applied the sociocultural approaches through activity theory to looking at response, and thinking about how response is done now. These are the things in the standard fonts, and then adding in how could we improve the practices through all of these mediating aspects. So what rules can we add to the process? What artifacts can be added? How can the work be divided, so it's not just the teacher dominating the process, but also sharing the responsibility with other students? How can the community be brought into the process of providing feedback and helping learners improve their writing? There's also some interesting directions in technology for providing feedback on writing. Most of us, I think, know about track changes. Both Microsoft Word and Google Docs have the opportunity to turn on the commenting function, make little boxes that pop out so that you can write things to students to help them see, what do you need to do next? What can be an alternative? You can use it to provide hyperlinks to resources for learners. If you say, you know, this is a problem with your subject-verb agreement, here's a link to an explanation. Think about how you need to correct it. So there's a lot of opportunities with documents. The other thing I've found is very nice with using track changes is that if I am reading a student's paper, I mark something, and then later I realize they were actually trying to say something different, I can go back and change my comments. Where if you're writing on the paper, if you're doing it in pen, that's already there and you can't go back and change it. Trying out newer technology, some researchers have looked at using iPads, where if you have a PDF of a file and a pencil, you can stylus, you can actually handwrite or type comments onto students' texts. There's also studies that have looked at audio commentary, because with a PDF file, you can actually use your voice and record small voice memos in specific places on a text. Those are ways that these scholars have found students actually do feel like this is a nice way of hearing the teacher as a real reader. Studies of the kinds of comments that students have received or that teachers give in audio commentary show they're generally more personal, more directed at the particular writer and helping the writer rather than just generic kinds of comments and directives. Kavanaugh and Song compared what happened when instructors commented using audio and written commentary. And they found that there were more words even. So when in an audio comment, the teacher will actually say more than in a written comment. Now, Gregorian and some other scholars are now looking at screencasting as another way to give learners more useful feedback. If you're just talking and you give them an MP3 file, they may not know where in their paper what you're talking about. But with a screencast, you can project the paper on the screen and record yourself talking as you look at the paper. You can highlight areas, you can see, you can point things out to students, you can even switch over to showing them a website that has resources that might help them. And Gregorian found that the students really liked it because it felt more personal and individualized. And she found that it even led to potentially more time for the students spending on their revisions, which of course is what we want. We want students to be thinking about their writing and improving it beyond what we tell them to do in a direct comment. Another form of response is oral response through individual feedback. Conferences being often a one-on-one experience. The student and the teacher or the tutor meet together. Some interesting advances in conference research. Whose study was looking at something he calls simultaneous oral written feedback, where the teacher and the student sit down for a conference and the teacher actually hasn't read the student's writing yet. So the teacher is reading it and talking with the student as they go. And what he found was it allowed the student to do more negotiation. If the teacher came to a point in the paper that they didn't understand or that needed some sort of feedback, the student could actually explain it right there in the moment. And the teacher could help the student figure out, how do you say this in a way that's helpful for your readers. Ching studies, Ching and Ye also, and I'm working on this with some of my graduate students right now, the idea of instructor-led peer conferences. So we all know what peer response is. It's often been, students often complain about it. They say, my classmates don't know how to say anything useful about my writing. And so what Ching proposed and Ye has tried, and we've tried also in second language context, is to have the teacher meet with a small group of students, maybe 3-4 students, and they all talk about a student writer's text. And in this way, the teacher can model what feedback could look like, help the students start learning how to see things in their classmates' writing, how to explain issues in their writing, and the students then can gradually learn through apprenticeship. And we've seen in the research I've been doing with my graduate students that it really does change over time. In the first conference, the teacher might be controlling it for the most part, but by the second or third conference, the students start talking more about how it works and what goes on, how they can help their students know or help their classmates know what to do in their writing. O'Mara's work was looking also at if a writing center sends tutors to be embedded in a writing class. So rather than having the teacher have to sit down with every single student, the writing center tutors can work with individual students or groups of students to provide feedback as well. And this is another way of modeling response, of giving students some more expert feedback rather than just relying on classmates. However, the research on peer response has found that it is beneficial. There are useful things as long as it's well structured. So Lundstrom and Baker did a study where they had student writers either provide feedback to another writer or receive feedback, but not both. And they found that the students who provided the feedback actually learned more about writing and were able to improve their own writing, more than the students who only received feedback. So that's an interesting take on it, that it's actually a learning experience in providing feedback rather than an opportunity to get somebody else to comment on your writing. Chamchirastri's study looked at what happens when we allow students to use their first language in a second language writing classroom. And he found that many students do appreciate it. They have things that they can say about writing that they aren't necessarily able to say in the second language. And then Lee was looking at what happens when we take away the personal aspect. In many situations, second language writers might be reluctant to provide comments on their classmates' writing because they want to save face. They don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. And so what Lee did was using Turnitin, the company that makes plagiarism software, also makes an anonymous peer review software. And so Lee tried this out with second language writers and found that it really did make a difference, that it provides guiding comments. You can see here on the right that there are prompts to ask the writer to do things. And then the readers to say things about the student's writing. And then the reader can also add text comments at the same time. And we found that the students appreciated it. They liked being able to say things honestly without having to worry about whether their classmate was going to have hurt feelings. So things to take away from the research. One is that peer response does work if the students have structure. So either electronic structure or some sort of guidance, some means of helping them learn how to give response. The group conferences can be a way to socialize writers into understanding how to give feedback. And then it's also important to build in the second half of it. If the students are giving feedback, they should also then be revising their texts and using the feedback they get from their classmates. And a recent paper we just published in Journal of Response to Writing by Bachelor looked at using a mnemonic that the class developed for revision to guide both peer response and building in students' abilities to respond to their own writing. In this situation, the students were writing narratives, so they were thinking about plots and stories, and the mnemonic is CARD: change, add, rearrange, and delete. And so when they were reading each other's stories, they would refer to these 4 actions and help each other out. Say, you might want to change something. I don't know if this really helps. Try deleting this. And then the students went to look at their own writing, and they could also use these terms to talk about what they were doing and explain it and think about, is there something I can change in my writing? Do I need to rearrange the parts to make more sense? So with all of that from the research, I want to leave you with some suggestions for best practices, ways that you can maximize the output and maximize the uptake for your students without overexerting yourself. So first, when we're thinking about what do teachers do, a lot of the research in written corrective feedback is suggesting that you shouldn't try to mark every single error. You want to really think about what is the most pressing error? What is most appropriate for this student at this point in time? So perhaps considering a set of errors that are the most pressing for a student, the most stigmatizing, or the most common errors the student makes. The other thing in written feedback is to consider actually just identifying where errors are, pointing out that there is an error. You can, if you're doing it by hand, you can just highlight it or draw a line under it. If you're doing it with the computer, you could just add comments to say, error, there's an error in this phrase. And if it's a type of error that students have learned, they should be able to correct it themselves. Now, if it's something that you know is beyond their language ability, then you can just provide a direct correction because they're not going to be able to figure it out if they haven't learned the rules yet. Oral feedback can be a really helpful way to save yourself some time and to potentially check with students if they understood it. One of the problems with uptake can be that the students just have no idea what to do with teacher feedback. So there's been some arguments for giving feedback to a whole class. If you notice that all of the students have a problem in a particular area, or doing mini lessons with a small group of students, if you have a subset that have problems with a particular aspect of their writing. One-on-one conferencing can be really helpful because you can do this scaffolding, the dynamic assessment, adjusting what you ask students and what you tell students depending on what they're ready for. And then I've found that the small group conferencing is really helpful because the students do get to hear the teacher's feedback on other students' writing. They get to see what other students are writing, and that can also really help them understand what they need to do with their own work. So that also is part of good peer response practice. Students need to see what it's like, what it can be like. So you can do modeling. If you have a sample essay from potentially a student from a previous term, if they give you permission to use it, where you could walk through the essay with the class and do a think aloud, talking about these are the things that I've noticed in the writing, and these are the things that might get changed. You can do it with the whole class, asking students to point out what kinds of things could be responded to. A fishbowl is where you have a small group of students doing something, in this case, talking about each other's writing, and the rest of the class watching it, so that they can process and pay attention to what comments are being made and how the students are talking about their writing. It's also really important to think carefully about how you design a peer response task. So what you ask students to do and what the process they use is as well. One way to prompt writer uptake of peer response, or actually this can work for just as well for teacher response, is to ask students to write a cover letter when they revise an essay. Explain the same way we have to do when we publish an academic article. What did you do to revise? What feedback did you make use of? And that's similar, that can be related to having students write a letter before somebody reviews their essay. So in a peer response situation or a teacher response, you could have students write a letter to the reviewers where they explain their writing process and what they're trying to say in their paper, and then ask for help. I was struggling with this. Can you please give me some feedback on it? You can teach them revision strategies, or another piece that I think is really important now is to let students know that you are aware they use these AI tools, things like Grammarly or Google Translate, but teach them strategies for using them wisely. So I'm sure you've seen student writing where they wrote it in their first language, pasted it into Google Translate, and then just copied whatever came out. And it never sounds natural. So really helping students learn, how do we use these for strategic purposes? How do we make use of them in ways that can be very helpful can actually help us learn how to write rather than make it feel like cheating or something. So these are principles that I would argue for. And if you're interested in hearing a bit more, please plan to come to my workshop tomorrow morning, where we'll dig into these in more detail. But first of all, really trying to teach so you don't have to respond. If you notice students doing something, the following year, teach, or even the following week, teach what they need to know for that, so that then they won't do whatever that is. Really using feedback as a teaching tool. Aiming for improvement rather than perfection. If you know that your students are still learning something, expecting them to suddenly not make a particular error ever is really not a realistic assumption. So instead, thinking about, if they make a lot of errors with this structure, maybe the next time they'll only make a few. Or if they make many different kinds of errors, next time maybe they'll make fewer types of errors. Also really focusing on the assignment parameters. So if you've asked students to do a particular thing, that's what should be the focus of the response. You don't need to respond to every single thing you see in their writing, but instead really focus in on what is it that's most important for this assignment. And then also build in peer response and self-response as much as you can, because that will save some time and effort on your part, and it is most likely to lead to additional learning for the students. So I would like to encourage you to please check out the journal that I edit. Journal of Response to Writing is a peer-reviewed journal. It's open access and free to publish as well as to read. And we have just started a new feature that we're calling Teaching Tips, which is really quick things that you can put into use in your own teaching as well. But we would welcome, if you've been doing research on forms of response, we would love to have you submit a research article as well. And that's the end of my presentation. Thank you so much for your attention, and I hope that you enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you, Betsy. Thank you for your insight into all these alternative approaches that can allow teachers to save time while increasing their students' autonomy as writers. And thank you for sharing information about the best practices that identifies the reasons for disconnect between teachers' practice and students' learning. If you do not mind, I will ask you a question.
Please.
Fact, this question is not mine. The question is from one of the participants, from Alena Bogdanova, who is a tutor at St. No. Okay, that's a different question, sorry. Yeah. Professor Tamara Peshko from Tumen University. How to motivate students to write? So giving feedback is very important, it's critically important. But what about motivation? So what if they do not like writing? And we know that many students, in fact, are scared of writing. They don't want to write. And they regard it as one of the worst activities that they can perform. Are there any strategies to increase their motivation?
Ooh, that is a very big question, and I agree it's a very important one as well. I think I'm very fond of helping students think about their writing as being read by real people who actually want to know what they think. So too often we assign writing, and the students know perfectly well that the only person who is going to read it is you, the teacher. So working in smaller, low stakes kind of assignments, things that are not going to cause them to fail the class. So potentially short paragraphs where they can write about things that they really like. Also things where they are writing to an audience of some sort. Now that there's so many things on the internet that you can actually publish your own little short texts, reviews of restaurants, reviews of movies, advice to other people. I would encourage you to seek out places where your students can actually see that people are reading what they write and are responding to their ideas, not to their grammar. But if you post a review of a restaurant, other people will read it because they want to know if it's a good restaurant. They will not be reading it to see, did you use your articles correctly or something like that. So that's just one thought. I think it's such a big topic, though. I hope that you'll get some of the other speakers at the conference will address it as well.
I'm sure they will also speak about motivation, because motivation is the basis for whatever we do in class. So then I have one more question, if the audience allows me. Can I? Thank you. So the question is related to some technical problems that we can encounter while providing feedback. You spoke about giving anonymous computer-mediated response. How do you organize this activity? What do you do? So do you use a special platform for this? Or do you send their written assignments by email? What do you do? How do you arrange this activity? Anonymous.
So I showed you an example from Mimi Lee's article, which is in my reference list. I would encourage you to check that out. It's from Journal of Response to Writing, so it's open access. Anybody can read it. She was using a commercial platform from the company called Turnitin. So that one, I think, is all preset, and all you have to do is have students submit their writing, and then they log in and they can see other people's writing. I think you could set it up. It would probably take a little bit of work on your part to do it on your own, but you could have students email their essays to you or share them with you in Google Docs, and then you can make a copy of the document that removes all of the writer's identity. And then with Microsoft Word, you can change the track changes so that your comments are anonymous. So that's an option if you don't have the funds to subscribe to the Turnitin service. But I think the key really is just that the students feel like whatever format it is, the writer will not know who's giving them that comment. So you could also have students write the comments on a separate document. They don't have to comment directly on the paper. That might make it a little easier.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much. Do we have any questions from the audience? Okay, we have microphones. If you use those microphones.
Thank you very much.
Use the microphone. Yeah, switch it on.
Раз. Okay. Betsy, thank you very much for your presentation. My question is a very practical one. So I'm teaching distant learning course, and definitely I can't come in touch with my students through either Zoom or just any other just visual means, only through writing emails to each other. And definitely it's very time consuming to write my feedback, right? The question is, in what way should I present? So definitely if I send some audio file, that's okay, and it will save my time, but I can't due a number of reasons. For example, maybe it's not convenient for my students to get this my feedback in this way. Or maybe they need some written confirmation for a number of reasons. It depends. But the question is, in what way should I present my feedback? Like putting some notes, correction of mistakes on the margins, or maybe like a report. And then if like a report, what aspects should I definitely mention? Maybe I can avoid checking grammar mistakes, but to make the report shorter but more informative, efficient, what should I mention there definitely? Is there some strategy?
I think it really depends on what the assignment is. So I would say prioritize. Think about what you asked the students to do and how well they responded to that particular task.
So it's a first on writing compositions.
Yes, but each assignment would be a different task, I assume. So how well did the students respond to that task? Did they do what you asked them to do? If they did they follow the accepted or expected structure? Did they? So what you want is to prioritize these things. And if they did those top level things well, then you focus on how well did they explain something? How well did they provide details? And so that's really what you want. You don't want to give them pages and pages of feedback because it will overwhelm them. But you do need to think about what's the most important things to tell them. And if they're writing a lot, then you may not want to provide feedback on every single thing, every single piece they write. You could even think about some of what they write is practice. Some of it, maybe you ask them to read each other's papers and comment on it. So you really just need to figure out what the most important things are.
Okay, thank you very much.
We have another question from NADEŽDA STOJKOVIĆ, Professor NADEŽDA STOJKOVIĆ from Serbia.
Hello, thank you for this informative and thorough presentation. You said that this dynamic writing feedback approach is not fully suitable for checking, let's say, rhetoric, style, genre, as I believe you mentioned. Could you explain the reasons why you find it inappropriate? Thank you.
This is based on the research that Evans and Hartshorn did. I would recommend check out my reference list and read the articles that they wrote. This was their research. It was not my research. But I think what they were seeing is that because the comments are the process, the marking is specifically of grammar, it doesn't lead to improvement in things that were not commented on. So if what you are marking is grammar, then the students will actually improve in grammar, but it's not going to lead to better rhetoric or learning other genres that are different from what they're writing.
Yeah, thank you very much, Betsy. Thank you. It's a pleasure to have you at our conference, to listen to you and all the findings that you shared with us. Hope to see you tomorrow at the workshop, which starts at 9 a.m. in the morning Moscow time, right? Thank you. And
thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Kelly Matthews. Kelly, you are with us. Yeah, Kelly. Yeah, we have worked with Kelly for almost a year when she worked for students at MISIS, and that was a great job. And Kelly is a PhD candidate faculty in the English as Second Language Department in San Diego College of Continuing Education. She is longtime teacher, educator, and multilingual writing specialist. Kelly has taught across the disciplines of rhetoric and writing studies, English as a second language, and teacher education. Kelly's research interests center on academic language ideologies, participatory and collaborative writing, gendered access to linguistics resources, and English as a form of gendered symbolic power. In your talk, Kelly, from what I understood, you will explore the teaching of academic writing for publication in a digital area in which academic collaboration is not merely crucial, but increasingly complex. You will also highlight collaborative tools, techniques, and socialization strategies that may benefit scholars working interculturally, transnationally, and across a variety of disciplines. Kelly, so I'm so overwhelmed with all my feelings when I see you each time. So the floor is yours. Okay.
I reiterate your feelings. I am just thrilled to be here and always appreciative of any partnership I continue to share with you. So thank you so much for having me here today. And I am just really thrilled to get started. So with that, I will share my screen and we will kick it off, as we say. Let's hope I make it through. It's
Sure.
12:15 in the morning here, so I'm going to try to be as articulate as possible from California. Here we go. Can you see my screen?
Sure.
Wonderful. Okay, so I am here to talk about, as was mentioned, academic writing instruction for scholarly collaboration. Something I'm really passionate about, the idea that we don't just work individually in silos, but we improve our work by working together as scholars. And of course, I'll be sharing strategies for a digital age. I really see this as a digital age. I don't anticipate that's going to change anytime soon. And so at this point, I think we need to embrace that as scholars and move forward. And as was mentioned, my name is Kelly Metz-Matthews. I am a PhD candidate at the University of San Diego. If I am holed up in a dark room for the next month or so, it's because I have to defend my dissertation. But in the meantime, I am contract faculty in English as a second language at the San Diego College of Continuing Education. I love my job. I love working with learners of language generally. I really see that as an asset rather than a deficit. And I hope to continue doing it as long as I'm able and sharing what I learn in the process, which is why I'm here today. I do, however, want to share why I'm here and what is informing this research. So as you'll see, there is and I shouldn't say research, informing my opinions on this. There is some literature that informs what I'll be talking to you about today, and I'll be sharing a bit of that. But really what informs the work I'll be sharing with you today is my own personal experiences in the classroom. So I'll be sharing sort of learnings that I have taken from years of teaching academic writing. In particular, I'll be taking from two experiences. The first one is 4 years coordinating and really just launching a virtual academic writing program at a private research university in California. And the second was the year that I spent with the Academic Writing University Center at MISIS, the academic year of 2021 to 2022, a phenomenal experience because of the partnerships and relationships that I built and what I learned from the students. And you'll see I use that term really broadly. I think we are all students, regardless of where we are in our careers.
Kelly, your microphone is switched off or something is wrong. What is wrong? Kelly. I cannot stop.
Typical traditional explicit writing instruction. Now, this isn't to suggest that I don't think that's important. I do think it's really important. And I do think we obviously have to include it in our writing courses. But I think we have to go beyond that as well. I think there's something more to be had in an academic writing course, in particular for publication purposes. So I'll be talking to you also about how I think educators might best support and encourage writing exchange and progress toward publication and research impact, right? You can't have that research impact without the publication. So those are, of course, inexorably linked. And then we'll be talking about collaborative tools and socialization strategies that I do believe may benefit scholars who are working transnationally or interculturally or across disciplines, as we'll talk about shortly, more and more of us are doing. And so by addressing these things that I think will benefit scholars in the long term, what I'm really saying, as you'll see, is I think we need to change the way we teach. So I'll get to that point. So I'd like to frame all of that with a couple of ideas. The first is that, and I think some of these are, for the most part, you may correct me after the fact, but I think most of these things are what we would call a given, right? The fact, for example, that emerging and early career scholars in particular often hope to publish their work in international English language journals. Certainly there are journals aside from English language journals, incredibly good journals that I hope we continue to publish in. But the reality of English in the world today and in academia broadly suggests that many, and in fact, increasingly more scholars will seek out publication in English language journals. So we have to be responsive to that reality in the classroom as educators. It's also important to note that those who are not first language speakers and or writers of English may find themselves particularly challenged by the publication process. And I would posit that this is not solely because they are writing in a second language. Yes, that is a challenge, but I believe it's because they are negotiating a second language while also navigating just an exceedingly complex, a really complicated insider system that, and this is important, is changing rapidly, is constantly evolving in the digital age. And that means that our students, scholars have to keep up with it, but it also means that we as educators have to keep up with it too. And so what do I mean by a system that is changing rapidly? What does that really entail? Well, what I'd like to do is share with you what some of my students shared with me when I asked them to tell me about what publication and scholarship and writing looked like 20 or 30 years ago, and tell me what that looks like today. Now, I'm going to acknowledge my oversimplification here, but I think the point will remain, and I hope that the point will resonate. And it's that things have changed, if not in our perceptions, then certainly in reality. So when I asked them to provide me with some images of what scholarship may have looked like previously, the majority of the images looked like these. They were individuals working in isolation. When they were working collaboratively in a lab, for example, they still often were writing in isolation from one another. So even if co-authors were perhaps publishing together, one of them was working on a piece and then passing it off days or weeks or months later to a second. So there was still a lot of individual work rather than deep collaboration occurring, or at the very least in the perceptions that my students had. And then of course I saw a lot of images of sort of the hard copy journals that I get fewer and fewer of in the mail. So I know that that way of publishing is perhaps going, at least to some degree, to the wayside. So I saw a lot of images like this. And I think you won't be surprised when I then said, talk to me about what publication and the writing process, what scholarship looks like today. I got this, images that look like this. I saw more collaboration in that imagery. I still saw some of the same things. We're working with partners in labs, we're conducting research with other people. We are still getting hard copy journals, even if it's fewer and fewer, but we're also Zooming. We're also using track changes in Google Docs. We're also connecting with people over ResearchGate and meeting new scholars using academic platforms online. So things have changed. And again, I acknowledge the oversimplification here, but I do think the point remains that scholarship today, writing today, doesn't necessarily look like what it looked like 20 or 30 years ago. And I suspect in 5 years, it's gonna look different yet again. And that's why we, I think, as writing instructors, need to be on our game. And that brings up the topic of collaboration. You probably noticed in those images a lot more collaboration, a lot more people in any one image. And I think that's because we're thinking about and talking about collaboration a lot more. And if this conference isn't a case in point, I certainly don't know what is. So I'd like to address collaboration and talk a little bit about it. There are a couple of key points that I want to make to you today. The first is maybe even the most important thing that I'll share with you as a part of this presentation, and that's that globally, more scholars are publishing together, and not just together, not just a whole lot of names on one paper from the same department or the same discipline in the same institution or the same country, but across disciplines and national boundaries. That matters a lot, I think. And I'm going to show my own biases here and tell you, I think that matters because when we collaborate, we see things that we otherwise might not have seen. So we're more likely to produce better and more relevant work. So this is really exciting. The fact that more of us are collaborating with those outside of our communities, outside of our disciplines, even if it's just discipline adjacent, that's exciting news for us. There are perhaps arguably some downsides to the type of, let's call it hyper-globalization that we have all gone through as members of the world community. But this is something I think has shown itself to be truly positive. I also want to point out that successful collaboration, not just collaboration, but successful collaboration can come in many, many forms. We know that it can come in formal forms, informal forms, in person, and it can be virtual. So all of those things have shown the possibility of success in varying contexts, and that matters, right? There's not just one type of collaboration that works. There are many types of collaboration that work and can be and are successful. We also know that fewer scholars differentiate between collaboration in person and virtually, and certainly the last few years since COVID have accelerated that, right? We're here in this conference today, some of us virtually and some of you in person. So this is sort of a high flex environment, if you will. The likelihood of that having happened 5 years ago or 10 or 15 in many environments is not particularly high. So fewer scholars are seeing those things as barriers and are instead saying, you know, look, I don't really distinguish between the two. Sometimes in-person scholarship really works really well. Sometimes virtual collaboration works really well. I think that these are sort of dependent on the situation, if you will. And that's also exciting news. It means we're broadening the things we see as acceptable and capable of success in our professional lives. And the final thing I want to tell you about collaboration before we move on, because collaboration I think is so critical in this new age, right? When you think about all those images I just shared, is that collaboration may not always result in all parties publishing. And this, of course, matters to us when we're teaching academic writing for publication or when we're thinking about collaboration to that end. Nonetheless, even when collaboration does not result in formal publications, it does still provide professional and community support. So there are some what we might call fringe benefits to collaboration that have nothing to do with publishing or adding lines to one's CV. There are still inherent benefits that I think we need to take away from the act of collaborating with others. And so if we're collaborating more, as I've just told you we are, and as the research suggests we are, who are we collaborating with? Well, we're collaborating with a lot of people, it turns out. And I want to be clear, this is not an exhaustive list. Not at all. I want you in your minds to think about the people you might add to this, whether it's community-based or department-based or institution-based or discipline-based. But these are just a few ideas to sort of throw past you. Some of these, as you'll see, are those formal partnerships, and some are informal partnerships, which I would argue, I have to be honest, are just as, if not sometimes more valuable than formal partnerships. And let me use, to that point, thought partners as an example. Thought partners is the first one that I have here because I personally have thought partners. And I can tell you, and I bet some of you do too, whether or not you've thought to call them that or not. Thought partners are those scholars or those colleagues or those other professionals of some type who you go to and you say, oh, my Apple Watch is talking to me. Those individuals who you talk to when you say have a question or want to know if your idea is making sense or have something to run by someone. Those individuals are incredibly valuable to our growth as scholars and to our growth as human beings, frankly, and professionals broadly. So having those types of thought partners are, I think, is really critical to our ability to grow and develop in the writing process and in the publication process. Writing group members, the individuals that we work with, either we write with them physically in the same space, or we write and then share our writing with them. Accountability partners. I've had an accountability partner before. Some of you may have as well. It may have been formal, your mentor, informal, a friend, someone you can say, hey, I promise I'm going to write 500 words a day for the next week because I have an article I need to get out. Will you check in with me and see that I did? Those accountability partners are part of the writing process. Mentors, of course, advisors, of course, and on the flip side of that, mentees and advisees. These are partners and collaborators in the process of writing, whether or not you publish with them. And then, of course, formal writing partners, your co-authors, the people you are actually writing papers with. Non-writing research collaborators and contributors. There are occasionally situations in which someone contributes something to a piece, could even be a thought partner in this case, something to a piece, but it doesn't warrant co-authorship, right? But these are still individuals who play part of the writing process with you. They are collaborators. And we should think of them that way. Sometimes we think of writing as only writing, except writing isn't only writing. Writing is pre-writing, writing is thinking, writing is planning. Writing is also writing, but it's not only that. Grant and funding body colleagues. Now, perhaps they aren't writing your papers with you for ethical reasons, but you certainly may be working with them on the parameters of a report that you owe because you were funded by a grant. So these are individuals you're still working with and you're still collaborating with in some ways. Industry partners. I don't think it's unheard of for someone to reach out to someone in industry, for example, in an adjacent industry to us in academia and say, you know, I'm writing up a paper or I have some findings of some research that I've conducted, and I have a question for you because I want to know how this research might impact the public. Those type of conversations are part of the writing process too, if they inform how and what to write. Administrators, even project managers, large funded research labs are increasingly hiring project managers. And more and more and more. I'm sure you can think of a million individuals. I've left off this list, and good. Think of those individuals the next time you consider how many people contributed to a project or to your thinking and development of a project, because we are collaborating constantly in our fields. And so I would say this sort of in response to how much we're collaborating and how many people we're collaborating with, and some of the other things that I framed earlier in this presentation. If, as I've started to argue here, scholars' career trajectories are often dependent on their ability to publish, and whether we like that or not, that it's often the case worldwide. And if in academia, we have to showcase our disciplinary competencies through the use of disciplines that aren't really our areas of expertise, in other words, writing in English. So if you're a physicist and you need to showcase your competencies in the field of physics, you may have to do that through the medium of English, which complicates things quite a bit. Makes it tricky, if you will, and extra challenging. So if you have to do that, if our careers are dependent to some degree on these things, and if we have to showcase these competencies in a discipline that isn't necessarily ours, English and academic writing, we have to think of other ways to be successful on top of the language itself, right? And so I think that to be successful in this digital age and to be successful doing things like publishing in international English language journals, we must collaborate, right? We must continue to push through and collaborate, and we must flex in new ways. And I'm going to talk about some of those ways shortly. So the point of all of that is, of course, to say that success in writing isn't just about the writing. And so our teaching as educators has to be about more as well. As the things that I've mentioned, communication and academia and publishing, as all those norms change, we have to adjust and flex as educators. We have to adjust our teaching practices to meet those needs. So scholars have to adjust to meet them, but we in response need to adjust how we are teaching writing. And so I offer these 4 points, and I'll tell you, last year I presented on a sort of adjacent topic and touched on a couple of these, and I've developed them further over the last year because of some of my classroom experiences, and I've added the 4th. So let me walk you through these, and this will be the crux of my presentation before I get to what this really looks like in the classroom. So I argue that there is a need for a really holistic blend, so the natural blend of these things, a holistic blend of explicit instruction. So though I don't talk about it too much, that doesn't mean I don't think it's valuable. We need to talk about traditional topics in a writing course, structure and coherence, tone and style and rhetoric. I will harp on that as long as I possibly can. We must talk about rhetoric in academic writing. We don't do it enough. But in addition to those things that you would expect to see in a traditional academic writing course, I think that we need writing strategies, resources, support, and this is something new that I am coming to see more, mentorship, opportunities to mentor, to be mentored, to understand the norms of mentoring, to see its value where writing is concerned. And I think we need to offer an in-depth understanding of the publishing process and the changing system in which it currently exists. So the publishing process is suspended at all times inside a space that is continuously evolving, this digital space in which we're all living now. So we not only need to understand that and be socialized to it and socialize our students to it, but we have to consider the way it's changing and constantly move to meet those changes. This is not easy. There are a lot of moving parts. And then finally, we have to blend into our courses authentic collaboration that mimics real world scholarship in this new digital age. So what that really looks like, thinking back to those images, right? What does that look like? How does it feel? How are we successful in doing that? And so on. And I'm not going to go too deep into the literature here, but I would like to say that I believe what I have just shared falls inside what Leon Street referred to as a 3-model framework. And I'm not, as I said, going to go too far into the 3-model framework, but I do think it's useful. I think it's especially useful if we're considering expanding our academic writing courses to include some of the things that I'll talk about today. I think it's useful because it helps us see where some things are situated and where we might expand a little bit. So Leon Street refer to this 3-model framework as having 3 models. First, the study skills model. Second, the academic socialization model. And third, the academic literacies model. And what they really suggest to us is that none of these things exist in a vacuum, right? And that the best academic writing and literacy that is truly robust has to be conceptualized through all 3 of these perspectives or models. And so I think that the argument I made on the slide prior really fits this well. Each of those 4 things falls into one of these categories or multiple categories and overlaps them. And to dive into this just a teeny bit more before I move on, to give you a sense of where some of those things might fall, the study skills model is essentially those individual and cognitive skills around writing. That, everyone, is the explicit writing instruction, right? Your transitions and your grammar and understanding if you've developed a point well enough. This is what we traditionally see in an academic writing course. Academic socialization is the acculturation into the discipline, right? That's really understanding what the publication process or pipeline might look like. It means thinking about genre and ways of speaking, thinking, organizing, being part of a community. So you can see collaboration could come in here as well. But the academic literacies model is really concerned with collaboration too, but especially with meaning making and identity and power dynamics. And anyone who has ever had a paper rejected or gone through peer review knows that writing is also about power dynamics. So we see some overlap here, especially between academic socialization and academic literacies. All right. I am frequently asked, why academic socialization? Why is it our job as writing faculty to acculturate our students, who again may be faculty themselves, right? Because lifelong learning. Why is it our job to do that? Why isn't that a mentor's job, an advisor's job, a PhD advisor, for example? Why isn't that someone else's job? Well, I think for a few reasons. Certainly we hope that others are doing that work. Right? We do hope that others are doing that work. At least I think so. But the reality is that not all mentors are created equal, that many, many things affect our knowledge of the academic publication process and of scholarship broadly. And that isn't just the training that we receive in our undergrad or our graduate education or our doctoral work or beyond. It's also things like our backgrounds, our in-group connections, cultural contexts and situations, disciplinary proximity. So even if we all had wonderful mentors, the experience and understanding I'm going to have is inherently going to be different from the one that you have. And that matters, right? So writing instructors have the ability to level the playing field to some degree and to make sure that we have all been socialized into this insider system in a way that helps us rather than hinders some of us. Because there are very, very few contexts in which these things are discussed. And frankly, many of us are afraid to ask those questions. I certainly can remember being afraid to ask an advisor, what happens if this? Or I feel like this is a silly question, but what happens in this case? So even when we have wonderful mentors, we sometimes feel that we should know more than we do, and we're afraid to ask these burning questions. And so I think we have to make, as instructors, as educators of academic writing, we have to make the invisible visible. We have to make it clear for our students. I'm also asked to address resources and strategies and support and the structures, and if they really are necessary as part of a course. And I would posit that yes, they are. And that's because we weren't all taught writing strategies, nor given access to resources. So faculty and writing instructors can't necessarily assume that we would all know where to go to get that. So again, we make the invisible visible by simply showing our students. And this is also because even if we wish our students came to the table with this knowledge, they don't all. And writing strategies, especially social writing strategies, some of the collaborative strategies are incredibly effective. So to not expose that to students is really, I think, unfortunate. And so I would say we do have a responsibility to provide some of those things to students. Because if you don't write, because you don't have the strategies to write, it doesn't really matter how good your transitions are and how coherent your writing is and how strong your rhetorical flourish is. If you don't write, you definitely don't get published. So we need to provide strategies for the writing, actually getting the words on paper. It matters. So what tools, techniques, and socialization strategies, what's the nitty-gritty, what things can we actually provide in the classroom to students? I've chunked these by resources, strategies, and support. And I'll tell you, I've used a list like this several times in presentations, and it's always changing, right? Such as is the digital age, right? The things that I'm teaching, the things other people are telling me about. And I love that because it really shows the shifting era in which we are currently suspended. So where resources are concerned, we can provide things like websites and books and blogs and mentor texts, not just in the disciplines that we know, but have our students seek out their own mentor texts, have them ask their mentors and advisors for mentor texts. We can provide them with knowledge that relates to the digital age in which we're living. Things like citation management software options, mind mapping websites, project management software. We're not recommending to our students what they should use or that they should at all, but giving them access and the knowledge of what exists, what the pros and cons are, so they can make those decisions on their own. Does citation management software help me in the writing process? It sure does. So I can share that with students, provide them with the top 3 choices and say, you decide if one of these is right for you. Here are the pros and cons. Strategies. Strategies can be anything from techniques like the Pomodoro method, which is just a fan favorite in all of my classes. Things like understanding efficiency tracking, time chunking, expectation management, thinking about and reflecting on, are your expectations of yourself up to par or are they too high? Do you need to bring them down a notch or two? What barriers can you identify that are in your way when you sit down to write? And how can you tackle those barriers? Notions like bird for bird and elephant for dinner. And if you don't know those, look them up because I think they're wonderful anecdotes and stories for the classroom. And then, of course, support, which I think is probably one of the most important things we can include in academic writing instruction today. Empathy and compassion, community, building a community in which people feel safe to take risks, because speaking and writing in a second language is a risk every single time you open your mouth and you put a pen to paper or a finger to keyboard, as it were. So we have to build community with people if we're willing to take those risks. Collaboration ideas, talking about collaboration, not just across disciplines, but also across cultures. So that means brainstorming, providing space, both literally and figuratively, to write, so time to write, and opportunities for mentorship, talking about what mentorship might look like, how that might factor into a student's writing progress. I want to give you a couple of quick examples before I round up my talk today. These examples are largely from my own classroom, but these are things that I know others are doing as well. So I can share specific examples, but broadly, these are things that increasingly I'm seeing writing instructors, or at least writing for academic writing for publication, that I'm seeing writing instructors do. So some socialization and acculturation examples. So these might be activities or guest lectures or readings, but they include things like inviting journal editors, academic publishers, and peer reviewers to speak, practicing peer review. Peer review is a very particular skill, and it should be practiced. Helping writers think about and identify journal fit. I have a writing activity where I actually ask students to sit down with journals and then write up briefs as to which ones are better fits for certain projects they're working on. Planning publication pipelines and strategies. In one of the courses I taught last year, we actually put our publication pipelines together and then thought through where we were a little bit weak, where we were really robust and doing well, what changes we might make, and to what end. And then doing things like practicing pitching books and journal articles and practicing writing query letters. These things are important. It's great if you have a well-constructed argument, a well-constructed article, but if you can't pitch that, or you can't pitch your book proposal, you may not get as far as you would with that really wonderful writing. And that's why I think these things are part of a writing course as well, or at least they should be. Speaking to the digital age in the classroom, here are some of the things that in my recent courses we have done to really speak to the digital age of writing and publishing. Discussing publishing trends and norms. For example, open access publishing. What does that look like? How is it changing? What are the pros and cons? What do we really like about it? Do we want to consider it? Is it a norm in our discipline? So having those conversations. Exploring platforms like Publons or ResearchGate and so very many others. Again, the goal isn't to tell our students what they should be using, but to enlighten them as to what they are so that we can discuss the pros, perhaps critique them, and then allow students to decide, will this positively impact my research? If yes, perhaps I'll try some of them, and if no, I'll set it to the side. And then finally, that also includes things like considering social media and academic platforms for research impact. Whether we like it or not, the research suggests to us that when an article, an academic peer-reviewed article, is shared on social media, it will absolutely be cited more than an article that is not. And so while that is not alone enough to say to us, we should share all of our work on social media, it certainly gives us something to talk about and to consider if our end goal is research impact. And then finally, collaboration examples from the classroom. Engaging collaboratively in person or using technology. So modeling that, doing group work, working with others, doing peer review together, using track changes, doing social annotation on our work, problem solving common collaboration challenges. One of the activities I'm pretty convinced my students like the most in my academic writing for publication course is the case study unit, where we go through problems that happen in collaboration. Someone didn't do the work they were supposed to. They have a really challenging editor. The data doesn't look quite right, and one individual is upset. Someone thinks they should be first author. You think they should be fifth. What do you do? These case studies are valuable. They're valuable in ensuring that your research gets published because you can handle these better when you run into them, and they just generally make you a better collaborator, which is better for all of us. Discussing and modeling writing and scholarly mentorship. So talking about mentorship, what that looks like across cultures. Exploring intercultural miscommunications in writing contexts. We do things like talk about cultural pigeonholing. how to avoid something like cultural pigeonholing. Because if we're working across cultures and across contexts and disciplines, we're going to run into people who have different ideas about how things should be done than we do. So acknowledging that up front is a valuable thing. And then, of course, exploring varying disciplinary norms, understanding that different disciplines have different norms, and we need to sometimes work within them and talk with others, our collaborators, if we want to push the boundaries of those norms to find out if that is reasonable. All of these things make us better collaborators and better writers, and thus more likely to be published. So in conclusion, I hope what I have done here today is I hope I've convinced you of the need for these 4 things. The first is that, of course, I think explicit writing instruction on really traditional topics still needs to happen. And I want to still see that in writing classes. I am not suggesting we throw it by the wayside, but I also think we need writing strategies, resources, support, and perhaps most of all, mentorship opportunities. And we as instructors can provide those things. I think we need to provide our students, whoever they are, at whatever point in their career they are, with socialization and acculturation into the publishing process and an acknowledgement that the publishing process is itself a changing system, right? And that there are power dynamics at play, and we need to be aware of what they are. And that authentic collaboration that mimics real-world scholarship in a digital age is something that benefits us as attendees in any particular writing course. So that is something that we too, as writing instructors, should consider offering. And to round that off, I bring that back to Liam Street's 3 model framework. Each of those things falls into one or more of these categories. So even if you are not necessarily ready to pull all of the things I've shared with you today, all of those examples into your classroom, perhaps think about this 3 model system when you're thinking about designing an academic writing course. And even if you focus largely on, say, the study skills model, the explicit writing, think about, are there a couple of areas where you could pull the academic socialization piece or the academic literacies piece into the fold to benefit your students and to provide them with more opportunities to publish and thereby to see their research impact the public and future scholarship. With that, I thank you. You can see my full name up here and my email. And if you have questions, I hope that there's a moment or two, but I'll stop sharing in the off chance there are some questions.
Thank you, Kelly, for sharing your experience and expertise so generously. We do have questions, me for sure, but we do not have much time for the questions still. My question is, you spoke about academic socialization, which is, I guess, is critically important while you teach academic writing.
Mm-hmm.
How can language professionals help students acculturate into a discipline, genre, and ways of speaking accepted in a particular discipline? So specific for this domain.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I think there are many ways to do that. I think one of the most powerful ways is to do what I suggested, which is making the invisible visible. So calling attention to things really deliberately, things that you might take for granted, such as, well, this is how we do this, and this is how you get an article published. Really calling attention to those things, being very, very deliberate in the things that you address with students. And one of the whole list of things that I provided today, I'll tell you, one of the ones that has been the most powerful is, for me, has been providing mentor texts and having students seek out mentor texts so they really immerse themselves in the genre and the discourse. I think that's really important. But then also showing them, modeling what we're doing. Sometimes with what I'm doing, for example, sometimes that means pulling up my, project management Trello board and saying, here are some examples of how I'm doing this. I'm going to bring in a guest lecturer who's going to show you how she does this, so you can see what that sort of norm looks like, what that range looks like. So I think being really explicit, very deliberate in the details that you share, not taking anything for granted and assuming that students know some of these things. Mentor text so that they're able to immerse themselves in the genre and the discourse of the field. And then modeling through showing them what either you or others are doing so that they have a better grasp on what that is. I mean, there are many others, but that's my quick response.
And then probably in relation to this question, whose job is this? Whose responsibility is this to provide those mentor texts?
That's a good question. I mean, I think to some degree, it's our responsibility when we design a course to think about what that might look like. But I also recognize if I'm teaching a writing course and I have individuals from a variety of different academic disciplines in my course, I can't seek out mentor texts for all of them because I'm not in their disciplines. But what I can do is design, for example, an activity that asks that they seek out or they talk to other professionals in their field about some of the key papers that, not just as a result of the ideas, but their writing are well-known and important and well-constructed and well-argued in their field, so that they can then use those as mentor texts. I can't necessarily evaluate them as a non-expert, but that gives you an example of how I do think to some degree it's our job, but I recognize we can't do all of that ourselves as writing instructors when our students are from varying disciplines. But we can still integrate components of that into our course and have them do the work.
Thank you, Kelly. Do we have questions from the audience? So much impressed, they kind of speechless. Okay, pondering over what you've said. Thank you, Kelly. It's always a pleasure to see you and talk to you, and thank you for your contribution. I'm sure that all our participants, they do have questions, and they need to take time to think them over and probably redirect those questions to you via email if you accept it. Okay.
Of course, I would be happy to. And thank you again for having me. I thoroughly enjoyed it and look forward to connecting again soon. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Kelly. And now we have a very special guest. Why special? Because, okay, two reasons. First, in our digital world, people do not travel much, though we have more and more participants coming from different areas in Russia. Let's welcome our colleagues from Chelyabinsk who have popped in just in the middle of the previous presentation. And we have Professor NADEŽDA STOJKOVIĆ, who spent 15 hours just to come here to Moscow from Belgrade to Russia, taking time and effort and enthusiasm. And let's welcome her on stage. NADEŽDA is, okay, such a long list of all the credentials of NADEŽDA. So she is from University of Niš, Faculty of Engineering, Electronic Engineering. NADEŽDA teaches contemporary English language for specific purposes and academic purposes. She is an initiator and editor-in-chief of Journal of Teaching English for Specific and Academic Purposes, indexed in Web of Science, Scopus, and Scimago. She is also an advisory editor for Cambridge Scholars Publishing. NADEŽDA is an author of numerous articles and books, And from what I know, you will talk about principles and methods of teaching academic science communication within English language courses at domain-specific higher education institutions. Let's welcome NADEЖDA.
Thank you.
And that's the clip. And that's the microphone.
I don't. Do I need the microphone? I don't.
How can I help you? Just manage
Yes.
clicker and the microphone. That's okay?
That's fine. Dear colleagues, hello. Thank you for having me. Thank you for trusting me with your time. Special thanks go to exceptional Professor ELENA BAZANOVA, who credited me that I can make a meaningful contribution to this very specific, outstanding event. As for the travel, I must refer to that first. For me personally, and from everybody in my country, it is utmost, and I'm not exaggerating, privilege to be physically present in this blessed country. So thank you for that. Now, I am going to speak, and in that speech refer, hopefully, to some of the issues already brought up in the previous talks or comments. And once again, I must express how profoundly impressed I am with the conceptualizing of the aims and scopes of the National Writing Center's Consortium, because much of what I'm prepared to speak to you about today and tomorrow, I must say, has been and is being covered by the work here. And I pay special attention to this blending of the training in academic writing and the development of soft skills. One does not go without the other, and I'm very happy to see it stressed so much. This shows that the work we do is all-encompassing, that it surpasses mere language instruction by far. So my suggestion is that we discuss teaching academic scientific communication within English language courses. And I'm going to show examples of the content, of methods, and of added values in this work. So I need the next slide. Dutch. All right. Okay, that's fine. That's good. This is the full title, which should indicate that I tried to respond directly to the topic of the conference, because it is about teaching language courses at domain-specific higher education institutions. Of course, this means teaching scientific communications at departments other than linguistics. Now it works? All right. Oh, yeah, okay. So, my thesis that I'm going to focus upon are the following. So I'm giving one possible both theoretical and practical framework as to how to teach our students scientific academic communication practices that they are about to enter once they finish, once they graduate. So that is happening very soon. And you see from my extended title where I said it is domain-specific institutions, that I'm speaking from the perspective of English for specific purposes. But I insist that it is not just English for specific purposes, but rather English for specific and academic purposes. Because we train our students to enter profession, science, and science develops so fast, and in its nature is to have this exchange. So they, by nature of science, need to be prepared to make this academic exchange. Academic equals scientific. And again, the value of the title of the conference, the inclusion of this multicultural aspect inherent in scientific transfer and exchange. The method, how I do it with my student, is teaching rhetoric. We cannot teach them everything, but I opt for teaching them actually the mental skills that help them understand the analytical logic of the science that they study and translate that into writing strategies. Here come the added values, and those are these cognitive skills, social skills that they become aware of during this work. And I would finish this today by inviting all of us here to think about possible new directions of the ways the science is being exchanged. So we know that today we have Web of Science, we have Scopus, etc. But let's see something about those platforms that might be worth giving it a thought. Now, this is what I'm advocating. I believe that the situation at faculties throughout Europe, to my experience, to Russia, to a large extent that I know of, is that at faculties that teach other sciences other than linguistics, there are rarely, if any, specified course that teaches scientific communication in any language, in mother tongue. So what do students do? How are they getting prepared to enter this world once they graduate? Of course, they work in this mentorship way with their domain professors. What professors teach them is, it's not enough to say highly valuable, it's even more than that. They give them examples from the science in question. They show them the segments that such papers should have, and do give them instructions of the content requested in each of these segments. However, what is missing there is often this logic, because those professors have been exposed to those types of writing, those articles and books throughout their professional lives. So they have grasped the style and the genre and the vocabulary, and they know how to make even a paragraph and what to include, how to make a transition and everything. They learned it deductively. But when they show to our students how to do it, they do not touch upon that. This is where we need to step in. And this is why we need to teach them rhetorical structures, because it is in those structures that they grasp why the article looks as it does. And so I believe that although we we have a lot to do, and very often our courses receive perhaps a full perception that we are dealing only with grammar and things alike, whereas we are doing way much more. I often hear comments from colleagues at home and in other countries that their position is not so much recognized. And I believe that it is simply up to us to rectify the situation, so speak up about the high relevance of what we are doing and the contribution we are making for the overall profile and the educational outcomes of the designated institution. So what is academic scientific communication? It is, of course, a term that covers all possible types and ways of transferring scientific works, findings, concerns, outcomes, both within the dedicated scientific community and as an interaction with general audience. So right from the start, I teach my students to be aware of the crucial segment of this type of communication, and that is the audience segment. This segment will define the level of precision, the type of language used, etc. So this is one categorization. There may be others. I'm using this particular one. Scientific, science, and technical communication. Scientific is communicating with fellow experts of the field. Science communication is what I often tell them. If you watch channels on history or on geography, this is science communication, explaining science to general but educated audience. Technical communication is speaking to audience that has not enough educational background. Another instance that has to be recognized, and that is on a different note being questioned in academia, is standardized communication. So academic scientific communication has a standard set of rules of how a paper should be written. But I will come back to that in the end, and that's a question in itself. Now, science is multicultural, intercultural. When a scientific finding is achieved, it needs to be transmitted. And that is done through basically scientific journals, indexed in specific bases. But here we come to the point that some theorists pointed out that there may be an issue of cultural imperialism involved. Because primarily when you think about those standardized organization, it is conceived on the basis of Western Anglo-Saxon tradition. So I come from Serbia, and the writing tradition that my students are familiar with, the tradition of writing in Serbian, is very different. So I need to make them aware to disregard what they know about structuring the theses and arguments in our language, and then acquire and acknowledge the logic of this other tradition. Why? Because this is the language that science is using throughout the world. And I must say that I am of the stance that not everything should be criticized. Today, we witness that, but acknowledge what is good. I do believe that this model of structuring theses and arguments is now brought to perfection in its logic and coherence. When speaking of how actually to teach rhetoric, it's not clearly a teaching method, it's the content, but I conceive of it as a conduit of students internalizing the foundational logic of scientific communication. And the two axes I work on are defining and argumentation. And this is the how of my classes. So we work on definitions, then we work on the structure of paragraphs, then on argumentative essays, where I pay special attention to teach them, to make them realize that the same rules apply for both written and spoken texts. And you know that text today in linguistics is used interchangeably both for written and spoken formats. We proceed to writing instructions, then process description, description of a complex system, and then oral presentations and collegial discussion. I will now go through each step. This one is, of course, the most relevant. This is what they need to know, how to formulate what they are talking about. So there is what, and there is the why, and that the why is actually the angle from which they are looking at this particular issue. And this, the why, should show to the audience why their contribution potentially matters. So already you see why this is so relevant. This is where the audience decides if they are going to spend their time or not. I like to include issues other than just language in my courses, so I do invite them to check on Aristotle, to find what he said, how he managed to conceptualize our world, and it hasn't changed ever still. And from him, we learn how to make a definition, why they need the definition. Of course, it came from my own experience in working with them. This year, 20 years full. When you ask them, and I'm teaching students of electrical engineering, but I'm also teaching students of medicine. So when I ask them, what is a transmitter? What is an oscillator? They don't know. In terms, they start talking, but they would start talking in a sort of stream of consciousness manner, giving you first some examples, where it is used, etc. So it was a shock for me to learn that. And that's why we have to start working from scratch. And it is interesting, when they have an opportunity to go abroad or have a lecture from a professor coming from abroad, I tell them, pay attention how the professor is going to structure their talk. And they come back and say, oh, yes, we recognized it because the person said this and that in this order. So what is something? That something belongs, first of all, to a certain category. You have to tell us, is it a physical thing? Is it an idea? Where does it fall regarding this categorization? So it is a device, for example, but that's not enough. It is a device that does something specific, and in that it differs from the rest of the group of devices. So now we know what you are talking about. So, for example, a motor is a device that transforms mechanical into electrical energy. All right, now we know what a motor is. Now you can go on. How do you go on? I'm sorry, just to elaborate on this a little bit. This is a minimum thesis statement. First, we teach that. But then I teach them further to include the hints of the arguments or aspects or functions they are going to use in what they are about to talk about. So, for example, software XYZ that we have designed and successfully tested. So already in this clause, you have one argument that is going to be developed, and that is the process of how they have designed, they have tested the project. So this software is the adequate solution. Another argument, it is an adequate solution. So there must have been a problem posed. And this is how you answer to it. I have created something and I claim this is the answer to the problem. It is adequate due to its, following characteristics. Certainly these characteristics are going to be developed into further paragraphs or further sections that directly respond to the problem stated. This ending of it hints at the very ending, at the conclusion of the whole argumentation process, of the whole scientific argument, where the conclusion is actually repetition, rephrasing of the thesis and of the argumentation, but of course never in the very same words. This is ideally what they need to come up with once they have mastered what the essence of the thesis is. So in this other example, we have fully developed thesis. We know what the person is talking about. We know from which aspect the problem is being looked at. As simple as it may look, again, because of the cultural differences between Serbian language and English, we work on paragraph structure. But this is one type of paragraph that we work on. There are many, of course, as you know. So this is argumentative paragraph. We have thesis structure, in a thesis statement, in which, as previously showed, we have, in this example too, we have hints at the arguments, and those arguments are the analytical presentation. So one paragraph should contain the thesis, this angle, and then enumerating the arguments that support the thesis. From working on paragraph, we proceed to a larger body, and that is an essay. Again, just tentatively used essay, because first we do writing, then we do oral practice, the very same manner. But it is easier for them if they first write and then come out later to the floor and talk about their expertise in this manner. So segments of this type of an essay: first, thesis and major arguments in favor of your thesis. But possible, not necessary, but well-mannered, stating the possible opposite views and acknowledging the value of those opposing views, opposing your own stance. So after that, after this introduction, you would have elaboration of the first argument contained in the first paragraph, then elaboration of the second argument, etc. After that, the presentation of the opposing standpoint. Here we use lots of language practice included in this rhetorical practice. For example, they must use signal words, time sequence words, and they should understand that those signal words, as they are called, tell the audience what to expect. Then, in the part where the opposing standpoint is given, they are encouraged to use strong language, saying, first of all, contrast words like although. The opposing view stands namely that this software can be designed in a different manner. The viewpoint, the approach I engaged in proves to be significantly better performing, etc. In Serbian, it is not typical to use such strong language, so they shy away from using it. But then we have to learn that it is typical in this type of text. It finalizes, it rounds up with the reiteration of the strengths of the proposed claim and a bit of stylistics there, not repeating the very same phrasings and sentences as in the beginning when the thesis was stated. After mastering this, we do instructions format, so how to tell a colleague or how to write a manual, how to compile something, how to design a website or whatever. So there is a logical sequences, again the use of time signal words, the use of imperative, and well, this is what I've said, I'm sorry. From this, it is only logical to move to process description, because once you have instructions, you just need to elaborate it a bit and you get a process, which is completely typical in all types of sciences. There is always a process going on and a process you need to describe. Social or hard sciences, all the same. So there are phases and steps, there are signal words, transition words, and it is important for them here to introduce visuals. And this again shows how much we work, how devotedly we work, because we are not into visuals, we are language teachers, but ideal process description should have two parts. One is text, the other is a visual, a flow chart. And this flow chart should contain boxes in which the phase or the step is presented in an incomplete sentence in the style of the newspaper headline. So no auxiliary verbs, no articles, no prepositions. Prepositions maybe, but in that manner. After this, I move on to showing them a complex system. So what I would do is give them an image of a, for example, cross-section of a device of any kind, of a transformer, and then we would practice. This is both a rhetoric and language practice. We talk about shapes, positions, directions, material as well, dimensions. So lots of language work possible to incorporate into this rhetoric piece. When we have covered all that, we move then to repeating the same, but they prepare it, they prepare the presentation, and they come to the board. It's very useful. They admit to them. It's an experience they may or may not have. And very often I hear beautiful reactions, surprising reactions from students whom you see are well socialized, are so self-assured, and they come here and they suddenly you see they feel tense, even awkward, and they admit to it, and they say we have a collegial atmosphere, so they are free to say it's so different here. But I make them aware that this is probably the last chance to practice, because the next time will be at your job and no practicing there. So this is just us. Doesn't matter if you make mistake, you can improve, do it. So they do, they practice. We talk about the visuals, we talk about the PowerPoint presentations or any other type now that are in use, that they should not have all the text on the presentations, on the slides, but just the thesis there, and actually the purpose of their coming to speak in front of the audience is explaining those theses, because otherwise the audience is, of course, capable enough to read on their own. You don't need to come here and read. We talk about psychology, about behavior, about the way we should stand, we should move, about where you look, how you look, etc. Finally, there is, of course, this part when they are to exchange opinions, part for questions and comments. And together, in agreement, we try to not to have a debate, but to be more humanistic and actually have a collegial exchange. That is our aim. So the added values of this type of work, they improve their academic integrity. They feel more assured. They can actually convey their expertise throughout. And I forgot to mention, when they begin their writing assignment or speaking assignment, it is up to them to inform us which audience they are imagining they are having. So according to that, we can judge whether the presentation was appropriate. I have mentioned throughout that these are these strategic, I find it very good, a very good term, strategic skills, social skills. Also, this third point here is, that's an issue with when we teach English for specific purposes. You know that ever since its inception, it has been characterized as a restricted language. And frankly, that still stands. It is a restricted language. And that is against the very nature of language itself. Yet we have to comply with the institutional goals, with the expected outcomes of the institution. So then there is a question, do we have time? Can we look at the language as an ontological skill? Well, I never stopped believing that language is an ontological skill, that even if you teach English for specific purposes, you have it there. You just need to make students aware. So, for example, in working on rhetoric like this, on linguistic segments like I am advocating here, it is just a matter of making your students aware that when they do it, whether through writing, because we all write in a different way, no matter the fact that we need to comply with the specific set of writing rules, there is our personality speaking through it. And there is our personality now speaking through this oral presentation as I'm doing now. So I make them aware that it will not be just them as engineers, but them as full personalities. As for the context, this multicultural practice is of utmost relevance if we want to truly prepare our students for tomorrow's work. I know that in Russia there is a Students' Olympiad, and I think that is exceptional design. That is true preparation of students to be completely ready for work tomorrow. We don't have that. So what I do, I have a few friends abroad, and we make classes together. So we use any platform, and then my students would have some presentations on their scientific topics, and the other country the same. So we would present one to the other and then have this comment section. And after that, of course, we could discuss the cultural differences that we noted, etc. As I teach at two faculties, electrical engineering and medicine, I also do that with the two faculties because they are compatible. My students, engineers, they have a course on medical technology. And then the doctors, the future doctors, do need to inform them of what they would need to be designed, etc. So it is up to you to come up with the ideas how to do it. And my final two theses here refer to the immediate setting in which we do our work. First of all, working on integrity in the given setting, meaning in the given situation, in encountering the problems, encountering various types of behavior and responding to those in dignity. And the final one does refer to the fact that ESP should not be just this restricted set of language skills that directly and only serve the foreseen job posts that the university is preparing the students for, but that it can and should prepare those students to be complete individuals, fully able to express their own personality, not just their field of expertise. So when we prepare our students for this academic scientific exchange, we have to make them aware where it happens. So it happens in journals. And it doesn't happen in just any journal, though I personally disagree with this statement. It happens in journals that are indexed in particular scientific databases. when we come to this point, this is the not so easy, not so pleasant part of this segment of teaching, but I believe it is necessary. It means preparing students to encounter difficulties, but also to be grand and to understand where they stem from and how to deal them with those in a manner that shows, again, academic and personal integrity. What I have in mind is that there is possible bias, that they may encounter prioritizing and non-inclusiveness. I may add a little bit to this tomorrow, but this is not the rule. And there are situations that prove anything can happen against all odds. So I'm the living proof of that. So I come from Serbia. I hope you know about Serbia. Yes, we have had lots of false misunderstandings, etc. And I come from Niš, not even the capital. So I drove 3 hours to the capital. Yes, with pleasure, absolute pleasure. And 9 years ago, I started a journal. I proposed a journal establishing to the Senate of the university with which I work. They approved. We started the journal. So imagine that a town that you have to look up in the map to see where it is. In Serbia, it is a grand country. And when you start a journal, an international journal, you are advised to do this or that. I did not follow the advice. I published work that is of value, the only criterion. So I didn't look where it comes from. So in the journal, you will find countries, and it's the joy of discovering geography for us on the team personally, that are not very, very present in those journals that rank highest. This is why I am always stressing that all those issues we are aware happen do not happen 100%, because after only 2 years we got entered into the Web of Science. Small town journal is on this list. And then we are in Scopus and now in CIMAGO, so we are heading for the impact factor, etc. What I'm saying, my students, and again, possibly to you tomorrow, the awareness that there may be possible situations. We heard a hint earlier today. There are various peer reviewers, etc. Whatever. This is just life. It is possible to get your knowledge through, your expertise through, and do it successfully. So I tell the students not to shy away from debating with the editor, with the peer reviewers. Perhaps they did not really understand what you were talking about, etc. Of course, there also we study how to communicate with the editor, how to communicate with the peer reviews. That would be all from me, and thank you for listening. I hope this was of some use to you. And if you have any comments or questions, I would be really grateful.
My microphone is not working. Does it work? Oh, it does. Okay, so we have so many questions. Okay. So,
Hello. My name is Ekaterina. I work here at the Department for Languages. And thank you for the presentation. It was a great learning to me. And I totally agree that the combination only of academic writing and soft skills can work. And you mentioned the issue of cultural imperative. And in my opinion, we in Russia can relate as an issue. So may I ask you, what soft skills, in your opinion, should be developed first so that they could tackle this issue?
Yeah. Well, this is where we work on our own personality. This is where we work with the issues of blunt misunderstanding, of not being listened to, of the refusal. I'm using harsh words, but this is what I perceive those to be. And responding to that in a dignified manner. And knowing the situation in my country, and I feel I will be free to say, knowing about the situation here, there are so many beautiful examples on everyday basis where we see how being noble does overcome such issues. I also believe that this event where the distinguished professor brought so many people from all around the world actually proves it. And I'm truly grateful to be part of it for that reason also.
yeah, I'm absolutely sure that politics, education and science, they are above politics. Okay, we're here just to enjoy the professional gathering, share ideas and expertise in the field of language teaching and learning. I have a question from one of our speakers. Can I read this? So Professor Svetlana Stočkova is asking you, do you collaborate with disciplinary teachers while designing a course for engineers? Yeah, we're language professionals. Yeah, it's difficult for us to design such a course. What do you do? How do you overcome this?
Yes, it is crucial, and especially for professors who are just starting on their career, who just enter a faculty of pharmacy, of civil engineering, or whatever. It's a completely frightening situation. Then it is a must to approach colleagues who teach domain courses and ask them about what they find of what content they find of primary relevance for understanding the totality of their course. So in my case, I was taking all kinds of material from my colleagues, excerpts of books or journal articles they gave me, they prepared for my question. And then I would work it out, work through it, and come up with a text, which I would then come back to them and see if they if they find it relevant enough, if they find that it covers this area well enough. If I may, I also forgot to say regarding social skill. If we have
Yeah, we do have time. Yeah.
I teach my students to be independent learners. First of all, we cannot teach them all the language or all the rhetoric they need. But because the science is developing at such a pace that there is so narrow subspecialization that we cannot catch up in total. I find their corpus linguistics very useful, and I teach the students how to use the software, the AntConc software, because it's so easy to use. So I tell them, when you get this job that you wish in Qatar, all right? So you get hold of all possible documents that you can. Run them through the software, and it will show you the terminology you need for this particular job post. Nobody can teach you that, but you can do it yourself quickly for the weekend. So one of the examples, but I insist that they be independent learners, because scientists are independent learners as we are. We have to keep reading throughout our professional lives.
Thank you. We have one more question. Two questions. Okay. But first you need to introduce yourself.
Thank
Yeah.
you very much, dear Professor.
Thank you.
I'm Inga Zashikhina, and I represent Northern Arctic Federal University and also Russia. Well, the presentation has been very engaging, and the number of questions is demonstrative. Thank you very much.
I'm very, very glad.
I am a PhD in philosophy, and I teach in the Department of Philosophy and Sociology. So the question of text organization, argumentation, rhetoric, logic of the text is very important for me too. So I've got a series of questions, if possible, if you allow. The first portion of questions is, you've been talking about a course, maybe. It was one course or several courses. And what level of students have you been teaching?
Yes, I failed to mention that I'm teaching two courses, they are called English Language 1 and English Language 2. Students, when they come to the course, are at B2 level. So their English is good enough. And basically, scientific texts are on that level. It's just the terminology, the style, the organization. So they have the necessary purely linguistic skills to work on this.
So they probably come after the course of general English.
Yes, which they had in their secondary school. But in our secondary schools, there is already an orientation towards a particular science or profession. So in secondary schools, they work in parallel, both on general English, which prevails, and a bit of professional English.
Thank you very much. Then comes the next question. When they come and you start explaining them that, well, you are not teaching any words, any vocabulary, any grammar, and you start explaining that the talk is going to be about logic, organization, and arguments, do they feel surprised? Do they show it somehow?
Yes, they do, definitely, because they wouldn't expect that. They would expect what you've just enumerated, but I give them the example of our mother tongue, the way we speak outside the classroom, and we don't speak completely correctly. You know, Serbian is famous for that. That colloquial language is irregular, but it works. So I tell them, improving your grammar is now up to you. I help them in that. I have consultation classes throughout the day. So I tell them I'm free from 9 to 3, I'm here. You can just come and we will work together. But we do not have time at classes. to do that. And they are also educated well enough to do the language grammar practice on their own, because there is a book, you can check your answers. If you don't understand still why you have made mistake, then come to me, I will explain. So I don't think that at this level, time should be used for that.
And do you do the explanations in Serbian or in English?
I do in English.
You've had 3 questions.
Okay, we can chat.
Just to explain my rationale.
Yes.
Yesterday, I had a group of students who came for the course of academic writing and presentation, and it was after the course of general English. And when I started explaining that we are going to speak about text organization, they were done. They kept silent for a while. Just by the end of the question, I could hear something. So I'm just interested to know, when will this finish at last? When will they be speaking?
But have you explained to them why you are doing this? No. They will relax.
Presentation.
They will relax.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, yeah.
Hello, my
Can you switch on the microphone? Yeah.
Okay.
Is it?
Yeah. Yes. Yes. Is it okay? My name is ELENA. I'm from Consortium University. Thank you very much for your presentation. And I got a short question about, you know that nowadays universities work with, in close collaboration with industry partners.
Yes.
And what about your university? We should meet the requirements of our industry partners. So, please.
Yes, our university is fully devoted to that aspect. So that is done on this top level. They make connections, and we even have next to our faculty there is a technological part where companies and firms have their offices. So we have our students, undergraduates and graduates, who go there to work. So we make connections. We invite either the employees there, or our professors who also collaborate, or our students, ex-students, to come and tell us their experiences and what. We also have lots of students going abroad for work, and we use that pool of alumni to give us some feedback during classes, so that other students learn about it.
Okay.
One more question.
Yes, thank
Okay,
you.
without any microphone, can I?
Yes.
Okay, so
That's
my
a
name is
feature.
Maria Sissoeva.
Oh, yes. Hello.
Yes, it's me.
Yes. Hello.
Welcome.
Thank
to
you.
us.
Thank
We're
you.
very pleased to see you
The
here
same.
today.
The same.
Thanks for your presentation. NADEŽDA, one question about the presentation.
Yes.
You said that your students prepare their answers in the way of a presentation. And sometimes even very self-confident and easygoing students, sociable, just feel shy, maybe sometimes confused, and so on. So do you teach them how to be a right presenter, a correct presenter? For example, what skills should they have as a presenter? What behavior?
Yes.
Maybe eye contact. Just to be successful with their body language, with their just behavior, to be a real presenter, not only just a real scientist or just
Absolutely.
a specialist in the
Absolutely.
area, but just a presenter as well.
Yeah. When we begin work on oral presentation, I invite them to comment and to analyze my own behavior. I particularly drive them towards this eye contact. So I tell them, while I'm talking, you're all looking at me. And I know not everybody finds this interesting, not everybody finds this relevant. Some of you would rather check the phone or whatever, but you don't. How come? What am I doing? So they come to the point when they realize, oh, you look at every one of us. So this is the skill they don't have because they are engineers. It's a different setting. So I try to make them aware of those issues first on my own example. Of course, I tell them I'm not a perfect example. Sometimes I wave too much, I walk a lot, etc. So I'm being myself, and I tell them if you wish, you could constrain yourself depending on how you want to look. That's again the question of audience. If you are speaking to the audience, to the board directors of Yahoo, oh well, you certainly don't want to wave around like I do that much, etc. But as for these students who come out and how do I teach them these social behavioral skills? This is where our collegial exchange comes in place. We agree. I ask if you are comfortable to have the discussion on what you have performed. If they agree, and they mostly do, then we discuss how the person behaved, how the person moved, what could be improved, etc. And there are some small technical issues, for example, because they are unaccustomed. So if they have this presentation, they would often turn their back and be showing. So it just takes them, you need to make them aware, look, if you stand front to your audience, just show with your hand. You don't need to turn the back, which as a matter of fact, you must not do that. So these simple steps need to be, they need to sort of physically experience it, then they wouldn't repeat it. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very okay. Thank you very much. Okay. Yeah, okay, yeah, just
Thank
leaving.
you.
Let me check. Is it working, my microphone? Yes. Let's check. We have Alexandra Borisova-Saleh next, but she is not in the Zoom, right? Can it? She is on the Zoom? No, okay. So instead of Alexandra Borisova-Saleh, which is a great pity, but I'm sure she will join us later. She is based in Italy, and there might be some technical issues related to access to the internet. We have another great speaker, Svetlana STOJKOVIĆ. So, Associate Professor, Vice President of the Association of Academic Writing Experts, National Writing Centers Consortium, Director of Academic Writing Center at her School of Economics. And Svetlana will share her findings of the study on the attitude of English in academia. She will also describe the supportive services that her university can provide using the case of her academic writing center. Svetlana, can you hear us? Yes.
Yes, thank you very much, Elena. Thank you for a very nice introduction. I was happy to see so many familiar faces in the room. Unfortunately, I'm online today, but hopefully I will join you tomorrow. And today, at least for a change, I'm presenting neither as a writing instructor or nor the a textbook writer, neither a journal editor nor a teacher trainer, but as a researcher and administrator. And I decided to speak a little bit about what we do in High School of Economics. And I would like to start with a question. Do you agree that setting the task of increasing the use of English in academia, the university should create a conducive environment for its staff? Now, this question becomes urgent because there's a lot of debate about the use of English in academia and in publication world. But I do hope, as we are like thought partners, like Kelly mentioned, you would say yes to this question. And what I'm inviting you to do today is discuss such questions as what is the attitude towards English in Russian universities? Why we pose this question? Because you remember that all the universities imposed the requirement to publish in English. And very many universities used a carrot and stick and carrot approach. But very rarely we as administrators ask very rarely we administrators ask academics what their attitude towards English and towards this imposition is. The second question is what kind of support for the staff can be provided, and I'm going to share the case of High School of Economics here in Moscow. And one more question is why does a university need a writing center? And I'm going to talk a little bit about the center I direct. Okay, let's start. So my colleagues and I conducted a survey, and now it is published as a book chapter in the monograph, The Englishization in Higher Education. We asked more than 300 Russian-speaking university academics from different universities, but the majority of them were from two leading universities, the High School of Economics and St. Petersburg University. And we used lots of things, but primarily we wanted to learn about their motivation for using English as a medium of instruction and challenges they meet, and the motivation and challenges of using English for publication, for research publication purposes. So I'm going to show some of the results that we obtained. The research questions sounded like that. What forces are behind the spread of English in Russian academia? And we came to the conclusion that there are both bottom-up initiatives and top-down governmental initiatives, like, for example, the financial support to the universities of the project Top 100 Universities and other programs. The second research question we said was how much in demand is the English language in at Russian universities, and what are Russian academics' practices and attitudes. So the major results were that the majority, you see, of respondents mentioned that English is really important for their careers. And they really want to use English for research publication purposes. I will tell you later what motivates them. They were like not that sure, but still 77% think that English is advisable for teaching. Let me go into some detail. So if you look at the motivation behind using English, you see that they think that the university is more interested in the use of English than academics themselves. So that means that the university imposes the requirement that and sometimes academics have no choice. More than half of respondents think that the university should offer opportunities for mastering their English. But very many voices were that it is kind of hard to use English because they have very big teaching load. Okay. Half of them value financial bonuses, which universities offer, and this is a kind of major motivation factor. But still, 26% are motivated enough, and they're quite autonomous because this is they treat English as a very valuable thing for their own development. Okay. As for English for research publication purposes, very many people really think that research it's not a geographical notion at all, and they aim at high-ranking journals which are indexed in international databases so that they are seen and they are involved in research publications because they consider it as a significant contribution to the research community. And really they value collaboration and visibility that English publications give them. Again, say some of the universities provide financial bonuses, and that's why it's they do publish in English rather than in Russian. As for challenges, NADEЖDA just mentioned that very many conventions are culturally determined. And this is the same which Russian academics mention. Plus to that, very many of them decide that in Russia we have lower publication standards. I'm not sure whether it's true or not, but still these are the voices from the field. And I think that it's a bit of generalization here because there are good journals and bad journals. There are high standards and low standards, both in a Russian-speaking world and English-speaking world. But nevertheless, that's the result we got. Very many respondents think that it's hard for them because their level of English is not enough for writing themselves, and they have to use either translation services or editing services, and sometimes it's kind of pricey. Plus to that, I think that Inga and both Inga and NADEЖDA mentioned that sometimes it's very hard to adapt to differences in textual organization because rhetorical patterns are different in different cultures and the style of narration is different, and see that almost 30% mentioned this as well. As for cultural imperialism, one of the ladies just raised this issue. See, 25% researchers mentioned that there is a biased attitude to Russian researchers. Well, things do happen, and like NADEЖDA replied, we should accept it in a dignified manner, and I agree here. But I think that if the research is good enough, then it will be appreciated. The only thing is that you have to communicate it properly, and that's where we as writing instructors come to the front. This is not new, but still low language or proficiency prevents many academics from communicating their research. There is an interesting piece of information. Some researchers have a very narrow field of research, and they really mentioned that there is a limited number of journals in English, and I think these are the disciplines like Slavic studies, for example, or something like folklore, which are not that popular in the English language, but they're published in Russian, for example. Okay, and yes, this is a psychological factor, and Kelly mentioned this, that we have to help them to overcome the fear of manuscript rejection. And here's a holistic approach, which she mentions, which gives them information about the publication process, about the expectations of the editors, and peer reviewers can help a lot to overcome those challenges. So all in all, we can say that academic writing is nobody's first language, and that gives us the clue that we should help them here to be prepared to publish in English or to give lectures in English, and where the soft skills come in place. I'm sorry. So all in all, academics need support. I will be very curious to know what instruments are there in your university. If you write in your comments, that will be absolutely fantastic to know about that. What I'm going to do now, I'm going to speak a little bit about the Higher School of Economics and the services which are available to academics here. And for this purpose, I'm showing you the screen from the site. It's in English, and here you can see that there are lots of things like lots of services which are aimed at helping academics to orient in the English-speaking research world. You see here individual research projects and different contests which are offered, and there's a big project of international laboratories, and we have a publishing house and lots of stuff. And there are even more services in Russian, which are published on the Russian page as like manual for a researcher. And to just summarize what we have, all of the services are aimed at creating a very conducive environment for research and communication. You see here in the High School of Economics, a system of developing research skills at all levels of education exists, starting from students and student research labs. Of course, the university provides state-of-the-art equipment for research, and they pay for different resources and literature, and there are lots of research networks within the universities, and participating in international research networks is encouraged as well. The university is after stimulating international collaboration, and you see there are lots of services there, and to me they look like a mosaic or probably a puzzle. That's the metaphor I'm using here, and all these services, like they fit together, and among them see Professional Development Center, and this center offers programs of general English. And we work together with them because our academic writing center here in a blue piece of puzzle piece, we start with the programs of academic English and research publication purposes, English for research publication purposes, starting with B2 level. You see, there are lots of financial things, and the whole university invests a lot into professional development of their staff at all career changes. We are here to offer a linguistic support to the universities. The High School of Economics was the first university which organized a faculty-based writing center, and it was 10 years ago. Last year, we celebrated the 10th anniversary, and we offer free services to all academics and researchers. to develop their skills, their writing skills and their soft skills or presentation skills. And we work with postgraduate students, but we do not work with students, though we have some collaboration. You see, we have a site. If you are interested, here's a link. You will probably find lots of information there. If you're interested, you can find a film about our center. Just a few words of what we do and what place we take in that puzzle of the university. We organize courses. We do lots of workshops and seminars. We provide one-on-one consultations. We work as a resource center and we organize different projects and participate in international activity. And you see here on the slide that the feedback we get from our academics is quite favorable. It was just a bit of bragging, you know. So all in all, we have like 4 major strands of activity. First, we do research because we provide customized programs, and for that, we need to know what they need. So we feed what they need. Then we are after quality, and that's why we do lots of surveys to ensure that the quality of the services is quite high, and we check the satisfaction level of our clients. We also work as an educational center. As for the courses, I mentioned already that we start with B2 level, but the courses vary both in length, in outcomes, and language proficiency. And we also differ formats of the courses. We also provide face-to-face and blended courses and online, of course, courses from B2 to C2 levels. We have prepared like more than 70 already different types of workshops, and they are prepared with their needs in mind that we regularly ask for. Of course, we organize lectures and invite textbook writers, editors, reviewers. There are lots of table discussions, forums of different kinds. So lots of different activities in educating and developing academics writing literacy. We also work as a methodological center, and once we learned that our faculty are quite autonomous and they would like to have some of the materials for self-study, and that's why we do not only collect resources, but we also create materials, and these learning materials are used, can be used both for self-study and in class during different events. We also provide methodological support to our consultants, to our trainers, and to those people who are planning to do some course in English, using English as a medium of instruction. And one of the most popular services of our center is consultancy service with one-on-one consultations, where we create a dialogic space when clients come to consultations. Now they're provided online. They can come at any stage of their writing, and they talk over the text. They think together with the consultant how the text can be improved. They took it over. They use different techniques, like from reading aloud, because it gives them an idea where to write a comma, for example, which is a problem. And plus to that, it like a side effect of reading aloud technique. It's only just one technique that is used. Can be just improved pronunciation also. I am sorry. We also do program evaluation. Very often we write reviews to different programs, and we offer internships. And I saw two of the colleagues here in the room who were who came for internship to Academic Writing Center. Just to give you an idea of how many events we organize, and this is the academic year 21-22, we had more than 3,000 clients, and we provided more than 1,000 consultations, 15 workshops, 9 courses. And I would like to call your attention to the quality, because we ask feedback from our clients after each event, and it was just 9.1 out of 10, and we are very proud of that. In addition to this, we have a conference. Probably some of you participated in this conference. It was just supporting faculty in writing for publication best practices. And as a follow-up, we organized a discussion about academic writing programs in Russian universities. Also, such events like writing retreat, for example, or the project 5 o'clock tea at AWC, where they can come and over a cup of coffee or tea talk about the problems of work in the writing center. It's also part of our job. I mentioned that we work as a resource center, and if you go to our page resources, you will see that there are lots of podcasts and video materials and some study materials, and there are lots of links. As for useful links, they see they're graded and classified by the topic, and you can find lots of links here, not only about grammar and vocabulary, because language issues are part of that, but also about different tools for text analysis, for example, that to cater for the self-editing skills, and very many good reading for research and writing. And this is about just the publication process and about the writing conventions in English. We have books. We still use them, not only online resources. And I mentioned those self-study books, which are here and available for free. In addition to that, we have our YouTube channel. You can just subscribe to it, and there are more than 80 workshops and lectures there. And if you look at the topics, some of them are language oriented, like marry words wisely, and this is about combinability. Some of them are focused on strategies. Some of them are of more general things. Some of them about reviewing process, like, for example, from reviewers to reviewers about reviews, and that was a roundtable. So all these recordings can be found there. If you are interested, you can go there as well. In addition to that, we have a blog of the center, which we publish on Medium. See, some of the topics are here on the screenshot, like, for example, about argumentation model, which was mentioned already here, about just habits and resources and all that. So if you are interested, go and find some of the blogs. Plus to that, you can be a blog writer as well. I'm inviting you to be our blog writer. Okay, so my message of the presentation that we writing instructors can and should provide support to academics. And I would like to say that writing instructors, let us unite. And this is the slogan of our national consortium, if you remember, because together we can do lots of things. One of the way is, where we can collaborate is we still invite you to internships at our center. But together we can do lots of things. We can apply for grants, we can do research together and publish it afterwards. From time to time, I invite very many of the colleagues from the National Consortium to do workshops here. Of course, conferences, different types of projects, seminars, lectures, whatnot, just the sky is the limit here. So I'm inviting everyone for collaboration, because united we stand. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Svetlana. We also invite you to join us tomorrow on our campus.
Yes, thank you.
Because we have lots of colleagues from other academic writing centers and offices. Just probably not a question, but let's say comment. So we have been together as directors of academic writing centers for many years, and we know that building an effective writing center is difficult, and there are lots of different recipes, and attempts to close every benchmark and best practice gap also ends or can end in disappointment. However, from our experience, we know that a sustainable writing center is among the most powerful assets a university can build. Can you tell me in one word, what is the recipe for successful writing center?
Motivated director.
One word. One word.
2 words, motivated director.
Okay. Thank you very much. So I hope to see you tomorrow, okay, together with us. And we'll have a lot to share. Okay. We have one more speaker before we have our lunch. Okay, we kind of jumped over. Alexandra Borisova-Saleh. Sasha, are you with us? Can we see her?
Can you see me?
Yes, okay. Sasha.
Good.
Yeah.
I beg your pardon. I decided I somehow put in my calendar.
Yeah, that's okay. So let me first introduce you. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good. So Dr. Alexandra Borisova-Saleh. So a friend of mine, I hope, is a science communication expert with 14 years of experience and a proven track record of impactful projects in international media, non-government organizations, and top academic institutions. She writes in Russian, English, and Italian for various news outlets, including the Moscow Times, Forbes Russia, Wired in Italy, Medscape, RBC. She has built education courses, workshops, professional events for scientists, science communicators, journalists in Italy, Germany, Switzerland, Czech Republic. She is a global citizen. Currently, she is a board member of Science Writers in Italy and the Public Communication of Science and Technology Network. Not to steal your time, Sasha, just go ahead. Not to tell what you're going to speak about, okay? Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much, Edna. Very nice to be today with you. Can you see my screen?
Yes,
well? Yes,
we can.
Okay, now we jump the introduction slide because you already introduced me. Thank you very much. So I will try to give a motivational speech, but not motivational speech in the sense of being, convincing, but using evidence to speak about why communicate science. First, just a quick theoretical introduction. So what is science communication, so that we understand what we are talking about. Science communication in a kind of a narrower sense, as opposed to scientific communication that about scientific writing and scientific articles, are organized actions aiming to communicate scientific knowledge, methodology, processes, or practices in settings where non-scientists are a recognized part of the audience. That's the academic definition introduced by one of the leading scholars in the field, Maya Horst of University of Copenhagen. So, and metaphorically, it's when the academic head passes information to lay head. And it's not only, I want to underline that every word in that definition is important. So it's not only about communicating scientific knowledge, but also about methodology, processes, and practices of science, because this is something that distinguishes science from non-science, how it is done, right? Not only the results that it gets. So this is a bigger picture of what science communication can give to public. So why communicate science? In a very short thesis, one, it's a public responsibility of a researcher. In most of the countries of the world, including Russia since 2017, but in Europe and Australia, in the US and in South Africa much earlier, the intention to communicate science to broader public is in the normative, legislative, sometimes documents that regulate science. There can be white papers, green papers, strategy of national development of science and technology, but it is in some form, it states in some form that communicating science to broader public is the responsibility of a researcher, as long as it's a researcher, minimum, who works in a public institution, so uses public taxpayers' money. You write your reports on your grant proposals and your grants, but it's something different, and a normal citizen cannot go and read it. It's not clear. It's not the intention. Is not this one. Instead, a piece of science news is something minimal that can be perceived by a lay citizen. Then it's self-promotion, both among experts and lay public, and I will elaborate more on that. And while you're self-promoting, you can hire best students and postdocs, because visibility is what makes you more transparent, what makes you more, except making more visible, it makes you more human, that your prospective students or employees can see not only your scientific papers, that it is great to know how you publish, but also to learn more about you as a person. And this is the opportunity that an interview, for example, can give. So why do I think that it is so that communicating science to broader public is good for a career of a researcher? Mass media can be a kind of a filter of scientific information also for scientists. This is the work, already some years old, 10 years old, that analyzed nearly 300 press releases based on scientific publication in 99 journals of Wiley Publishing Group during 2 years. So PR scientific publications, so at least in the form of a press release, increases the number of their downloads by an average of 1.8 times and can increase citations by 2 times. Scientifically, there is a weakness in that work. There is no control group, because one can say it's a stronger work. That's why it gets promoted. It gets published also as a press release, and as it is a good work, then it is also more cited and more download. So for that, there is a similar data of England Journal of Medicine, one of the leading medical journals, that also state that medical knowledge in the scientific community also is promoted through mass media. But this is a bit more complicated. Oh, pardon, there are pieces in Russian. I will tell you what they say. So what they did, it's an older work, but it's more precise. In 1978, New York Times covered some articles of New England Journal of Medicine. And they compared the articles that were published, that were covered by New York Times and that were not covered by New York Times. But because, so those who were chosen by New York Times to be covered, they showed the significant growth of citation in 1979. But here, the case is a bit more complicated, because in 1978, there was a strike of the printing offices. That means that some papers, like some issues of the New York Times, they were prepared by the editorial office, but they never went to people. So it creates this important control group. When the articles were chosen for being covered in the New York Times, but never went public. That means that they were good enough for being covered, but they were not, because of this strike of the, literally not of journalists, but of those who printed a paper version of New York Times, the only version in 1978. So there is a growth of citation in the study group in comparison to control group. That gives us an opportunity to say that indeed it is a promotion, not only the quality of the article, that helps it being more cited and helps it being more visible inside of the scientific community. So New York Times is something very big. Is it working also for other mass media? So the broader study of held in 2003, it included more scientific publications, not only New England Journal of Medicine, but also Nature, Science, and JAMA. It also showed that coverage in daily media increased citation, though TV didn't give that effect. Maybe scientists do not watch TV, didn't watch TV even back in the 90s. So it is about English language. What about other languages? So the evidence is definitely less, but still there is this study that compared the coverage of PNAS articles from 2008 to 2009, that how they were covered in British and Italian media. Well, it's always better to be covered in British media in English language. So it showed 63% citation increase, and Italian press coverage gave more modest increase, but still some increase of 16%. We don't have enough evidence about Russian language mass media, but it is also a little bit self-evident that being covered by mass media in national languages cannot give that much result in citation increase, simply because science is international, right? So your people who can cite you, they are from your field of science, not from your country. So of course, it is always much better to be covered in English, even in the simple form of a press release or piece of news. Do social media work? Oh yes, they do, especially Twitter. And this is what I always say in my workshops for scientists, because scientists, even when I was training scientists in Germany that are very comfortable with English, but they're not really very comfortable with Twitter because, you know, it's very short, it's a strange format. You know, Twitter for science is a very hot social media, and say in the US, anyone is on Twitter. So it's a newer work, basically from 10 years ago. Twitter was already very active, which showed a strong correlation between activity on Twitter. So it's the number of tweets based on the results of publication, because also the power of Twitter is that it's open for all kind of automated big data analysis. So the results are very precise and very representative. And the number of citation of these articles. And tweet count turned out to be a better prediction of citation than journal impact factor. This is something very important, right? Because journal impact factor, you want to be published in better journal because you think that you will be more cited. Now, somehow interest on Twitter predicts better the future interests of your colleagues in your work. But if you never put your article on Twitter, if no one ever puts your article on Twitter, so I mean, it's a risk to expect that someone else does it, not you or your institution. And then, of course, it's much less probable that it will get covered and you will be noticed. So being on Twitter is really important for being noticed, and it's important to learn how to express yourself. Or you can use also a screenshot. You can use pictures, but to communicate your work, or at least to give it, let's call it a peg to your work, using Twitter. Then there is a work that studied media attention and the academic reputation of scientists. There was a survey of 240 leading nanotechnologists in the US, and it showed that on average, scientists who communicate with journalists have often a higher age index, and communicating the results on Twitter, again, this was done in the US, but it's the hotspot, and the trendsetter probably amplifies this effect. And this was a Chinese study that probably then had a result that Chinese scientists went on Twitter too, not only on WeChat and things that use them. So it looks like there is enough evidence that being active on social media, selected ones, being open to journalists, is one of the features of a successful researcher. What is the goal if we go a little bit out of this very practical issue of self-promotion? Well, science is a part of culture, and if we are not representing science in mass media or in social media, then someone else is representing it. By coincidence, and 1 hour before, I was giving a talk at an event of Rosatom, that people were arguing, oh, how can we make a competition to 30 seconds TikTok video where people say, oh, nuclear energy is bad. Well, you cannot cancel them, but you can provide your own content with a more balanced view, but also in the accessible form, because the accessible form is where audience is. And you cannot take TikTok audience out of TikTok. You only can come to it. And by going to the audience, you make science a part of culture. And you make the right science a part of culture. Science being represented by scientists, not by only bloggers who went there exactly because they see that it's a topic that audience has an interest in, but there is not enough coverage, so they do it for fun. Can we do more? Well, I am afraid that this piece of art doesn't exist anymore because it's a street art in Dublin, and I think they destroyed it because they destroyed the building. But if you look better, it's a Portuguese artist that creates sculptures from rubbish. So somewhere there is a broken bicycle. Yes, here is a bicycle. There are different kind of beds and so on. So this is a piece of very science communication of very big outreach. It's very unique. It has a very broad audience because it is next to one of the central train and tram stations, an urban hub of Dublin. And it touches an appealing topic. So it's about the wildlife and rubbish disposal. I'm not telling you that every scientist can do something of that scale, but it is saying a limit where you can arrive and that you can see in front of you while thinking of how broad your audience can be or how broad your coverage can be. And to conclude, a purely motivational slide, science is hard news, because when news have something to do with science, they become more visible rather than when having to do with something different. So when You're a Millionaire and late Stephen Hawking announced $100 million funding in search for alien life, in search for radio signals from the deep space, this was everywhere. This was in the first pages of all kinds of newspapers, including the most important ones in the world. But what was the price of this piece of news? Well, $100 million. What I did, I put this number into the Yahoo News search, relatively the same period, and saw what kind of other 100 million euros happened around. Well, Auckland Airport was seeking that amount of money to do something. Then this was the amount of money that European Union gave to help refugees. And in Heartland, there is some business investment worth 100 million. And then, so US decided to give that amount of money to Syria opposition. Is it somehow comparable to the impact that the announcement of Miller and Hawking did? No, not at all. So the same price, the same amount of money, so it's a quantitative measure of the size of the news. When it has to do with science, it becomes right away much, much more important. So do not think that science is soft news and not very relevant for the broader public. No, it is very relevant. It can make a strong statement, and it depends on you, how you make this statement. Thank you for your attention. I think I left some time for questions.
Okay, Sasha, thank you very much. A question from one of the participants online. Associate Professor Oksana Anmosova from People's Friendship University of Russia is asking, why do we need science communication? But I guess you have already answered, at least partly, your question. We need science communication to increase citations, one of the reasons, that's a reason for researchers. And how easy or difficult is it to communicate science to different types of audience?
Thank you for the question. Well, I also can repeat, as now I know who is asking. The intention to communicate science is in the strategy of like yet another reason in the strategy of the development of science and technology in Russia that was published back to 2017, and it's also in the Десятилетие науки and technology. It's everywhere. So it's a norm. It's not a question of a discussion. It is also a norm. It's in the same fashion as you teach, you do your research, and then you communicate a little bit. So far, it's really voluntarily. How simple it is, it depends on how prepared you are. So I'm very happy that these kind of events, and definitely in the last 10 years, speaking about Russia, science communication changed a lot and developed a lot. So now you can get all kind of classes inside your university. If not inside your university, then you can find them online. That makes you more prepared, because if you're unprepared, then of course it's very complicated, because mass media is a totally different world. And I understand also that it can be scary, it can seem risky and so on. But the important message here, that communicating is a skill. It's not a gift. It's not a vocation. It can be a gift, it can be a vocation, it can be everything. But first and foremost, it is a skill that you can develop. And it's not a skill, it's not a quantum chemistry or rocket science. You need to study it for 5 years. You identify your goals. Either you want to give public lectures, or you want to have your blog, or you want to work with mass media. And in a quite a short period of time, you can acquire that skills that then when you're equipped, it's okay, it's not so complicated.
Thank you, Sasha. Do we have any questions from the audience? No, they're thinking it over. Thank you, Sasha. Thank you very much. And thank you all. Now we are going to have lunch break, and then we are back here at exactly 2 p.m. Sasha, thank you. Okay, just a break. Hello, everyone. We're back from our lunch break, and we can continue our conference. And I'm delighted to welcome our next speaker, Associate Professor at the Department of Foreign Languages in Tomsk State University of Control Systems and Radio Electronics, ELENA Schmidt. ELENA has been working at her university for more than 20 years, and she has been involved in teaching English for general and specific purposes to engineering students. For several years, she taught a practical course of translation for professional communication purposes. She's also engaged in proofreading research paper manuscripts for many engineering departments at her university. Since 2019, she has been a PhD student at Tomsk State Pedagogical University. Her research is related to academic writing, and she is now actively participating in teaching English for research publication purposes to graduate and postgraduate students. In her talk, ELENA will share her research findings in research writing instruction. In particular, she will tell us how to enhance bottom-up approach. You're welcome, ELENA.
Thank you so much. Can you tell me if you can see me?
Yes, we can see you, and your presentation, everything is perfect.
Okay, very good. Well, good afternoon, colleagues. I'm very happy to be here, and I'm very thankful to you for giving me the opportunity to talk in front of such good audience. And thank you for introducing me. So my name is ELENA Schmidt, and as Elena Mikhailовna said, I'm from TESOL, Tomsk, Russia. And at the same time, I'm a PhD student at Tomsk Pedagogical University, and my research is closely connected to academic writing. More specifically, I'm busy with studying how to use the tools of computer linguistics for pedagogical purposes. And I'm very happy to show the first results of my research, which I applied, which I used well, sorry, how to, so the first results of my research, which I used in real writing instruction course. So the course was held in May and June 2022, and 24 first-year postgraduate students of TESOL took part in this course. They major in different fields of engineering, which are qualified at our university. The course lasted for 26 academic hours of classroom studies. So these were 13 sessions with students. And during these classroom studies, we mainly spoke about newly developed chapters, the chapters which are based on the results of my PhD research. We elaborated, discussed, practiced, and all this was done on a bilingual approach. Concurrently, the students had to do some homework, which was based on the material placed in the electronic course. This material mainly include things connected to generic knowledge of writing a research paper in English in the format of IMRA. There were lectures, video, tests. Students also had to write some other sections of the research paper, and at the same time, they had to peer review each other's works. The main requirements were to choose, for students, were to choose 2 or 3 published papers in English from their disciplines. And at the end of the course, they were also required to analyze the publishing requirements of some English language international journal and use these requirements to write their mock research paper according to these requirements. So as I said, the complementary chapters were based on my PhD research. This research was conducted together with Dr. Philip McCarthy. He's an outstanding applied linguist, an educator, and a developer of a number of tools for computer linguistics in the field of automated text analysis and some assistance for students to write research papers. And this research was based on the use of 2 tools, Cometrics and Granulator. And you can see the information about the recent papers which summarize the results of our research. So the research identified that Russian student research writing significantly differs from that of international expert writing. And in this slide, you can see top 10 text features which are very different, in which student writing differs very much from expert writing. The first 3 are connected to phrasal style. The 4th is about the number of words before the noun phrase, and this is closely connected to noun groups, to building noun groups. The 5th is about the number of verbs in the text. Well, lexical diversity is clear, adversative connectives such as although, whereas, and so on. Number 8 is verb cohesion, refers to the repetition of verbs, verb forms in the text. Number 9, left embeddedness, is about the number of words before the main verb, and is closely connected to using passive voice, in our opinion, when we have a lot of words before passive voice, and which significantly complicates the comprehension of sentences. And the last one is about sentence length, mainly standard deviation of sentence length. As you can see, some text features are red. It means that these indices had the values which were significantly higher for students in comparison with expert corpus. And those in blue are features that show that expert corpus have significantly higher values than students. So using these results from cometrics analysis, we use granulator analysis to look deeper into the specific rhetoric choice of Russian students and experts and international expert writers to see how authors from both groups formulate their ideas. And we use these results in developing 6 complementary chapters.
And then we like to welcome our next speaker.
Oh, sorry, Elena Mikhailovna.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Sorry, I can hear myself from the other window.
No, probably you need to switch off your mobile phone.
No, it's not on the mobile. Okay, so am I talking like normally?
Do we have a technical? Sorry, Elena, can you stop for a sec? Do we have a technical issue?
Yes, you know, I opened the Zoom window and the window of YouTube, so that's why I have some.
Okay, switch off YouTube. Can you try now?
So I can continue, yes?
Yes, sure.
Okay, so all the results of our research were used to develop six complementary chapters, which we used along with the general academic writing instruction course, the material of generic knowledge about academic writing. So these chapters are sentence length, passive at the end of sentences, cohesion, nominalization, prepositions and prepositional phrases, and relative clauses. All these chapters were written in Russian. We explained all these aspects. We explained in Russian. They had some examples from student writing and the ways how to improve these flaws in student writing, and also there were 2 or 3 tasks on practicing these skills more specifically. So I will try to tell shortly about each of these chapters. So the first is sentence length. And above you can see some numbers. It means these numbers mean that the mean sentence length, and in brackets there are standard deviation for sentence length. As you can see, the mean standard length, the mean sentence length for both corpora are nearly the same. However, the standard deviation is significantly higher for student writing. It means that students tend to use too long and too short sentences, which is not a very good sign for researchers. Yes, for researchers who write international papers. As an example, you can see a sentence of 60 words. Of course, it has lots of embedded constituents, and we suggested to improve this version by dividing the sentence, to improve the sentence by dividing it into 3 standalone sentences. So you can see them on the right. Another aspect which was discussed is passive at the end. A lot of Russian scholars emphasize that Russian writers very often use structures which finally produce sentences with passive verb at the end. And here we were motivated by the high number of words before the main verbs from call-matrix result, which is called left embeddedness. And the example shows that there are 23 words, one sentence, it's only one sentence. It shows that there are 23 words between the subject and the verb. Of course, it's not very good because it decreases cohesion. It is very difficult to remember this sentence. The person when reads such sentence will just forget about the beginning of the sentence and how the predicate and subject are connected. And so we suggested dividing the sentence into 3 parts, as you can see. And since the attribute of the word comparison of something was divided into separate sentences. Well, the next aspect is cohesion, and the motivation was fewer adversative and logical connectives in student writing, which was identified in the comatrix research and granulator research. And this is very closely connected to implicitness, which again, a lot of Russian scholars found in Russian scientific writing. And you can see the example, the original version of the beginning of some extracts from the introduction of student manuscript. And if you read carefully, you will understand that it has a lot of problems. And the problems are not linguistic ones. They're mostly connected with building with the formulating the argumentation, the line of argumentation, and the theme and dream relationship. So we improved this version, suggested the improved version of this part. For example, and it has like the problem of protecting equipment. This rima of this sentence is is repeated in the theme of the next sentence without adequate protection. Again, this sentence finishes with this dangerous for critical IEE, which is a rime, and this becomes a theme in the second sentence. And again, disrupt or disable critical infrastructure can be a rime of this sentence, which becomes a theme such as in the following sentence. So we just tried to maintain this theme and rime relationship between the sentences, thus improving the cohesion and coherence of this extract. So another chapter is about nominalization, and again, lots of researchers point that this is a real problem for Russian scientists. And in Cometrics result, it is expressed in higher noun phrase density in student writing. And on the other side of this problem, there is higher number of modifiers before a noun phrase and higher verb incidence in expert corpus. Thus, looking deeper into these things in granulator, we distinguished four most common patterns in student writing which lead to high nominalization. The first one is the use of strong nouns and weak verbs instead of strong verbs. For example, conduct an analysis instead of to analyze. Also, students tend to use nouns instead of gerunds. For example, approach to the improvement of instead of approach to improving. Then nouns used instead of the infinitives of purpose. For example, for the measurement of instead of to measure. And the last one is extended nominalized phrases instead of clothes. And the last one will be shown in the example. So the example sentence has 57 words. And it's like the sentence with mentioning 4 factors which influence something. And all these factors are nominalized phrases like widespread penetration, the expansion, the increase, and so on. We improve this version by dividing all these factors in separate sentences. So this is explained by several factors. First, computers and all are widely penetrating, then the frequency range is expanding, next something is steadily increasing, and so on. So this way the sentence length improves, the features of text of sentence length improves. This also shows the ordering of the things. This also improves such aspects as the verb incidence. So lots of verbs are used instead of nominalized nouns. And it's in general, this extract is much easier to understand than the previous one. Another aspect is preposition and prepositional phrases. And it was highly motivated by the Cometrics result of significantly higher prepositional phrase density in student writing. And we distinguished 6 cases when students use much more prepositions than experts in their writing. The first 3 ones are connected to nouns, to nominalization, because nouns usually are accompanied with prepositions and also function words. So nouns instead of gerunds, nouns instead of infinitives of purpose, strong nouns, weak verbs, and so on. Well, the 4th one is the use of the choice of prepositional post modifiers instead of noun pre-modifiers. We know that Russian language does not typically use noun groups in Russian, yes. And when students with low language proficiency translate such phrases, they tend to use prepositional phrases like transmission of data instead of data transmission. The 5th situation where the number of preposition increases is the errors in using preposition. Against its results from some norms which are typical for Russian scientific style, like in figure 1 shows, or depends from, or designing of, or effects on, and so on. And the last one is high repetition. We found that students tend to highly repeat even chunks of text, the phrases, lots of long phrases with lots of function words and prepositions, thus increasing the number of prepositions. And the last aspects which I'm going to talk about is relative clause, restrictive and non-restrictive clause. This was motivated not by Cometrics results, but granulator results, when we found that the bigram that plus be or can significantly more often used in expert corpus than in student corpus. And we just wanted to find out why students don't use so many sentences with that. We found that students tend to use gerund or participle constructions instead of restrictive clauses. Students also tend to use long phrases with relative pronouns, for example, the fulfillment of which, the equivalent circuits of which, and so on. And very often students have very big distance between the relative clause and the word it defines. And as an example, just one sentence which has two of these problems. The first is a big distance between the core word methods and the defining and the non-restrictive clause, which are based and so on. And for reducing emissions, which can also be as a restrictive, which can also be used as a restrictive clause for the word methods. And we suggested such improved version, like in addition, there are multiple well-known methods that reduce emissions. These methods are based on placing, decoupling, and so on. So just divide into sentences to show the cohesion, this decoupling, the connectedness between the word methods and the relative clause, which it refers, it defines. So to evaluate how well students can distinguish between bad and good writing, we developed a survey. The survey had 12 sentences, and they were supported with Russian variants of these sentences. And the students had to decide if the English sentence was the best choice for the Russian variant. It was compulsory, they just had to choose yes or no. And if they think it's not the best choice, they should have they could have given the improved version, which was optional. At the beginning of the course, 34 students did the survey. At the output, there were 24 students. Well, below are 5 examples of such sentences with the problems in bold, with the flaws with the sentences in bold. Like the first one is about building a noun group. The second one is about using the relative clause. The third one is also building a noun group, but in relationship to other words in the sentence, which is also very, very essential. The fourth one is about losing cohesion and coherence in the sentence. For example, by choosing 2 words for the main keyword of the sentence. And the last one is about just simple stylistic norms for all academic writing. So the general observation of the survey showed that there were some good things about the course. First of all, there was a rise in the level of critical thinking. So at the input, at the beginning of the course, all sentences were considered to be best choices by the majority of students. While at the end of the course, only 4 sentences were thought to be best choices, while 7 sentences were found flawed, which we suggest is a very good result. At least students started to see that there was something wrong with the sentence. There was also a rise in the aspect recognition. At the input, many comments by students were just their improved versions, correct or incorrect, doesn't matter, but they gave some versions of the sentences. At the output, there were more arguments, more explanations why the sentences were flawed, which was also, in our opinion, quite good. However, there were some failures in generic knowledge. Students didn't see anything bad with the words also at the beginning of the sentence, or the word researched as an attribute before the noun, or with the contraction don't. And we think that this could be explained by the fact that students had to learn to acquire generic knowledge from an electronic course, and we didn't elaborate, didn't speak, didn't focus on these things specifically in the classroom studies. About the feedback, the general thing was also very motivating because the students demonstrated the rise in the level of confidence. At the start of the course, more than 58% showed that they assessed their level of confidence in writing research papers in English from 1 to 4. While at the end of course, more than 66% felt that they now know how to write an English paper in an English paper or research paper in English. There were some specific observations about the sentences in the survey. First of all, the easiest aspects to recognize in the survey in these sentences were concise writing, like long sentences, and excessive prepositions. This, I suppose, is quite obvious because it's very easy to see that the sentence is long and that there are too many prepositions in this or that sentence. The most difficult aspects to recognize were relative clause, noun groups, and parallelism in listing. These things could be explained by lots of different reasons, beginning with the low level of English proficiency, which is very typical of engineering students in Russia, through the very short duration of the course, which is also a very significant factor, and also to finishing with the low level of writing skills in general, both in English and in Russian. Well, as a result, as a conclusion, I would like to say that the research writing course should be long continued. So the students should have enough time to learn and to practice the skills, the new skills. The course did raise, our course did raise the awareness of some flaws in student writing. However, the time limit didn't allow for developing the proficiency in improving these flaws. Secondly, research writing should be systematic and rely both on genre studies and rhetoric studies. So ours was aimed at mostly at rhetoric studies. However, genre studies are also very important, and even some students don't know even some genre conventions in Russian, in English too. And of course, the proficiency of English for academic and research writing purposes should be based on or developed simultaneously with English for general purposes. So of course, this is one of the most significant factors to the level of English language proficiency of students. Well, this is all. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm ready to answer your questions.
Thank you, Elena. Thank you very much. Do we have any questions from the audience? Okay, we have a question. Can you help the speaker with the microphone?
Thank you very much for this presentation, very impressive. I have one question, practical one. Would you like to develop your course further? You mentioned that it is required to have some long-term course, not just 24 hours. Is it possible?
Well, you know, this year was a kind of experimental year, and the head of our department just allowed to have only 26 hours. When I show her the results of our of the course, I hope that she will give us more hours, more academic hours for this course. With postgraduate students, so they have quite long 2 or 3 years of English language at our university. So I suppose that we will have more hours. I will have more hours for this course. But there are so many problems, beginning with just general English level, the proficiency, and the knowledge of Russian scientific style. Some students showed that they have they are not very well aware of this the specificity of Russian scientific style. So very many things should be discussed, should be learned, should be practiced in Russian and in English.
Thank you, Elena. Probably I have one question. There might be no explanation, but okay, if you do not know why, because this might have happened because of the requirements of the course, but the question is, why in your course you explain theory in Russian? Why didn't you place the students in their English-speaking environment? So theory and practice all together in English, and while explaining theory, you could have also used proper structures and conventions of Anglo-Saxon style.
Thank you for the question. Of course, it's very good when the students are ready to acquire knowledge in English, and it's very good when the students have very high level of English language to be ready to get new knowledge. Specific English or academic English should be based on a high level of general English language proficiency. But unfortunately, the reality is that the students, the engineering students, focus mainly on science, on some specific engineering fields, professional things, and they actually don't. Most of them, the majority of students, don't have very high English language proficiency to introduce all the things in English.
So that was kind of scaffolding.
Yes. I suppose that the main points of the chapters which I developed were aimed at making them think differently, to prepare a paper for translation, for further translation into English.
Okay, and that was probably the reason why you ask your students to write a mock paper instead of real research papers, right?
Yes. So not all of them had the need to write the paper in English. So it was just for practice for me to see how well they acquired this knowledge.
And final question from Natalia Kasatkina from Yaroslavl State University. Natalia asks, can we get access to the course you created?
Actually, first of all, I'm planning to improve the course, to enrich it with some more chapters, because this was the first experience of the most obvious results and the easiest probably to understand results. But there could be a lot more chapters for the students to learn before they want to write a paper in English. And I was planning to write a book, a textbook for students, manual how to do it in English. So it will be a book, not a course.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Elena, very much for your very interesting presentation. And now I welcome David Mosop, our next speaker, a PhD, a lecturer in linguistics at the University of Sofia, who is now, if I'm not mistaken, let me remember, David has extensive experience working in some Russian universities as a lecturer in translation and interpreting at Polytechnic University of St. Petersburg, as a consulting editor at the South Ural State University in Chelyabinsk. He is a researcher at University of Surrey in the UK and a member of the Chartered Institute of Linguistics, which is also located in the UK. David, are you with us? You are.
I'm with you. Can you see me?
Yes, sure.
Can you see my screen?
Yeah, we can. Can you switch to slideshow mode?
I thought I shared my screen, but slideshow mode.
Yes, we can see your presentation.
There you are.
That's perfect. Yes.
Goodness, very technically advanced to me this is. Let me just, thank you for that introduction. I'll just go through very briefly and confirm what you said. My background is I'm a Slavic linguist rather than a teacher of English, although I have taught English and I consult on academic writing. My Russian language background was through the University of Bristol, where I taught Russian language and literature. I studied at the University of Voronezh, and I taught on various courses in theoretical linguistics at the University of Sofia, consultant editor at New Bulgarian University, and at Surrey University. I'm just beginning a new, not a course, a project on Bulgarian theoretical grammar annotation. which is, I think could be quite interesting if you like that sort of very abstract thing. For the South Urals University, I've been working as a consultant editor for their technical journals and technical academic writing. Just one slight interjection. A lot of your previous speakers are talking about scientific writing. Now, we need to make the differentiation in English between scientific, academic, and scholarly, because in Russian you use the one general term, which is always translated to scientific. But scientific writing in English is much more specific than in Russian. So you couldn't say scientific writing about philosophy or literature, whereas you can say, use the word naучный in Russian about philosophy and literature. So when I read texts translated into English or even written in English by Russians, I always come across the word scientific when it should be differentiated into three different connotations in English: scientific, academic, or scholarly. That's just by the by. Anyhow, now what my my PhD work was in lexical semantics, which is all to do with the meaning of words, clarity, and your previous speaker, ELENA, was talking about clarity in English. And the whole thread and thrust of my PhD was about clarity in written communication and report writing. Now, where that came from was that I did my PhD very late in life, and I was about, I think I'm 62 now, so I was 50 when I did my PhD. And this came out of practical experience in working at a governmental level in the European Union, when report writing and high-level government report writing was either very badly written, very lacking in clarity and obfuscated, thereby hindering and setting obstacles in the actual reform process which it was aimed at. So the basic idea was that you need to write and communicate clearly in order for your work to have the aim and the mission it was designed to achieve. So this is what lexical semantics is about. It's about clarity and writing. And further, when I developed I started working as a full-time translator and academic editor. This is the basic element and the basic objective of all my editing work, that we achieve clarity in written communication, which is supported by textual cohesion and suitability. The text has to be suitable, has to be cohesive, internally cohesive, as your previous speaker was talking about. Textually cohesive with themas, with remas, with anaphora and cataphora and so on. And it has to achieve the KISS criteria. The KISS criteria is keep it short and simple. I think, as your previous speaker said again, when we come across huge long sentences, by the time you get to the end of the sentence, you've forgotten how it began. So keep it short and simple with one idea in each sentence. When I was working with native speaker report writers at governmental level, there was a time when I got so frustrated with these British experts in taxation and crime with whom I was working. Their reports were just so opaque and non-transparent. I sat them down and organized a report writing course for English native speakers. And I told them basically, the next report you write, do an exercise, do not use more than 10 words in a sentence. They said, how? How can we do that? I said, well, just try. And when they started using shorter sentences and using more full stops, their clarity improved, the objective of the mission improved as well. People began to understand them better. So it's very simple. Keep it short and simple. So that's the basic thrust of all the academic editing and consultation I do, is just keep it short and simple and keep it correct. Now, you mentioned the Chartered Institute of Linguists. Now, very briefly, I want to mention that. The Chartered Institute of Linguists is it's the British government body which provides accreditation to translators and interpreters. Now, I mention it briefly because there is an ethical code of the Institute. It says that translators will normally translate into their native language or language of habitual use. I mention that because it's almost obligatory for UK translators only to work into English. I know what you are talking about is the opposite, because in not only in Russia, but in Bulgaria, in most European countries, there are more translators working into non-native English than there are native English speakers, probably because we're not a nation of linguists. There are very few professional British linguists. In fact, in the Chartered Institute of Linguists, I think there may be between 30 and 40 English native speakers who work with Russian. And as far as Bulgarian goes, I'm the only one. So I'm the only one who is accredited to work with Bulgarian. And as far as working with Bulgarian and Russian, I think I must be unique. But whether that's something I actually aim to achieve or not, it just happened. But I understand that because there is a very small pool of native speakers, English native speakers working with Russian and Bulgarian, then it's natural for you to work into non-native English. Now, it's however well you know your non-native language, I would consider myself functionally trilingual, Russian, Bulgarian, and English, but I would not like to translate into Russian or into Bulgarian, however good they are, because over a text of 20 pages or so, it would become obvious that I'm not a native speaker, however good it is. So this is the challenge you face, non-native translators and writers into English every day. Now, what I have done is very quickly and very basically written down some basic observations of areas, some of which, interestingly, coincide with the previous speaker, with ELENA. My observations are much more, I would say, idiomatic and colloquial rather than set out in an academic research basis. But so what I have noticed after 10 years of working in various genres of texts, from like financial, legal, semiotics, cardiology, oil and gas, and a huge area. But there are recurring issues. I wouldn't say mistakes, I wouldn't say problems, because I don't want to be too negative about it, because the vast majority of Russian translators into English are extremely good, but there are recurrent problems which are typical for all native Russian speakers, in the same way that there are recurrent problems for native Bulgarian speakers or native French speakers. But I do want to look at a few which are typical for native Russian speakers. Now, on the slide I have now, I've written a list of translation genres, which are native, non-native. Now, artistic literature, I've translated a lot of novels, poetry, drama into English from Russian, Bulgarian, and French. And that's an area where the native speaker has the advantage, and I think it's almost mandatory. Now, looking down the list, legal, historical, again, that tends towards the native speaker translator, but lastly, financial, technical, academic. Now, I would venture to say that the advantage here has the non-native academic or scientist in that area. There are various texts which I have edited, which are extremely technical, and I don't claim to be a specialist in any particular technical field, although over 20 years of work I have gained a superficial knowledge of a variety of fields. Like I've probably edited 100 articles on cardiology, but I couldn't do a heart operation, obviously. I've edited 100 of articles on oil and gas, although I wouldn't know how to drill an oil well, and so on. So in the technical and academic field, the advantage obviously goes to the non-native English speaker who is a technical specialist and knows the vocabulary, the context much better than I do. So just moving on, because time is an issue. Now, the main issues of non-native Russian English translation. Now, this is not an academic or well-researched list with statistics, but this is just my personal observation. Redundancy. This will cover a lot of what ELENA was talking about. Simplicity. Active, passive. I was very interested to see that ELENA mentioned this particularly. This is a particular, I would say, bugbear, if you know that phrase, of mine. Number of times I'm always transferring passives back into actives. Punctuation, again, a lot of texts seem to preserve Russian punctuation in the English translation. Now, this is a difficult area, punctuation, because it is again something intuitive, and we tend to use much less punctuation in English than you do in Russian. In Russian and Bulgarian, punctuation has a grammatical function, much less so in English, because we tend to use shorter sentences, shorter chunks of speech. And so we use less punctuation. Unless there are, of course, exceptions when we use colons and semicolons in lists and bullet lists and so on. Sentence length. Again, this is a very big problem in academic texts translated from Russian or written in English by Russians. I was working 2 years ago, just at the beginning of the pandemic, with art historians from the Tretyakov Gallery in Moscow. And art history texts, for some reason in Russian, have sentences which are like a page long. And I said, well, you can't use that length of sentence in English, it just won't work. And I said, oh, no, we have to keep the length of sentence lengths because our authors will read them back and they insist that we have the same sentence length in English as do in Russian. I said, well, you can't. It's just not feasible to grammatically in terms of the use of particles and gerunds and so on, and the relative clauses. You can't do that in English. We need to divide things into more feasible and handleable chunks. But no, they insisted on keeping the sentence length. And I said, well, get much better for someone else to translate them, keeping your sentence length, and I will look at them and give you my opinion rather than attempt to translate them using that same format myself. And use of articles. Use of articles, well, what can I say? Use of articles is something that even we as native speakers frequently disagree upon. It's a thing which is, people have written books on it, people have written articles on it. I know that my compatriot from Ekaterinburg, Thomas Beavitt and Natalia Popov, they wrote an article on use of articles, which is very good, but however much you write about it, however much you tend to try and analyze it and academize it, the use of articles is to a huge extent an intuitive, almost innate thing. Bulgarian has articles, it has an enclitic type of article. I'll give you an example. For example, they have the word, you use the word university, universitet, and right in Bulgarian, the word the university would be universitet. It's an enclitic article at the end of the word. However, even in Bulgarian, which uses articles in a similar way to English, there is not a 100% coincidence. And so a lot of Bulgarians make mistakes with articles, even French do, which have a similar article system. So the use of articles in English is a huge minefield. We'll look at that very briefly later on because I'm trying to be as comprehensive and as quick as possible. Redundancy. Now, again, keep it short and simple. Elena was talking about sentence length. Now, redundancy is very typical of academic text, not only Russian to English academic text, but academic text written in English. This is something you can do with students when you are teaching. If you look at redundancy exercises on the internet, you will find them. If you look in academic articles translated into English or even written in English, you will find long sentences or long texts. And the idea of redundancy and keep it short and simple is to take a long sentence like this one, which is 140 words long, and reduce it to 40. Now, this bears exactly the same meaning, precisely the same content, but it's 40 words long. We've got 100 redundant words in the above text. And if someone was to read that to you aloud, you might not necessarily remember it, but if you read that, you will remember it because it's 40 words long. The sentences themselves, one page, are relatively short. So you've got sentences which are 12 words long, others which are 8 words long, and so on. So keep it short and simple and overcome your redundancy. Simplicity, this is the S of the keep it short and the simple, the second S. Trusting your readers. Very frequently when people write academic texts, they forget who the reader is, or they're writing it more for themselves rather than for the addressee. So there are two prongs to that fork. One is your reader may not be completely well versed with the subject you're writing, so therefore keep it simple and keep it obvious. The other side of that coin is that your reader may be very well versed with that subject. So if your reader is well versed and familiar with that subject, then you should keep it simple by not using words like "in my opinion" and so on. It is generally accepted, it is universally known. So frequently I see in a Russian text, and so on, or all the authors on this subject write, and so on and so on. All you need to do in the academic text is to state your fact without saying "всем известно что." If "всем известно что," there's no need to write it because everybody knows it. So don't waste words telling the readers what the text is going to say. Just say it once. So all this leads to a simplified text. Active sentences, time's moving on, so we're very quick. Again, Russian academic text like the passive, English prefers the active. So this is taken from a text I was looking at recently. And you can see it on the screen without reading it. Используются парно-металлические барабаны. And second part of that sentence, again, you go, используются многократно. So in that case, we don't have that grammatical form of using a reflexive passive. So we would use an active. We wouldn't say производство, транспортировка, электрокабельная продукция. We would say the production and transportation of so and so on uses metal drums in this particular case. So we would use subject, verb, object, simple sentence. I know when I was a student many, many years ago, we were told that academic texts like to use the passive. That was the case at one time in English academic texts, but now it's much more frequent to use the passive and to use a personified active sentence like we as researchers discovered, not it was discovered that, but we discovered that. So there is a case, however, for the passive. Now, this is a very, very, very widespread type of construction in Russian. So we look at the first paragraph. So the use of the infinitive here, so it is suitable to use. Now, we can't use that type of phrase in English because we don't have an instrument or agent. So in this case, we would use the passive. So it is feasible for a combination of two technologies to be used. So that is a case with the passive in that particular construction. Below that, we have this, this text above. It allows to estimate. This is a phrase I met in a Russian translation of English. That phrase, it allows to estimate. Now that is, I see that so often, a similar construction. It allows to conclude. Now, probably that comes from the Russian это нам позволяет оценить, заключить, and so on, сделать вывод. But this construction here is best translated as a passive. So my version would be, it allows the coefficients to be estimated. So bear that in mind when you come across that sort of construction. Now this is, I'm being very quick and unacademic, but I'll just, punctuation, English rules, not Russian, we'll just slip over that because I haven't much time. Sentence length. Again, this is just repeating what ELENA was saying. Now, this is from a text which I just very recently received, which is very well written in English and is obviously written directly into English by a Russian academic. But the first sentence, let me look at it very quickly. Cognitive science considers language as a tool for comprehending and dividing the surrounding world into components which sets a number of stereotypes for the personality that affect the quality of their perception. There's two problems here. Sentence length. Now, we need to put a full stop after components. We need to divide two sentences. This sets a number of stereotypes for the personality. Now, this is where I'm going to have a little bit of an argument with ELENA about that and which. Now, wherever you can use which, do not use that, because that has a different connotation. That can be both a relative conjunction, relative preposition and a conjunction. So that sometimes can lead to confusion, whereas which does not lead to confusion. Wherever you can use which, use which. So this sets a number of stereotypes for the personality which affect the quality. So in this particular case, I would not use that. And wherever possible, I would always replace that with which, because it's simpler, it's clearer, and it's more categorical. Same as for the second sentence, which I won't go into because it's articles, tend not to use in titles. So features of electrochemical behavior of metal electrodes. So in titles, articles are not commonly used because we don't have the thema-rema connection with the previous sentence, so we don't need to use an article because it's not specific. But this is a subject which you could write thousands of pages on. Finally, my own bugbears, that which. Again, I said that wherever I see that, in 99% of the cases, I will change it to which, because which is much more specific as a relative pronoun. And my biggest bugbear of all is etc. Russian text, every paragraph ends in etc. If you're using etc., it means it shows it there's a certain lack of specificity in your text. You're not saying a list, but you're saying, and perhaps there may be more. Whenever I say etc., I always delete it because it's just not categorical enough. You're writing an academic text, you need to be categorical in your statements and your conclusions. So I know in Russian, very frequently you come across и другие and so on. And in Bulgarian, you get itakamatata, which is etc. But I always remove it because it's just not academic, it's not categorical enough. And finally, be short, be simple, be human. This is a copy of a book. My father was a civil servant. He was a environmental planning expert in the Ministry of the Environment in Britain. And the day he started work, he was issued with this book, The Complete Plain Words by Sir Ernest Gowers, which is recently has been reprinted. It's the Guide to Writing Clear English, the plain words of Sir Ernest Gowers. And the byline is be short, be simple, be human. Thank you. Any questions?
Yeah, thank you very much. Sorry. David, that has been a very interesting presentation and very useful in all terms. Since we do not have much time, which is great pity, I have one very short question, and probably this is the most difficult one, but still, no. What mistakes, so you've been working with Russian texts. What are the worst mistakes, the mistakes that are kind of unfixable, that Russian authors make to make their publications unacceptable for international high impact factor journals? So what mistakes are unfixable for Russians in a radical?
Everything is fixable, but before a text is submitted for publication, it needs to be very closely edited. I think one common mistake, which shouldn't be made by people working at a B2, C1 level of English, is confusion between the present perfect and the past simple. The majority of academic texts are written in the present tense and the present simple and in the past simple, because you're referring to a specific point in time when the experiment was carried out or when the research was carried out. So the present perfect seems to suggest a certain, again, lack of completion of the research. So that's something I would normally change in a text, and it shouldn't really be made at a C1 level, this mistake of the present perfect, especially when talking about, for example, in 2002, research was carried out, or we carried out a study of so on. When you have a date which is mentioned, I come across text will say in such and such and such a year, we have performed an experiment. So that's the major mistake, which is quite frequently encountered.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the audience? You have a rare chance to ask David a question. None. Okay, thank you, David. Thank you very much. Now we have Christian Fig, and today we have a rare opportunity to enjoy both the talk and the workshop from Christine Fig. Christine is world famous for at least one of her books that she co-authored with John Swales, Academic Writing for Graduate Students, Essential Talks and Skills. Today, the book is considered classics in the field of academic writing and is used in many universities globally. During the workshop, Christine will share her materials in Google Docs, And on the not blackboard, on the green board, you have the link that you can use to get access to all the documents. But after the talk, I will give more instructions how to reach all the material that Christine generously shared with us. So Christine, I'm absolutely thrilled, excited, and happy to see you, to have you as one of our speakers at our conference. So Christine, your turn.
Yeah, wonderful. Thank you very much. It's really my pleasure to be here and share what little I can about my knowledge of the changing landscape of academic writing. And so let me just get my slides set up so that we can start. And I am very, very happy to answer questions at the end if anybody has questions, because I know I'm going to be sharing an awful lot of information with everyone today. And you can always feel free to email me as well. I'm very easy to find on the internet. Just Google me and you can find my email address. But the topic of my talk today is responding to the changing landscape of graduate student writing. And very interestingly, the times are a-changing, as Bob Dylan said so appropriately back in 1964. Things today are very, very different from what they have been in the past. And our pedagogy will need to change in response to what's happening in the world of academic writing. So let me tell you just a little bit about what I've been doing in my own teaching. So I primarily teach PhD students. On occasion, I also teach master's level students. And in my teaching, most of the time, I have been focused on writing for research and publication purposes. So the traditional literature reviews, proposals, research papers for publications, and also writing for the job market, which is increasingly challenging for students as it becomes more and more competitive. So focusing on genres such as cover letters and teaching statements, research statements, diversity statements, which are a relatively new genre in academia, CVs, resumes, LinkedIn pages, web pages, anything at all that students are producing in order to get the job that they're hoping to get. And so a lot of what I'm going to share today reflects what my students are telling me that they are being expected to produce in addition to these traditional genres, but also based on quite a bit of research that's showing us that even though it used to be really, really straightforward as to what we ought to be teaching in a graduate level writing course, things are not the same today as they were 10 years ago, for sure. Like 10 or 15 years ago, you could take a look at a research paper and you could find out what the typical genres of a graduate student might be. And so we'd see things like a research paper or maybe a book review, a proposal, journal article, and things like that. And these things are still out there. These genres are still very important for students. But also new, different, and emerging genres are there as well that our students need to be mastering alongside the typical kinds of writing that they need to be doing that we may be more familiar with. Fortunately, it's still the case that genre-focused teaching is still important. And my department, that is the perspective that we take when we teach our graduate writers. We very much focus on genre, audience, purpose, and strategy. We also know that it's still the case that we write in genres to accomplish something, right? We don't just write a research paper because we have to write a research paper, but we're trying to actually do something. We're trying to share information. We're trying to influence the field. We're trying to advance things a little bit farther than they have been. We also know that genres are stabilized for now, but this for now part is the really, really important thing because genres are being remediated and disrupted in ways that we have never seen before. But it's still the case that genres are tied to context and circumstances, that they are flexible, they're bendable. We can mold them and nudge them and shape them in interesting ways and still have them be recognizable as the genres that we're familiar with. But it is definitely the case that new genres emerge and old ones are remediated in response to the changing circumstances and contexts. So change is on the way. A lot of our conventional texts these days are beginning to look very different from what they have been like in the past. There are new and diverse opportunities and expectations for writing beyond the traditional academic genres, the research genres that we all know and love and maybe feel very comfortable working with our students on. And I'm going to share a few things that illustrate how things have been changing recently. And so if we take the case of a dissertation, 25 years ago, dissertations were pretty straightforward. They consisted of 5 chapters here in the US and elsewhere. You had an introduction, you had a literature review chapter, you had a methods, results, and discussion, done. That changed a lot over time into a format we call the article compilation dissertation, where students actually publish 3 papers, and those 3 papers become the core chapters of their dissertation that are then sandwiched by an introduction and a conclusion chapter. So we've seen dissertations changing over time in that respect, but we're also seeing different kinds of dissertations that we've never seen before, and ones that we might be very surprised are out there. For example, we might see a dissertation that takes the form of a graphical novel. And so this is a scholar, Nick Sousanis, who thinks that an ideal way to disseminate research knowledge is through comics and graphic novels. Very, very creative, definitely disrupting the dissertation genre. And he holds workshops that demonstrate how through graphic novels, through cartoons, we can actually be better communicators of our research. I find these very fascinating. I'm not a graphic novelist, but I'm very interested in how I might be able to support my students if they're interested in doing that. We're also seeing dissertations that are taking the form of podcasts. So this is a student whose dissertation entitled My Gothic Dissertation was actually a podcast, as opposed to the traditional written dissertation. Very, very different from what we have seen in the past, without a doubt. We're also seeing dissertation writers that are combining film and writing. This is a really interesting dissertation about hip hop artists that have one foot in the US and one foot in another country. And what this graduate student did was create this very, very interesting over an hour-long video on the various hip hop artists. And as soon as I'm going to play a little bit of this, and as soon as I open it up, you'll see that this is a very, very different way of communicating one's dissertation. Right, this is opening up very much like a documentary, right? And it takes a while. There's a lot of imagery and a lot of symbolism. If you watch the whole video, you'll understand why the view of the ocean and the waves coming upon shore, right? But as we move on, we can see that interviews being presented.
Unapologetically African.
Right.
I was born and raised.
Okay, we can also see samples of the music that these hip hop artists are engaging in. And we can see all sorts of different facets that
Rico comes from the New York.
Would never come across in a traditional dissertation. How can one capture music in a static kind of written dissertation? There's just no way to do that. So students are becoming very, very creative in combining a traditional genre like a dissertation with something as novel as a film, and creating the script that goes along with it. And again, you might be wondering, well, what does this have to do with graduate writing? Well, we write to speak, we speak to write, and we are there to support the writing aspect of it, and supporting students in delving into these different kinds of genres. And this is not something that's entirely new. Already back in 2012, right, there was interest in digital dissertations and theses. More recently, we've got scholarship on the digital dissertation as well, particularly in the arts and the humanities. And this is where we're seeing the biggest shift in these really creative kinds of dissertations. We're not seeing them so much in the hard sciences, but even there in the sciences, we're going to, I'll illustrate in a moment, we're seeing a shift towards multimodality as well, and not only just the static words on the printed page. So it's very exciting, but also, again, causes us to think about how we might support our students. In addition to those new forms of dissertations, we're also seeing that scholars are disseminating their research in different forms like TikTok. And we're seeing scholarship on the effectiveness of disseminating research information through TikTok. I'm not a social media person. I'm not a Luddite. I do use technology, but this is not something that I'm very familiar with. And if my students are going to be coming to me and saying, hey, I need to be posting on TikTok, what do I do? How can we figure this out? What can you do to help me? This is something I'm going to have to learn quite a lot about in order to support my students. We also see scholars using things like WeChat, again, and we see scholarship emerging on the use of WeChat and other kinds of social media in order to get research information out there. And tweeting research absolutely has been around for quite some time. And this is really a challenge for our students, because in the past, we didn't need as academics to be promoting our work to a broader public. It was sufficient to present our work at conferences and also in the form of a publication. But these days, the pressures to be out there, to be disseminating, to sharing work before it's even published are really, really great. And it's not just in TikTok and WeChat and tweets, but also by posting our papers in archives before they're even published, before they've even gone through peer review. Now, of course, some of these things are not replacements for a full article publication, absolutely. But Twitter has become a platform for academics to explore public opinion on topics, to gain news, to find out what's going on. And the advantage of Twitter and all of these other forms of knowledge dissemination is that they're fast, much faster than a journal article, which could take 8 months to a year to 2 years to 3 years to actually get published. And so again, if there are pressures on students to be out there presenting their work, how are we going to support students with these kinds of ways of communicating in writing? I'd like to spend just a little bit of time talking about tweeting. And again, I am not a Twitter or a tweeting person. Again, I have nothing against it, but my students absolutely need to be involved in this kind of activity. And so I want to share a couple of tweets that I think are just super creative. So this is from a competition called Tweet Your Dissertation. And I'm not advocating Twitter necessarily. It could be any way that scholars are getting their dissertation and research work out there. But we can see that it's a very playful hybrid. We've got a bit of this very academic-y looking kind of figure there, juxtaposed along the cartoon. We've got a lot of playfulness here, right? We have the emojis there. So very, very interesting, creative way of getting the information out there, all in 280 characters. And it's quite an accomplishment for a scholar to be able to do this. So here's another one that I think is particularly nice. This is a student that was looking at how crabs change their color because of microplastics in the ocean environment. What I find really interesting about these new forms of disseminating research is that the authors of these tweets and these other forms are very, very interested in meaning making. They're not so much interested in whether or not the grammar is correct or this is correct, but really how do they best get across their meaning? And this requires them to develop a certain agility in language use, and also other affordances that are out there, such as emojis that we would never expect to find in an academic article that's published in a research paper, in a journal. But we do find that academics are communicating with emojis, not only in tweets, but other kinds of forms of communication. These kinds of creative, more playful genres also allow authors to start to develop an academic identity. And I think this is what's most exciting about the changing landscape. And that is that students have an opportunity to create an online identity in some form, either through tweets or WeChat or LinkedIn pages, whatever it might be. At the very core of these new kinds of knowledge dissemination platforms is the creativity, right? A form of creativity that typically we don't see in a traditional kind of journal article. And again, how do we encourage that kind of creativity and playfulness in academic writing in our classes is a very interesting question. We are also seeing, along with this tweeting, different ways of disseminating a dissertation. So there are pressures at some universities for students to be visualizing their dissertation, and I'll just share a little bit of this. This is from a dissertation that is looking at using cannabis as a way to have better sleep. The student here has produced this video to share her dissertation information. I'll just play a little bit of it. And I think
30% of the population suffer with insomnia or poor quality sleep, which can cause problems in their day-to-day life. There are several doctor-prescribed treatments and supplements that can help. However, some carry bad side effects and should not be used long-term. With the rise in popularity of natural medicines, the sleep-promoting effects of cannabis are gaining interest. Cannabis contains hundreds of compounds known as cannabinoids, and the two best characterized cannabinoids are cannabidiol, which is not intoxicating and has anti-anxiety effects, and tetrahydrocannabinol, which has sedating properties. To examine this further, we will test the effects of a controlled ratio of cannabinoids thought to promote sleep, ingested as an oil for slow absorption and longer lasting effects. Using state-of-the-art brain imaging technology, we will answer two important questions.
Okay, right. So we can get a sense of, again, the creativity, the cartoon, right? But a hybrid between this playfulness of using the cartoons with the very academic content that's being presented. And I think this is just, again, a really, really interesting thing to be thinking about. How do we support our graduate writers in creating the text that underlies a video? And you might be wondering, well, my goodness, am I expected to be a video artist here now? Am I expected to know how to use these technologies? And what I'm finding is that the students know how to use these technologies themselves. I don't need to know how to create these videos or a documentary, or necessarily be someone that is actively using WeChat. But where I can come in is my feedback on how the written text that underlies these more creative presentations is actually being constructed and written up for various audiences. We're also seeing new forms of abstracts that require a different kind of academic writing. As some of you may be very familiar with graphical abstracts, some maybe not so much, but this is from a paper on vaccination in Russia, published in a very good journal called Human Vaccines and Immunotherapeutics. If we look at the journal article, we can see at the beginning, it looks very familiar, the title, the abstract. But then we look and we say, there's a plain language summary. Well, what is that all about? This is also something new. But more importantly, and I'll come back to the plain language summary in maybe about 10 minutes, but there's now this visual abstract out there that looks more like a poster that one might see someplace where public health information is being shared. It could be in a clinic or some other setting. And again, this is something that the academics need to produce, and very, very different from the kind of academic language that might be found in that journal article. And so what we're seeing is pressures for academics to be able to translate their academic work into a form that is accessible to a general audience. Not necessarily now are they writing only peer-to-peer, expert-to-expert, but pressures to be able to share information with non-experts. And we're often so focused on peer-to-peer communication that it can be very challenging then for students to understand, well, now how do I take this and actually share it with someone who doesn't have the expert knowledge that my peers have? Requires a very different way of thinking about writing, a very different way of thinking about how we use language in order to commute our ideas. Other changes that we're seeing in graduate student writing have to do with CVs and resumes. This is a CV from one of my current students. The first time he shared this with me, I thought, whoa, this looks really different from my own CV. Mine is a very kind of traditional one, would not look like this in any way. But this one, when I opened it, I was really drawn to it. I thought, wow, I kind of want to read this in ways that I wouldn't necessarily want to read my own CV. There's not so much playfulness here, but again, we see the use of the icons here to add some visual interest. We also see, of course, since these are online, we see the hyperlinks to various places. So to LinkedIn and to different sites where the student has his creative work available for anyone to access and scrutinize. And we also see a little bit of promotion here, right? I don't have anything promotional like that on my own CV, but self-described. He's a diligent computer scientist with research experience in the industry and academia. Now we might say, oh, there's a grammar error there, but you know what? This is how the student has it out there. When people are looking at these resumes and CVs, they aren't scrutinizing for grammatical errors. In fact, if I weren't focused on this so carefully right now, I might not have even noticed that, right? Because we're drawn to the content here rather than drawn to whether something is grammatically correct. And again, I'm not saying that grammar doesn't matter, but I'm saying what matters more here at the beginning is the visual presentation of the student's academic identity, the presentation of his work. We also notice, that we have a little bit of a text here, my main research interest in holistically representing multimodal sources. So his interest lines up with this move towards multimodality. And so on a traditional CV, we wouldn't see these kinds of descriptors with I and my. And again, I'm not saying that this is what we have to do. This is what we have to teach our students. But I think we need to be aware that even something as traditional as a CV is undergoing change along with dissertations. And how do we respond? Do we respond by saying to the student, that doesn't look like something I'm familiar with. You can't do it that way, or don't do it that way, or there are risks. Or do we support the endeavors of our students to engage in this kind of really creative presentation of information and ideas? And I tend to side with what the student is trying to do by way of establishing an academic identity and being a bit more creative and pushing the boundaries of genres and moving as the trends are changing in the world of academic writing. Again, it very much depends on institutions. It depends on many, many factors. But at least here in my own institution, there is a huge push to be engaging in more creative endeavors. And I would say in many, many institutions around the world as well. So again, it raises the question, what do we do as academics? Do we stick with what we know as familiar and comfortable, or do we join students in this journey where they are exploring new ways of presenting these and doing these genres? I can say bottom line that new technologies and even just the ways of presenting information are disrupting traditional genres. We can see that students are interested in multiple modes of communication and especially interested in engaging with the world outside of academia in ways that have never been expected before. And if you're wondering too, where is some of this pressure coming from? This announcement just came from my own university last week. I thought, wow, how timely is this? But you can see even my own university is saying, oops, excuse me, that, let me move back, that public engagement is a critical component of the research cycle. We need to be sharing our work with the public as we seek to identify and solve society's greatest challenges. And so even my own university, and this is not unique to the University of Michigan, but my own university is providing funding. So all of us can be engaged in this type of public engagement, that no longer is it enough to be sitting in our ivory tower, our silo, and producing research for others in our ivory tower. But now we need to be stepping out of our comfort zone and engaging with stakeholders outside academia. So things are changing, right? And so things are changing in terms of the outward dissemination of our knowledge. Let me focus a little bit more narrowly on how things might be changing at the university level in some of our own classes that our students may be taking. We did a survey of about 100 students and asked them what kinds of writing they were involved in their own courses. And I know 100 isn't a lot because we have, you know, more than 1,000 grad students here at my university, but we were fortunate to have 100 share what was going on. And you can see these are some of the things that the students reported that they were being assigned in their courses and part of their program. And a lot of these are very familiar to us, and I'll come back to these in just a moment, but some of these may not be very familiar to everybody. We're seeing the biggest change at the master's level, not so much at the PhD level. PhD, more of the focus is on getting the work out into the community, not so much homework assignments and things like that. But at the master's level, there's increasingly an interest in the professional academic hybrid, where students are not just writing papers for their advisors or taking exams to show their knowledge, but they're actually engaging in other kinds of academic writing that needs to be connected somehow to a real stakeholder. And so these purple ones here on the screen are a lot of the master's level writing. And I think this is exciting because master's level students are our largest population of graduate students, at least in the US. And my understanding is that many other universities elsewhere. And so thinking about our academic writing is not just being for academic purposes, but also professional purposes. So we have an opportunity to engage in some soft skills kind of development. Some of the things are fairly traditional. Summaries, summary, that's an old, kind of an old thing that I know my students were always engaged in, or reflection or reaction papers, maybe an e-portfolio, right? And the audience for those are pretty much limited to the instructor. And they're pedagogical genres, and their purpose is to actually allow students to display learning. And those are still out there, they're not gonna go away. But in addition to those kinds of genres, we're seeing these project reports and policy memos and statements of professional philosophy, diversity statements, blogs, pamphlets, brochures, op-ed pieces, editorials, web pages, video abstract, Wikipedia entries, all these sorts of things that students 10 or 15 years ago were not being expected to produce. Audience here is not just the instructor. The perceived audience for a pamphlet would be a non-expert outside of academia. So this might be a nurse who's expected to write up a pamphlet for someone coming into a clinic. The statement of professional philosophy could be something that you would put on a website. And so if someone is looking for, let's say, a nutritionist, and you're looking for the kind of nutritionist whose philosophy meshes very well with your own personal beliefs in nutrition, right? So a lot of this is directed towards an external audience, namely the public, but sometimes even someone that works in government in the case of a policy memo. These are not just pedagogical genres, right? This is very important that these are genres that are allowing students to participate in a community outside academia. These are genres that reveal that academic writing, professional writing is a social activity. It's a persuasive activity. It's not merely an exercise in demonstrating mastery of the language. One can be very successful in producing these, even with some grammatical infelicities. And again, I'm not saying that grammar doesn't matter, but I'm saying that it doesn't matter if you have perfect grammar if you're not using your language for an actual purpose, participation in a community, a real communicative activity, a social activity, and a persuasive activity. Right? This is very much a change that's ongoing. And especially when we're looking at some of these things like pamphlets and project reports. I'd like to also emphasize here that there is an emphasis on multimodality. And it's not that we haven't been engaged in multimodal communication in the past. Certainly what I'm engaging is multimodal. I've showed you videos, I've showed you pictures, I've shown you text, right? I'm engaging in multimodal work here. We also, in journal articles, there have been figures and charts and tables and graphs and images of various kinds. It's not something new. But there is an increasingly stronger shift to multimodal communication, as you've seen in those videos of the dissertations and tweeting. And this will only continue to grow. So how do we address the importance of multimodality? And what does it look like in the case of a student assignment? So I'm going to share with you just an assignment that is very typical at our School of Information at the master's level. There is a course, there are several courses where the students do not have any exams, they do not write traditional papers, but they are expected to write, work with a client to create something that the client needs, right? Maybe they need promotional material, maybe they need a streamlined workflow or something like that. And the students are engaged in some very, very creative output for the clients that they're working with. This is a project that students did for a company known as Polaris. And Polaris produces these vehicles they're for entertainment. Basically, they're just to go out there and have fun and explore the terrain with these vehicles. And part of the output for this project was this video, which is just amazing. And I'll share a little bit of it with you. Okay, I'll just stop that. And you can see, again, right, multimodality. Okay, there is some text there as well. And how do we help students decide what may be the best text to present, in what form, right? What language might be the most effective in communicating? And so the students are increasingly engaged in this kind of sharing of information. Amazing. Again, these are genres of professional life. And so we're seeing this push, right, that students are not just engaged in that traditional academic writing where here's my knowledge, let me show you what I've learned in the class, and then wait for a grade and then move on to the next thing, right? This increasing recognition that in graduate education, we need to be preparing our students, not just to get through a class, not to just acquire a body of knowledge, but to acquire a set of skills that allow them to fully participate in the professional life that is ahead of them. So that's what's going on at the master's level. I'd like to now shift a little bit towards what's going on by way of research dissemination in the case of journal articles. Some of you may be very familiar with these different kinds of abstracts. And so I'd like to just share a little bit about with you about some of the new kinds of abstracts that we're seeing. I already shared with you earlier the graphical abstract where there is the poster talking about vaccinations for the measles, varicella. We're also seeing different kinds of abstracts, and not all journals are doing this, but this is growing in popularity, and many of the very well-established traditional journals are asking their authors to produce these kinds of video abstracts. So let me just share one that is from a journal article that looked at maternity care in Poland. This is the video that the author was asked to provide. So we've got the traditional abstract there. There is a translation into Polish. We can see that we can read the transcript of the video. This is a fairly traditional kind of video abstract. And I'll just share a little bit of it with you so you can see what it looks like.
It's a very busy day at the admission in one of the public maternity hospitals in Poland. There are 2 healthy women in their early stages of labor, waiting to be admitted. Over the next hours, the care they will receive will be very much influenced by the social relationships they manage to establish during their prenatal care.
Okay, right. So again, you might say, well, what does this have to do with academic writing? Oh, it has a lot to do with academic writing, because we write to speak, we speak to write, right? We cannot separate out the speaking writing connection these days. I think this has been borne out by this video in particular. the author also had to provide a transcript of that video that she produced. So this is where we can come in. We can talk about the style here, right? And if we look at the style of the video, it's not the formal academic presentation that this author, this researcher might have given at a conference, right? But we can see that there's a level of informality here that starts by telling a little bit of a story about the busy day at the admission unit, to healthy women in the early stages of labor. And so again, we see this translation of academic work into a form that is accessible by almost anyone with a reasonable amount of interest in the topic and facility in English to follow along. And again, this is where we can come in. And how do we help our students do this work of translating? We don't have time to do all of my videos, but I do want to share at least another one that I think is very interesting to demonstrate a new kind of video abstract that's out there. And again, we see this article has the traditional summary, but then there is this video abstract that actually appears a bit more like a documentary that you would see on television. A bit of the trappings of both academia and non-academia, right? But very engaging. Okay, and as we go forward in the video, we can see then that it moves away from the documentary style and looking a little bit more academic with figures and images and so on. And so it has, again, this hybrid of the traditional academic and the non-academic. And again, we don't need to be experts in video production in order to support our students with this. Our work can come in with the writing of the text that goes along with that video. Another kind of really interesting video abstract is one that's a little bit more cartoony. Remember, I mentioned graphical novels earlier on. This is not quite that. It's not a graphic novel.
My name's Dr. Nick Francis, and I'm one of the study team that worked on the ostrich study. So why did we do the ostrich study? Blue ear, otherwise known as otitis media with effusion, is a condition where fluid builds up behind the eardrum and causes hearing problems. It's common in children, but often gets...
Okay, so hopefully you get a little bit of a flavor of that. Again, very, very different. And supporting students in the writing of a text for this kind of activity is a bit of a challenge, requiring a shift again, right, from the very, kind of formal kinds of academic writing that we may be used to, and into this form of a hybrid between more conversational as well as expert academic writing, again, causing us to rethink our pedagogy. Scholars are also being expected, as I mentioned earlier on with the Tweet Your Dissertation, academics are getting involved in also disseminating their knowledge in different forms. There are various websites where the scholars can take their academic research and repackage it for a non-expert audience. This is a website called Kudos, and these are projects that have been written up by the scholars themselves. So it's directly from the scholar to the public, as opposed to having an intermediary there, such as a journalist trying to translate scholarship into everyday kinds of language for others to appreciate. Here is a really nice example to see how this worked. This is from a paper called Russian Middle-Aged Women's Participation in the Post-Soviet Consumer Culture. And you can see it doesn't even look like a journal article, but it says what it's about and why it's important. Again, everyday language is being used to disseminate. And if you're interested, we could go click on the journal article and see what the actual journal article was like, and we can compare the two. So I think I've made my point that there are new forms of genres that we're familiar with that require a bit of translation of expert to non-expert. Interestingly, too, there are new kinds of genres that are becoming available to us. There is this online journal of visualized experiments, and this one's kind of cool because unlike a traditional journal article that presents the actual research, this is designed to focus only on methodology. Scholars were reporting a lot of difficulty in understanding methodologies just based on the printed page alone. So these folks decided a while ago to create this journal that is devoted to showing, not just telling, showing what the methodology actually looks like. And so again, we see the creation of a video. And again, I won't spend too much time on this, but there is a video that shows others how to do this methodology, as opposed to just telling scholars how to do it, as would be the case in a traditional research article. So I'll just share a little bit of it. It starts out traditionally with the researchers explaining.
The elicited imitation procedure is to study the development of recall memory in infancy and early childhood.
Okay, and then here, after a minute of them talking about their work, we get
by engaging the child in play with age-appropriate toys unrelated to the study to establish comfort with the researcher and the testing environment. For children younger than 13 months, demonstrate how to put a shape into the top or the side of a shape.
Right. Again, very cool, very exciting, very interesting. And again, our role in supporting students in this kind of thing is to help with the production of the text that underlies the video. And this journal also does ask authors to create a short text as well, but the main focus is on the visual elements. So I think we can see that multimodality is really important, right? And again, I'm talking about the use of written, oral, nonverbal, visual to communicate and persuade, right? That element of persuasion still exists in these kinds of new genres. More so perhaps than maybe what we are considering when we are doing a traditional academic writing piece like a journal article. But we really need to be thinking about how we support students in the words, images, graphics, animation, and the transformation of material from one mode, one genre into another. And a lot of scholars have been looking at this. Chris Tardy in her book, Multimodality in Writing, has talked about genre innovation, genre bending. And another book that has been really inspirational for me is Carmen Perez Yantara's book on research genres across language, where she talks about how the boundaries between expert and non-expert are becoming porous. Communication in academic settings now requires mastery of a very diverse repertoire of genres. Authors need to be able to share knowledge and information with different audiences. A great read, and I can strongly recommend it. So this leads us to the question of, well, how do we respond to this? What do we do in our own writing classes? What should we be focusing on? Is it merely an illusion of dynamic change, like, hey, we're going to have flying cars in the year 2020? I don't think it's merely an illusion. This is here to stay. We're seeing increasingly instances of the shift over to these hybrid academic, non-academic genres. And slowly but surely, researchers are embracing new genres and multimodal communication, right? And I think this is really exciting because a lot of research in second language acquisition is demonstrating how multimodality contributes to language learning, contributes to uptake in students' ability to communicate in real ways using their second or third or fourth language, whatever it may be. Multimodality has been shown to increase language development in writing in terms of complexity, accuracy, and fluency. And we see a lot of language improvement when writing goes beyond the boundaries of the classroom context, incorporating or tapping into daily life as a source of inspiration. And this is where I can come back to those pamphlets that I talked about a little bit earlier, or the tweeting, right? Where there is an effort to communicate with others outside the classroom. It's not just writing for academia anymore, but going beyond the classroom context, which is something that we often don't think about in our academic writing courses. Multimodality has benefits for struggling writers, according to research by Smith. It improves student motivation and learner engagement. It helps with students want to engage in recursive composition processes, the revising aspect of writing. And it helps students to engage in soft skill development, such as a project that students might do together, and they need to collaborate in order to produce a final product. So I think another advantage is that multimodal writing gives students an opportunity to have a real audience in mind, not just this audience of an instructor, but real stakeholders, real people. And I think it also allows us to understand what it means to meet the expectations of a genre, to write for a community, and maybe even a community that they want to belong to. Maybe they're going into business, maybe they're going into public health, maybe they're going into a non-government organization that does good work in the community. And it allows students to really figure out how to make meaning through writing and speaking, not just how do I produce some language for the sake of completing a writing assignment, but how do I actually make meaning for a real audience, not just my instructor. And I think this is really exciting, and I'm getting close to wrapping up here, but there are a lot of things that we can be looking at in terms of just building students' genre knowledge. And I won't have time to go into all of these things, but we can think about different ways to engage students in a more realistic writing that is perhaps a hybrid of academic and non-expert writing, where maybe we can encourage students to be building a professional social media site, something like LinkedIn or something else similar to LinkedIn. I saw a recent statistic that 60% of Russians use social media every day. Is there a way that we can tap into that social media use and help students develop their genre awareness, facility in using English for a purpose other than just producing a text for evaluation? Can we have students creating web pages? Can we, with some students, maybe look at real kinds of writing like product reviews or TripAdvisor entries? I wish I had time to talk about this because I love talking about these real kinds of product reviews that we might see on the internet, or TripAdvisor entries where writers are evaluating their experience at a site, for example, a famous museum. Right. And how do we help students that really are academically focused? How do we help them engage in plain language summaries and video abstracts and the like? So I think the point here is that it's not that hard to work with real genres that might be more interesting and more engaging and more inspiring to students to be writing. This is a way to kind of light a fire under students so that they can learn to use language as it is used in the real world, not just language for the sake of producing a text. In the case of maybe of more formal academic writing context, we can have students translate maybe a research paper into a poster, or translate a poster, or translate a paper into a video, or maybe translate a journal article into a web page, translate it into something that it was not originally designed for. And we see this in the case of these abstracts, a great act of translation where we've got the expert summary. This is one on HCN production via impact ejecta reentry during the late heavy bombardment. I really don't understand a lot of the technicalities here. My students are experts. They can explain this to me. And then through this discussion, they can produce something that is like a plain language abstract. And these plain language abstracts are really, really interesting because there actually are a lot of similarities between a plain language summary and the academic abstract. So we can still have a focus on academic language, but doing it in a way that's a little bit different and maybe a little bit more interesting and doable in some cases. There are some differences, of course, at the professional, academic, peer-to-peer, right? We see that there is a lot more technical language. We see there's a vocabulary shift. The lay summary often doesn't have much on methodologies. The professional one may be using chemical abbreviations or things that only an insider would use, right? The plain language summary doesn't engage in that. But we also see a lot of similarities in terms of general organization, the use of we, the use of meta discourse, the hedging, promoting interest, causal connections, presentation of implications. So many of the same things that we see in the professional, academic, peer-to-peer abstract, we're seeing in these plain language summaries as well. I believe it's something that we can incorporate into our academic writing classes. this translating content for non-experts. If this is something that our researchers are expected to be doing in the real world of academia or in the world of clients and NGOs and other stakeholders, this is something that we need to be paying attention to. This is not outside the purview of academic writing instruction. This is something that falls within our jobs as writing instructors. The benefits of being able to engage in multimodality and translating knowledge given in one form into another, from one genre to another, is that students can still understand the importance of genre knowledge. They can understand the impact of the audience on their choice of content and language and organization. They can see how these new genres are emerging and develop a toolkit that allows them to have the facility to not just write for one particular purpose, but for a variety of purposes. Students can develop a good amount of disciplinary literacy, and this means literacy to appropriately participate in the communicative practices of the discipline. And as I've demonstrated, this means multimodality, talking to different audiences, not just the academy. Thinking about how we might actually help our students understand what it means to be writing for academia, society, and maybe even the workplace, considering new tools and social practices that may offer us some interesting opportunities for writing instruction. For example, if we're dealing with physicists, they are mostly kind of in that academic as part of this triangle. But then we're looking at nurses. Well, they're both academic and social and workplace oriented, right? Engineers, definitely oriented towards all three. Business oriented towards all three. And if we know in practice that our students are going to be involved also in communicating in all three spaces, how can we change our pedagogy? Right. So to wrap up, we have moved beyond traditional research genres. Students need to master all sorts of new kinds of genres. Literacy now means multiliteracy and the ability to participate in a community of innovation and creativity. Multimodal writing is here to stay, and this means we need to emphasize how English is being used for communication, not for displaying mastery only. And we can help our students do that. I'm going to just wrap up with also other changes in the landscapes. We have to be considering how Microsoft Translate and Google Translate may be influencing what we're doing in the classroom. And down the road, I think it's also too important to think about, well, what do we do when we have this shift to more accessible artificial intelligence? And I'm just going to end with this, that someday I'll be out of a job if the technology continues to advance. And I just want to share with you a little bit of how artificial intelligence is able to do some pretty darn good writing for us. So this is just an illustration. If someone needed to write a restaurant review and all they had were notes, name of restaurant, Blue Wharf, little bit of, snippets, lobster great, noisy, service polite. And we can see how artificial intelligence was able to create this text, which sounds very much like an actual person has written it. The Blue Wharf is a great place to go for a lobster dinner. The service is polite and the prices are good. The only downside is that it's a bit noisy. And AI, artificial intelligence, was able to create this text based on just a few phrases up there. So I think we need to be thinking too about our students having access to this and how this might actually affect down the road. Maybe not my generation of academic writing, but the younger generation will need to be considering this as well. So lots of change is afoot. We need to respond. The question is, how do we do it? And how do we help in the end support our students? So I'm going to stop there. I want to thank you very much. And I am very happy to take questions. I'm a little bit over time, but I think we do have time for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. I'm absolutely sure there are lots of questions, but let's ask just a few questions because we're having a workshop ahead, not to steal the time. So questions.
Thank you very much for your brilliant presentation. Can you hear me in this way? Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for your presentation. The question is, you mentioned the popularization of academic and scientific findings in social media for non-even specialist or non-scientific audience. So you mentioned Twitter and so on. What other sources, just can you share with us, if there is any?
Yeah, so where the information is coming from, is that the question that you're asking?
So the question is, do you know more sources of social media? How we popularize, make popular?
Yeah,
Scientific
there is
findings.
a lot of research. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of research on this that shows how authors are doing this and why authors are doing this. The most common ones that I'm familiar with are Twitter and TikTok and WeChat, but there's so many other platforms out there. People are on Facebook and other things that are like Facebook. I mean, it's just that there are platforms that exist in China and Russia and other countries that I'm not familiar with. But the thing is to tap into the disciplinary community, and usually members of the community know where and how to do this, or where to do this, I should say. I'm not so sure I'm answering your question though. Can you elaborate a little bit more?
Oh, okay, yeah, thank you. That's enough. Yes, it's clear. Okay.
Oh, okay. Okay. And feel free to email me if you have something more specific. Yeah, because we can go back and forth on email. Yeah.
Christine, I have two questions from our online viewers. So one of the questions is from Alena Bogdanova. She's asking, do these new forms of publicizing science affect the quality of content scientists provide? Don't they try to be more entertaining than truth-seeking or revealing?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, and so truth, yeah, okay. And then your second question is?
Don't they try to be more entertaining than truth-seeking or revealing?
Yeah, I think there is, yeah, I think they try to be factual. Those that come from the scholars themselves, they try to be as factual as they can while trying to generalize a little bit more. And so it is a real challenge, because their purpose is not only to share this information, their purpose is also to promote the work that they're doing. And so, yeah, maybe, yes, a little bit of accuracy could suffer inevitably. Anytime that we generalize, we delete the specifics, right? So if someone asks me what I do, I don't give them, the specific details. But the push here is to try and have scholars share their information directly, as opposed to having some intermediary out there that's translating it, who may not have the actual knowledge that is needed to appropriately get that information out into the public. So again, the art here is to figure out, how do you still be factually correct while conveying it to a non-expert audience, right? And I can't judge that as an academic writing instructor. I can judge whether I understand or not, but only that scholar that I'm working with, himself or herself, can really understand how truthful it is. And it's on the shoulders of that scholar to be as accurate as they can and not distort for the sake of entertaining people. It's not just entertainment. I can say that. It is not just entertainment, especially when we're seeing tweets coming out of conferences. It's more like, hey, did you see this really good paper that I went to? This is awesome. Look for this person's work. And so it isn't just entertainment, right? This is serious work that's being done by academics to get their work out there really quickly, in many cases with as broad an audience as they can, without delaying for publication, which can take months and months and months, maybe years in some cases.
Thank you. And
so it's not just for fun. It's not just fun.
I absolutely agree that this is never for fun, because it's just one of the ways for promoting science and researcher himself or herself. And from one of the speakers today, we also learned that when you promote yourself on social media, Twitter, Instagram, whatever, in this way you attract more citations for your publications. So we kill two birds: entertain public, the general public, entertain ourselves, and attract citations, increase impact factor, and so on. So last question from another viewer online. So does this type of presenting science require some new approach that should be integrated in the course, I suppose, academic writing course? So should it be taught separately, how to present science, or as an integrated part of academic writing course?
Yeah, that's a great question. Yeah, I believe that we can still approach academic writing instruction in very similar ways if we're taking a genre approach, right? Because no matter what we write, if we need to think about our audience, our purpose, our strategy, and other things. These kinds of new forms of communication allow a very serious consideration of audience. And so I believe that by including these, for example, I regularly will include plain language summaries in my academic writing course, and will compare, right, the expert to expert text with the one that's written for the broader audience, and notice how differences in audience shift the language choices, maybe shift a little bit of the detail that's included in the text, and why certain information is in one of those texts and not the other. I believe the point of academic writing instruction for me is not just the students need to write a journal article. Yes, they need to do that, but what the students need is knowledge of genre that can be applied to any kind of writing that they're doing, whether it's a journal article or a proposal or their CV. And if students have a way of analyzing genre, regardless of what it is, we have prepared them and given them a toolkit that will work for any new kind of context that comes up, where their first consideration is, who am I writing? What is my message that I want to get across? Who am I sharing it with, right? And what is my best strategy for doing that, right? Is it this one, this way, or this way? Where, again, it's not just about, you know, the traditional genre, but showing students how our instruction applies to any kind of writing that they're doing, not just that for expert to expert communication.
Thank you. Now I understand, much better understand that it's an exciting world of research writing, dissertation creating. So we have to be involved in these activities and engage our students. Okay.
Yeah. I think it's a way of making things more interesting.
We need to be entertaining, and we need to entertain just for the sake of being interesting for ourselves and our students to boost their motivation to study. So I guess that's the time for the workshop. I hope we are well prepared for the workshop, and I hope we will have no technical issues. We have lots of people to help us. We have access to the materials that you sent me. Everyone here in the presentation hall has their laptops. So those who are online, they also had a chance to receive the link. So let's try.
Okay. Yeah, and I'm just going to.
There's a question. Wow, Christine, there's just one more question. Yeah. So while we're preparing for the workshop, at the same time, you can ask your question.
Thank you very much for the presentation. And I would like to ask you if you can recommend some teachers' resources, or where can we find some recommendations on how to disrupt the field of academic writing, how to teach our students to communicate meaning in a new way?
Yeah, I think a good place to start would be Carmen Perez Yantara's book on multimodal writing, and Right, yeah. So let me just pull it up. I have it sitting right here, right? So research genres across languages, I think, is a really good place to start, because the book also has a chapter on materials development to give an idea of what one might do. But I would say most traditional academic writing materials, textbooks, my own included, haven't even considered this, because when we did our book of academic writing for grad students, this wasn't out there. This wasn't a thing. And so I think we're at the point where a lot of us teaching ESP were a long time ago. When we just started teaching academic writing, there were no materials to do this. And I think it's the responsibility for all of us as a community to figure out how we best teach these kinds of things to our students. And I know John Swales and I are supposed to be writing the 4th edition of academic writing for grad students. We're going to have to include this kind of writing and link it to what we have in the book already. But a lot of what we already know as materials developers, it applies. But right now, I don't know of any ready-made materials. Carmen's book is the only one that I've seen recently that offers a few ideas for how we might engage in this activity. I write all my own materials, and so, because I love doing it, it's a lot of fun, but it's also a lot of work to do that. And I think that's where we are right now, kind of back in the old days where ESP was brand new. We didn't have materials, and as a community, people came together and shared and offered what they had to others. And I think that's what we need to do until such time as the publishers figure out there's a need for this.
Yeah, Christine. Yeah, Christine. There's like a very impatient viewer. Ask the question before all the others have asked. So, and probably this is the question that the person wanted to ask you. What do you think about graphical abstracts? Do they start being useful, popular in sciences? Or are they only, or can they be found only in chemistry? What about economics?
Yeah, I've seen them in all disciplines, but they work best, of course, in the sciences and the health sciences. I'm editor of English for Specific Purposes, and sometimes our authors attempt to submit a graphical abstract, and we generally say, this isn't working, it's not helping, so let's not use it. So we're not at a point yet, I think, where, you know, all fields can take advantage of this. But it's an interesting exercise that we could try to engage our students in to see, is it possible to translate, you know, the content into some kind of graphical form? It doesn't work well across all fields, and I don't think we'll see it like in every discipline, but it's something to think about. And even if you're teaching an academic writing course where you've got a mix of students, which is my case, I can still focus a class on graphical abstracts, even though I might have someone from literature or someone from linguistics or Romance languages, and we can still talk about the audience, purpose, and strategy, and really reinforce those ideas of how we need to very carefully think about how the content that we're sharing communicates the message that we're intending. And so I believe that it doesn't matter so much if we have students that aren't doing this, but the point is that, again, reinforcing and strengthening the tools in our students' toolkit, so that that notion of, I am trying to make meaning here, and how do I best convey it? So for someone in literature, maybe a graphical abstract is not the best way to communicate that. Maybe the traditional abstract is appropriate, but maybe for that student in the humanities or literature or history, maybe it is possible to have a lay abstract. And so again, I can ask my students to produce any kind of abstract that seems appropriate for them, whether it's this kind, or this kind, right? Again, so that we're still talking about the tools that students need in order to tackle the kind of communication that they're trying to engage in.
This could be a great tool or a great exercise to visualize research. So while visualizing research, some ideas. They structure their mind, okay? And get better understanding of the research itself. So as an exercise, it is great.
I think so.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, we're having a workshop. So I'm sure that Christine will leave some space for the questions after the workshop. So we're not leaving, we're here to stay. Yeah, and let's do the workshop, which is going to be very interactive, and then we will ask as many questions as we may.
Yeah, okay. And so in order for me to do the workshop, I need to change my computers. Okay. So I'm going to log in again. I just want to make sure you know what I'm doing, that it's really me logging in twice, and I'm on my desktop right now, and I need to get to my laptop so that I can properly do the kinds of things I want to do. So just give me a moment to switch over, and we'll see. So I'm going to look a little bit different on the screen here. So and excellent. Okay, so now I just need to get my video on as well, and there we go. Right, so I look a little different. So yeah, maybe that'll be fine then, right? Yeah, because I like to use an iPad for drawing rather than just using a PowerPoint slide. So yeah, does everybody have the handout accessible?
Yes, they say yes.
Yeah, okay, great. So I thought I would just start with a little bit of an introduction here. And so I'm going to share my screen here, and I'm not going to use a PowerPoint for the whole time, but I am going to use it for just a little bit of an introduction. So let me just get this set up, right? And I think you can see my slides okay, yes? Yeah, okay, right. So yeah, I need to kind of switch gears here and think about feedback. So my focus for the workshop is really very practical, and my title is giving feedback that actually makes a difference for research writing. And so my focus is going to be very narrow here, right, and talking more about traditional genres here, but it also would apply for any kind of genre that those students are producing. And I'm saying it actually makes a difference because this is what my students report to me makes a difference. It's not the world according to Chris or the world according to some style guide or some other outside entity, but I've been teaching academic writing for over 30 years, only at the graduate level. I think a couple of times I've taught undergrads, but my main focus has been graduate writing and research writing. And over the years, I've been noticing what my students tell me matters a lot to them. And often what I do is I love to start my academic writing courses out with a list of rules that they tend to follow in their own academic writing. And this is really kind of fun because a lot of times students come up with rules that, okay, yeah, maybe they are grammar rules, but really, is there much basis in fact for applying these rules? Do these really work in terms of improving an academic text? Does it really help you get your work published if you follow these rules? So things that they come up with, things like don't use passive voice, don't use contractions, don't use I, don't use may or might, don't use nominalizations, don't split infinitives, don't use however at the beginning of a sentence. And one of my favorite rules my students came up with was don't use adverbs, right? And even the famous author Stephen King, you know, has said to us that the road to hell is paved with adverbs. I would disagree. I love my adverbs, and yeah. So here's some other rules that my students say their advisors had given them, specifically. And some of these rules I don't even understand. I don't understand what academic voice is. Academic voice suppresses the natural voice. You write academic papers in third person. Well, yeah, we know that's not the case. Don't use I or we ever. Well, we know that that's not the case. We see plenty of papers written with I and we. Always be objective, right? That one doesn't help us much because we see in academic writing plenty of papers where authors are saying interestingly or surprisingly or unfortunately. And so they are indicating a stance and a perspective, and it's not just this dry academic prose that is author evacuated as if somebody took a vacuum cleaner and removed the author from the text. Again, we see very strange bits of advice, like the passive voice one. You speak using passive voice, but this is an effective way to write. I don't even understand this bit of advice my student got. Students are told not to repeat. They're told to always use parallel structure, and they're told to use lots of transitions, like use a lot of therefores and howevers, and as a result, don't start sentences with to. And so what we wind up with is that students have these rules in their head of what, you know, kind of like the, not a to-do list, but it's a to-do list and a to not list, right? And I think this is really confusing for our students if the kinds of feedback that we're offering is kind of based on a matter of whether something is right or wrong in terms of some rule that's out there. And so I have to wonder, you know, are these rules really based on what people do with language? And this is something that's really important to me. I'm not a prescriptivist when it comes to language use. I very much believe in noticing how successful authors actually do write their papers and encouraging students to notice what beautifully written paper is doing by way of language and communication. And so a lot of times I feel like, you know, we like our rules when we're marking papers because it's easy to see whether a rule has been applied or not. Whether or not what someone did maybe was perfectly fine in terms of communicating, it doesn't matter, but whether, you know, if we're marking according to whether a rule has been followed, right? And if we focus a lot on grammar, it's easy to notice if there's a grammar error or not, but you know, there is no official rule book of English that says it must be done this way or it must be done that way. English is an international languages. There are many, many language varieties of English that are perfectly legitimate. And who's to say what's really right or wrong? I don't know that just because I'm an L1 speaker of English that I necessarily know the rules. And again, I'm not saying that rules don't matter or grammatical accuracy doesn't matter, but I think that when we talk about these rules, like don't do this or don't do this, or, you know, using this is not appropriate, that emphasis on an application of single rules places the student's attention on those rules and maybe less so on the act of communicating. And again, the whole point of writing is to communicate ideas. And believe it or not, again, I'm not advocating this, but you know, when we look at a lot of published work, you can get your work published even if there are grammar errors in it. That editors and reviewers, unless they're in the field of applied linguistics, unless they're English language teachers themselves, they are focusing on the meaning that's being made in that text. They are not necessarily noticing whether the and have been used appropriately, because a lot of times these things that we perceive as errors do not interfere with communication, right? The rules don't always result in clear communication, successful communication. So yeah, grammar needs to be attended to up to a point. The grammar's got to be strong enough, accurate enough for the information to be conveyed. But there's a lot more to good writing. There's a lot more that we could be doing by way of feedback that my students say is much, much more helpful to them. And so this does raise the question that what the kind of feedback that is actually helpful. And there are studies in the US that have shown that just because we've painstakingly marked one text, that all of that effort that we have expended marking up the right and the wrong and the rules being followed or not, students don't necessarily pay attention to that the next time they sit down and write a text, which kind of it can explain why we see some persistent errors. And sometimes students just don't have the ability to, for whatever reason, they just don't remember that rule, but they know what they want to say and they say what they want to say in a way that they can. And yeah, it may not look like the rule, but again, they have communicated, and we need to really think about the act of communication more than marking things for rules of writing. And again, I'll come back to what I was just talking about, that we need to really help students develop their genre awareness. And genre awareness for me is helping students develop competence in relation to when to write, when not to write, what to write about, to whom and when and where, what manner and how, right? And this is really, really important, I think, for our students. And we want to develop what I like to talk about is genre agility here, right? It's all about genre agility here and helping students understand what might make a difference for them in terms of their own writing. So what I've collected for you is a set of handouts that my students have said were very instrumental in their own writing development, because they took a little bit more of a holistic view. Is not a rule of English language to be applied. And I have both native speakers and non-native speakers in my courses, let me add, right? And native speakers have even more trouble with application of rules, grammar rules, because we don't teach grammar in the US. If I say relative clause, my native speaker students just kind of look at me with this blank stare and have no clue what I'm talking about. If I say subordinate clause, no, they don't know what that is. Even if I say passive voice, they can't identify a passive voice in a paragraph. And that's a whole different talk right now than I have time for. But I need to think about what my students can apply through a thinking process, and that relates to what they want to communicate, as opposed to whether or not they've applied the rules of writing. And here's the challenge, because all of my students, whether they're L1 speakers or L2 speakers, they have these little rules of writing in their head, like don't use I, don't use may or might, or don't repeat, that are interfering with their ability to actually produce a well-written text. So this is where I want to be going today, and sharing with you some of my absolute most favorite handouts based on what my students have actually told me. So if everybody could take a look at the texts that are in the Google Doc, the Google Drive folder. I have them numbered 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. I would love for everybody to take a look at the texts. This is should be number 1 in the handout. And if we could all just take a look at that text. And I picked one that is from a Russian writer. I don't want to pick on Russian writers, but I figured, hey, everybody is in Russia right now, so why not look at a text that was written by a couple of authors from Russia. And so this is entitled Designing Entrepreneurial Education in Russia, Hard and Soft Skills. And what I would like you to do is to take a couple of minutes, and you can read the abstract, which I've edited a little bit. I'm not so interested in the abstract right now. I'm really very much interested in the introduction, and not only because it's an introduction, but also because we can look at other things and notice other things about academic writing as we're looking at this introduction. So please take a look and quickly, if you can, read through that text. And just think about what you think the strengths are of this text, what you think may be some areas where the text could be improved. And I don't know if you have the ability to talk with a partner, but how about if you take 5 minutes to take a look at the text? And if someone could give me a signal when we can be ready to talk about what we see in the text, that would be really awesome. So I'm going to time 5 minutes on my clock here, and yeah, have some fun reading. So I can give you 2 more minutes if you need it, but if folks are done, if someone could just let me know, because I can't tell from the video if you're still busy chatting or are ready to talk. So about 1 more minute. Okay, how about if we get together and have a chat? I'm not sure how this might work in terms of having some audience participation, but I would love to know what strengths you found in this text. I would love to start with that. And if that's possible, I'd love to hear from the audience and your perspectives on the strengths of the text before we start talking about where the text could perhaps be improved a bit.
Okay, I think that some strong points of the text can be like there is some statistics, numbers, citation, necessary parts like abstract keywords, introduction. That's it.
Okay, all right. Okay, I'm going to share my screen here so that I can take some notes, and I might not be able to capture everything, but let me just share a little bit. So I think everyone can sort of see my screen. So statistics, citations, there's an abstract, right? That's outstanding. Okay, very good. What else? Other strengths?
Can anyone hear me?
Yeah.
Usage of active voice.
So I didn't catch that. Could you repeat that?
Usage of active voice instead of passive voice.
Okay, so there's active voice. Yeah, we like that. Okay. All right. Okay. Any other positives?
Maybe some interest in research area. Some problem is clearly indicated.
There we go, right? A problem, right? So a problem has been clearly indicated, right? And I think we can maybe connect to that. The idea that the author has a very strong opinion that things are not good, right? And so I would add to that there's an awful lot of stance in indicating where this author lies in terms of the issue of entrepreneurial education in Russia. So I think there are a lot of strengths in the text myself. I also like the fact that there is an awful lot of information in there, and that information is all intended to focus our attention on a problem of some sort. And there's a little bit of support from citations. There's some statistics in there, right? And so I think there's some good stuff in the text. But I also feel that the author could have done much more to convince perhaps an international readership that this is an important issue, much more to convince readers in general that this is an important issue. And so that's what I'd like to hear from you all now is, where do you think this text could be improved? So we see the positives, great. We've got something to work with, great. Where are some areas for improvement?
I think the abstract should be improved a little bit. It's too long. Then at the end, it's the bracket like notes. A few sentences have been deleted from the end of the abstract. I'm not quite sure if it's the proper way to leave this note in abstract.
Oh, that was my addition to let you know I had deleted it. Yeah.
Oh, okay. But anyway, it's too long.
Okay.
There are more adverbs than it has to be.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. Right. Okay. So too long. Right. So question about adverbs. Right. Okay. Other thoughts?
Okay, as for me, I need some author's opinion. For instance, we consider, we believe, we think. So they are just impersonal statements here.
Okay. So you want a little bit more of we believe, my understanding?
Like
right? We believe, okay. We think, okay. Right, okay. Right, so maybe a little bit more of the meta-discursal language of some meta-discourse would be helpful, okay?
Oh, Christine, do you have access to the chat on YouTube?
Do I have access?
So there are some comments.
On YouTube? No, I don't.
Yeah, okay. Elena Schmidt, one of our presenters today, writes, the strength of the first one, I suppose the first abstract, is that it has the purpose of the paper. The second one does not have one.
Okay.
Then she continues, in the first paper, paragraphs are not well structured. I can't say that their topical sentences reflect the theme of the paragraphs. In this respect, the second is much better structured.
Okay. All right. So yeah. The two texts are very, very different. The first one and the second one. If you haven't read the second one, don't worry. Right. Okay. Yeah. Other issues that you think could be addressed? I hate to use the word issues, but I guess that's the best word here. Anything else?
Okay, if we speak about hard and soft skills, there is a no usage of word skills. So just to write the sentences to avoid the repetition of these words.
Okay. So you're saying that's a negative or a negative?
A negative one.
A negative. Okay. So I'm just going to write here, a lack of repetition of some sort. Okay. Yeah. Anything else? How's the grammar? I'm just curious. What do you think about the grammar of the text? Does the grammar look okay?
Sorry, probably my comment is not about grammar, but again, there is some problem in the abstract. As a reader, probably I'd expect some, I don't know, recommendations or some solution of this problem, or some ideas what to do with this.
Okay.
Okay, just this point.
Okay.
Just a comment.
Implication as well.
Implication.
Right,
okay.
Speaking
a comment from the audience.
Okay.
The abstract looks a little excessive to me. There are some sentences that I would delete at all, or at least merge them together. For example, to the analysis yielded the following results. The sentence doesn't actually add to the value of the abstract. So it could be, this sentence doesn't actually add to the value of the abstract. So
okay, which one is that? I put sentence numbers in there.
2A. 2A sentence.
2A, right? Okay, so maybe take that out. Okay. All right.
Can I add? Okay. As for the first abstract, I personally don't see any numbers how many Russian universities were investigated. Right.
Okay.
I think it might be very crucial for the reader. Right.
Okay.
Because Russian universities, there are so many. And also the writer mentioned state and private universities, so it also might be good to mention how many state and private universities were observed, right?
Okay.
And also kind of the proportion of credits, it sounds very vague because not each reader can have a clear understanding how the educational process is organized in Russian universities, right? And what system of credits is used. We would talk about abstract.
Okay. Okay.
And also my comment about the length of the abstract. Unfortunately, we don't know any journal requirement, right? So that's why we can't say just if it is short or long, because we don't know how long an abstract can be.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So I'd like to just comment a little bit on some of these ideas. And so I'm hearing a lot about, well, the abstract seems too long. The abstract is lacking some information that you would want. The abstract has information that you think is not necessarily needed. In some cases, there are concerns about the paragraph structure of the text. I didn't hear too many concerns about the grammar, which I think is really good. But I would say tying a lot of these comments together, what the student is, or what these writers are actually missing is an awareness of what the genre here is expecting in terms of communicating the information to their readers. So for example, in the abstract, I should have put a handout on this, and I can do that later on, and you can still access this after we're done. But yeah, the abstracts have been really, really well researched, and we know that there are moves in an abstract that we expect to find. For example, we expect to find at the very beginning a sense of what the objective of this paper is, or perhaps a background section, either one, either the purpose or the background. Then we would expect a little bit on the purpose of this paper, the method that was used to do the study, a little bit of the findings, and then some kind of a conclusion or an implication. Right. And so while there's a lot of content here, I think the student is missing some core, these authors are missing some core knowledge of what an abstract doing as a genre, and also understanding that an abstract should be considered a freestanding text, that this is the public face of this journal article, and for some of us this might be the only part of the article that we'll be able to see. So the abstract really needs to be in very solid shape. Okay. But it's going to still come back to this idea of genre, right? That the issue here is not so much whether or not these authors are using English well. I feel like they're writing very grammatically. I feel like they have a good knowledge of English, and this is coming through. I think that what is missing here mainly is a knowledge of genre, and specifically with the abstract, the knowledge of what does an abstract look like, and more specifically, what might an abstract look like in this particular field, as opposed to what it might look like in another field, because there are disciplinary differences in terms of whether there are labels on the abstract or there are no labels on the abstract in terms of objective method, results, and discussion. So just, I would like everyone to take a look at the second handout that's on moves. And this is something that my students say is perhaps one of the most helpful handouts for them. And that is considering that almost all academic writing that we are doing can be discussed in terms of what authors are doing in the various sections of the paper. And so we know, many of you have probably read Swale's genre analysis, or many of you maybe are familiar with some chapters in academic writing for graduate students. But we know, based on lots of research, that introductions consist of these moves. And so when the comment was about the paragraph structure and the topic sentences, yeah, I agree that there's some issues there. But for me, the biggest issue here is that I don't know what the author is doing in terms of each section of this introduction without having to really think about this, right? So we generally expect an introduction to consist of what we call 3 moves. And moves are things that we are doing in an introduction to accomplish something. So for example, in the opening move, we would expect authors to indicate somehow that something is really important or interesting or central or problematic, something at least to understand what is motivating this research. Now, I understand overall what is motivating this paper. I understand the motivation is there's a problem with entrepreneurial education, but I'm just having a lot of difficulty because I'm not really recognizing the overall structure of this introduction. I'm expecting to find a clear-cut move 1. I am expecting to find another section, move 2, where the author is opening up the research space. But what I feel is like everything is just giving me commentary on the poor state of entrepreneurs and entrepreneurship. But it's not necessarily made clear to me how that is going to feed into the larger purpose of the paper. And so while there's a lot of content there, I don't feel it's well motivated because it's not using a familiar structure that we find cuts across so many disciplines here. And again, this may not be new knowledge for everybody, but thinking in terms of move 1, move 2, and move 3. And for me, it's that everything here is just problem. And then we're going to look at soft skills. Whereas there's no development of an argument. It's just problem. And so the story that's being told here for me is not very effective. I would much prefer to see a story that lays out, here's a bit of our background, right? Why is entrepreneurship important? What is it that contributes to successful entrepreneurship? Where do new entrepreneurs gain these skills for a successful entrepreneurial activity? And what is the issue surrounding gaining these skills? The issue is a lack of entrepreneurial education in higher education, specifically with regard to soft skills. So there is a very little effort made in building an argument here. I am just thrown a collection of facts about the poor state of entrepreneurial education, as opposed to what I would expect is an evolution of the topic, a persuasive argument here in terms of the need for entrepreneurial education, rather than telling me in line 5, right, suddenly, right, the author makes the point, entrepreneurial education needs to be developed. And I'm like, I didn't even expect that. How did we get to that point? There has been no development there. Okay, so this is a model that is very important and very near and dear to our heart. It's called the Creator Research Space model, which I think is super important for our writers to have in mind. So they have elements where they could do this, but I feel that those elements are not prominent. I'm not seeing the signaling I need to understand, here's move 1, here's move 2, and move 3. This idea of moves, again, stressing to the students, stretches of text where you are trying to achieve a purpose and making sure that others can see the purpose of what you're doing, as opposed to having to infer the purpose. So I need a little bit more explicitness in terms of the structure of the introduction. Okay. Yeah, and these moves are not just in the introduction. If you look at page 2 of the handout, we also know that there are moves in a discussion section, and we don't have time to look at that. But again, here's an opportunity for students to think again about this notion of moves, right? That we don't just say, oh, let me write a sentence, pause, and then say, oh, what else can I write? We need to think about, what can I do to persuade my audience that what I have to say is important? And this move structure is really, really critical because it's recognizable to readers. Readers like familiar. We don't like unfamiliar patterning in an introduction. We're looking for very specific things. We're looking for information to be in a specific order. And this is, I think, one of the things where this author could do a little bit better job. And I think one of the challenges here with an introduction is that students often have difficulty understanding that an introduction is not where you say, oh, I am introducing my topic. The introduction here really should be focused on explaining for readers what is motivating, right? What is the motivation, right, behind this study, making it very clear. Now, I know that the motivation are problems with entrepreneurial education, but I feel like I'm creating that as the motivation, as opposed to the author telling me a story about that, about why they're motivated in this particular topic. Now, we might disagree with this a little bit, but I think in the end, I hope we can all agree that we need to see a little bit better move structure here, right? And it's not just, let me dump some information in move 1 and dump some information in move 2 and move 3. But the author needs to think more about the act of persuasion and using very familiar patterning and signaling that readers will recognize. I don't recognize the pattern of organization here, which makes it hard for me to deal with the text. Okay. Are there any questions or comments on this?
I don't think so. We can, okay, questions, comments? Yeah, there is a question.
I'll change the marker.
Yeah, because it is.
I'll do.
Yes.
Ah, yeah, done.
Green and white.
Yeah, done.
Thank you.
Okay, let me just
So,
stop the share and
darker
restart it.
green, or probably black.
Yeah, I've got black now. Sorry
Definitely
about it. I was
not.
using green last night. So sorry, I didn't even notice that. Thank you for letting me know. Yeah.
I have one more question about keywords. Is it necessary to add, for example, hard and soft skills?
Yeah, absolutely, right? Because I think the author isn't thinking about what they're doing here, right? They're thinking, oh, I just need keywords. Here's some keywords. But again, what are they doing here, right? And I think what the authors have done is they've gone through the motion. Well, I know I need a background and I know I need to say there's a problem, but they haven't thought much strategically about that. So absolutely, yeah, they should include soft skills here, right?
Yeah.
All right, because
Thank you.
This is this is what they're talking about, right? And also it's in the title, right? Okay, and it's missing from keywords. I wouldn't find the paper searching on keywords, right? Okay.
There's another question.
Yeah.
Natalia.
Christine, hello. I have a major issue with the first sentence of the abstract and a slight issue with the title. Could you comment on how satisfied you are with both, with either?
Yeah. I mean, I think this is actually fairly typical in terms of a first sentence. I read a lot of abstracts across a lot of disciplines, and very often I see abstracts that just start with the purpose of this paper is to investigate, right? And we might think, oh, well, that's not very engaging. That's not very interesting. But stylistically, it's totally appropriate to be doing that, because starting out with a purpose phrase is an option in a lot of journal articles. And so again, the abstract has its own set of rules and guidelines for it. And starting out with their purpose here, right? And their purpose is to present the results of this study, right? It's totally appropriate to start with a purpose in particular disciplines, right? And again, here's where disciplinary knowledge is really critical, right? According to, this field, it may be very appropriate to start with that. And so here's again the case where I would ask the student, if I had doubts about this, I would say to the writers, show me 3 or 4 or 5 or 10 journal articles in your field. Let's look at what the first sentence in the abstract is like. And if we see that 7 out of 10 start with the purpose of this paper or this paper presents, it's fine. Whether I like it or not in this case isn't so much of an issue, because I'm not aware of all the disciplinary norms that are out there. So personally, yes. It works for this field, even though I personally would not write an abstract starting out with this. I would start with something else.
May I ask a more specific question? So if we analyze this first sentence, the thesis, the author says that the paper presents the result of, now let's look at the center of it, analysis of entrepreneurial curricula delivered at Russian universities. So when I look at this, I'm an interested reader. Analysis of this curricula delivered at this university. I do not have the piece of information that I find crucial, actually. What kind of analysis? So why would I be reading the text further? This is far too general analysis that, for me, it cannot stand on its own like this. It has to be specified.
Yeah, and they could have specified it in the second sentence. They could say, our analysis of interviews, our analysis of published curricula. I mean, they could have done that, right? And so, yeah, I mean, I would agree. They could have said the results of our analysis are linked, however they analyzed it, right? So what they did is they combed through various documents and so on to find out what was going on. So yeah, they could have specified it, right? I'm not so sure what word they would use at that point, but maybe saying, I don't know what kind of analysis I would use here. It's a little hard for me to know specifically what word to put in there, but yeah, I mean, certainly they could be more specific. Yeah. Sure.
Would you say, if I may, would you say that this abstract contains the thesis, the claim, the investigation question? Is it present?
No, I mean, they don't have a lot of the information that other abstracts might have. And again, we'd have to look at the entire abstract because I did have to cut some out because it was incredibly long, much longer than this. But not all abstracts have the research question. Not all abstracts have a hypothesis. Again, this varies quite a bit according to discipline. So when we're thinking about an abstract, we have to realize that an abstract that we may be familiar with in applied linguistics is going to look very different from one that might appear in economics or in business or in other fields. And so where, as we might expect to find a research question, maybe in their field, this is not the tradition in abstracts. Again, we'd have to investigate this. So I'm always very careful to say you need to include your research question if I don't know for a fact that in this field, a research question is generally placed into the abstract, right? Because the abstract has multiple purposes. The abstract is not just a summary. The abstract is not supposed to reflect every single aspect of the paper, but it is a promotional text in order to try to engage readers. And whether or not we remain engaged or not is of course, a personal preference. So I would say on this that I would have to ask the student to let's take a look at 10 or so abstracts in your field. Let's notice what's going on, right? And so in doing that, to teach the student that, you know, rather than just doing what pops into your head, do your own linguistic analysis of what others are doing in successful papers in the field. And often this is very different from what I would do in my own writing or very different from what we would do in the field of applied linguistics, right? So I guess what I'm saying here, there is no one size fits all here, right? And that we need to help the students realize that, yeah, I might have in class this general idea of the move structure of an abstract, but in reality, that move structure might be executed in a very different way. And the only way that they will know what to do is to rely on those expert texts in their own field.
Thank you.
Yeah, right. Okay, so I actually want to move on though. I don't want to dwell too much on the move structure. I just want to, you know, emphasize that a move structure could be really important here. The other thing too that I think these authors could benefit from is to really think about other rhetorical strategies here. And so to maybe think less in terms of this text as I just got to put some information there in terms of a background to get across my points, but to really think about an alternative. So if everyone could just quickly take a look at handout number 5. And at number 5 actually is one handout that my students say provides a kind of feedback that they're not getting anywhere else in their academic writing guidance that their advisors are giving. And I spend a lot of time with my students on this idea of rhetorical strategies. And I don't know the state of rhetoric teaching in your universities, but we no longer talk about rhetoric when we're teaching academic writing in most of our classes. When students take a writing class, there's very little emphasis on rhetorical patterning, which is a big shift from when I was in school, when the emphasis was only on rhetoric, right? And we would be told, you know, I want you to go home and write a comparison contrast essay, or I want you to go home and write an essay that is talking about causes and effects of something, or effects and causes. And so we would come up with a pattern and we'd have to fit our content into the pattern. Well, there was resistance against that. And so the patterns went away and it was more on an emphasis on communicating. But I feel that when we get to the level of academic writing that my students are doing, this idea of imposing order in a recognizable way is really important. Because we're doing a lot of things in our writing, right? We are defining, we're dividing, we're categorizing, we're justifying, elaborating, and how actually might we impose an order on our information? And if you look at the second page of the handout, on that second page, you can see that I've listed for you some patterns of content organization that are believed to be persuasive, that we find within an article introduction. Again, the abstract is different. We don't necessarily see these things in the abstract, but looking at the introduction, which is supposed to be the motivation of the paper, We do see this create a research space where you have move 1, move 2, move 3. But I think in the case of this student, they really would have benefited quite a lot from an emphasis on the problem solution strategy, which is number 2, where they clearly begin this paper, this article with a discussion of some background situation, right? Then introducing a problem and then introducing a solution or a way to address the solution, which would be to have higher education delve more into the issues of soft skills, and then indicating how the paper actually is investigating how well soft skills are being taught. So the paper also could benefit from a clear-cut situation, problem, solution, seeking a solution, and justifying the problem. So why not start out with, as I mentioned earlier, starting out with entrepreneurship is really important for the development of an economy. Without a good entrepreneurial education, we can't create entrepreneurs. And without entrepreneurs and so on. And then the problem that we have is that there are 2 kinds of skills, hard and soft skills, right? Students may have the technical information, but they don't have the soft skills. And this is where higher education could come in. So there could be this problem to solution pattern could also be very, very effective. And so thinking about ways of packaging information so that things are not just a collection of sentences on the paper. When I look at this text, it looks more like a collection of sentences. Like, here's a sentence, now what do I say? Here's another sentence, now what do I say? But maybe engaging more in, maybe I should compare education of entrepreneurial education in Russia with education elsewhere. Or maybe I should compare the importance of hard skills versus soft skills, right? Maybe that would allow for a more persuasive argument in the text. And so this is for me also something that's lacking. Again, tied to my suggestion of the creative research space model or creating problem to solution, but an imposition of order, right? I'm lacking in order. And this may go back to the comment about a lack of paragraph structure. So I think this is also an issue for the text. I would also like to think about as well as another issue is sentence number 2 here, where the authors say the Russian economy is characterized by low level of activity. A concern I have with this is why would someone in Hong Kong or Tokyo or Miami, wherever, right? Why would they care about the Russian economy? If the goal of these authors is to reach an international audience, I wonder about that sudden move from the broad statement in sentence 1 of the introduction to the sudden focus on the Russian economy, right? If you want to capture a broader audience and not just your local audience or regional audience, it's very important to situate your work in a discussion that is of interest to the international readership. The narrow focus on Russia here, I think, could dissuade people from reading it. Well, I don't care about Russia, even though I'm interested in hard and soft skills. So I think another suggestion I would have for these authors is to think about how they're framing this paper. And by framing, this is also a handout that you can take a look at. I believe it's number 7 in the collection of texts. Framing, right? How are they actually framing this discussion? Are they framing it in a broader conversation that is taking place on hard and soft skills, or are they not? When I look at this, this is so narrowly framed on Russia that those in other countries may dismiss this paper because of that very narrow focus, right? So framing, as indicated on the handout, the framing has to do with how you're actually contextualizing the work. Are you connecting into an international conversation or are you not? And they're not tapping into the international conversation. Now, if they don't want to do that, that's fine. But one would hope that if you do your research, you want to reach a broader audience than the local or regional one. I'm curious if anybody has any comments up to this point, because I don't want to keep dominating, and I have been. So are there comments or objections? I love a good argument. So please feel free, to disagree. I'm very curious about what you think.
Is anyone willing to disagree with Christine?
Oh, not willing to, but please, please, please. Yeah, right. I love a good discussion. Yeah.
I was just joking. So anyone to make a comment, question? No? We can proceed.
Yeah, okay. And I'm just going to say one more comment on the framing. If you're interested in publishing your own work, and I'm now speaking as an editor of ESP as opposed to someone that works with students trying to publish. As an editor of ESP, for instance, I can strongly recommend that if you have local research, that's great. But the key to getting it published in a journal like ESP or Second Language Writing or even JEEP, some of these journals that are the flagship journals, there's a need to contextualize it in that broader conversation. For example, what are we all talking about in regard to feedback on writing, rather than have that focus super narrow at the beginning? Because as soon as it starts really narrowly, reviewers tend to say, I'm not interested. This is so local. I have to do all the work to see how it applies to my own context. And so this is just a bit of advice for everybody in terms of getting their own work published. Okay, so you can see though that the concern here for me is I'm not even concerned about individual paragraphs. I'm concerned about, is this text organized in a manner that is familiar, that is persuasive, that shows to me that someone has taken care and time to develop a persuasive argument in the introduction and an argument to motivate the research here. And this is what's lacking, right? Simply telling me that entrepreneurial activity in Russia is a problem doesn't do enough to motivate this research, right? Especially for me, because I'm doing all the work here to getting the meaning out. But I want to go a little bit deeper than that, right? I want to share now another handout that the students say is extremely valuable for them. And I want to skip ahead to handout number 4. And I think this one is just a really, really important one, and one that focuses on something that we do not pay enough attention to in our academic writing instruction. Maybe you all do, so forgive me if you all know this, but I know in my own department, this has not been a focus until maybe about 15 years ago, maybe even more recently. But when I give talks in other departments and work with faculty on this, and then one-on-one with students, they all say this is something that they've never really paid attention to. And so handout number 4 has to do with even sentence level information flow, which I think is a major issue in this text. And because of the sentence level information flow, this also contributes then to paragraph level issues, to move level issues, to rhetorical strategy, to persuasive strategies. And so if we take a look at our text on Russian entrepreneurship, right? As a reader, I am expecting the authors to not only organize things at the larger level, I'm expecting them to organize information at the sentence level. And this has nothing to do with strict grammar correctness or lack of correctness, but this is something I'm very, very, very sensitive to. So we have this expected pattern of information flow in our North American, maybe Western views of how English should be written up. But we expect to see a lot of repetition in a text. And often English teachers say, don't repeat, and don't repeat, which I think is actually really, really bad advice. In an effort to not repeat, students are actually confusing us as readers because we have a very particular expectation of information flow. So if we take a look at sentence 1 here, when we read sentence 1, I have certain expectations for what sentence 2 is going to talk about. They talk about the effectiveness of today's economies is linked to the pace of development activity in the entrepreneurial sector. Now, at this point, sentence 2 for me can only talk about one of two things. It can only talk about this, topic A, the effectiveness of economies, or it should talk about entrepreneurial education or the entrepreneurial sector, right? Okay. If that next sentence starts with anything else, I'm going to have to do a lot of work in order to understand what's going on. And what this author does is the authors introduce a brand new topic, right? For me, this is like, okay, a topic C. And I'm looking back and I'm thinking, why are we talking about the Russian economy? What does the Russian economy have to do with what was just said in sentence number 1? I have to read through the sentence. It's characterized by a low, okay, there's the connection at the end of the sentence where they talk about entrepreneurship, right? I am not expecting that information at towards the end of the sentence. I want that information at the front end. And this is well researched. And so this is not the rules according to Chris. It's not the rules of personal preference or, something I'm just making up. So if we can turn to the handout, in the handout, you will see that there are 3 ways that we rely on repeated information in order to create a smooth flow of ideas in a well-connected paragraph. So if we look at the example in the handout, my first example is about telling stories, right? And this is from the introduction of a paper. So in the handout, the authors start out with telling stories is a universal, and this is number 4, by the way, handout number 4. Telling stories is a universal and fundamental human activity, right? At that point, I expect them to continue talking about stories. I don't expect anything else to come next. And indeed, they meet my expectation. Through stories, we translate and interpret our experiences. Great. I expect them to continue either talking about stories or maybe picking up something else. But in the 3rd sentence, they say one common form or type of storytelling is word of mouth, right? And so at the beginning of every sentence is content that has been picked up from the previous sentence. I need that as a reader. I need something familiar as a reader. I don't want synonyms because a synonym suggests maybe something different. You can expand on that noun, you can expand on the content, right? We have stories, and storytelling, but they're still basically the same thing, okay? And so if we look at the next example, I didn't mark this one up, but this is a little bit more complicated of a text, but it's on pleiotropy. And I had my student help me with understanding the connection here. But if we look at that second example, where the authors say years of genetic research on various complex traits have implicated numerous genetic variants as risk factors for 2 or more traits. Pleiotropy, right? Pleiotropy is the technical term for what sentence 1 has just said. There is repeated information, but there's also a definition, right, of what pleiotropy is. The next sentence, it has also been observed. It is pleiotropy, right? So pleiotropy at the beginning of the sentence. The next sentence, if you flip the page, pleiotropy provides, right? So when authors are setting the scenes of their introduction, they tend to repeat the beginning of the previous sentence, right? So in the case of our Russian entrepreneurship, I'm having trouble with that first paragraph because we've gone from the world suddenly down to the Russian economy, and I'm lacking that connection. Now, fortunately, they pick it back up and they get the Russian economy and thinking, oh, good, okay, I'm fine now at this point. But then when we get to the next sentence, the state of the development of entrepreneurship, I'm thinking, wait a minute. Now we're back to entrepreneurship, and entrepreneurship isn't mentioned in that previous sentence. And so now I'm thinking, oh, wait a minute. Okay, we've shifted topic. that may be socioeconomic development, but I've lost the connection until I get entrepreneurship at the end of the sentence. I want that connection at the beginning, right? I need that, just like the telling stories one. Without that, I'm working really hard to get the meaning here. And then when they move from entrepreneurial ecosystems, then they go to education. I'm thinking, whoa, wait a minute. Yeah, I see the word entrepreneurial, but how did we get to education, right? So I am working far too hard in order to understand the information flow. And at this point, I don't even care about a topic sentence. In fact, there's research that shows that a lot of academic writing, published academic writing, lacks topic sentences. We'll save that for a debate for another day. But the issue for me is that I cannot follow along very well. And then the quality of education, fine, but now I don't need that. I need the entrepreneurial education. So at least there is a connection here. But then it moves to leading universities. And I'm thinking, wait a minute. How did we get to leading universities? Here's my connection, entrepreneurial education. Simple fix here, use the passive voice. Entrepreneurial education is offered by leading universities because this is our topic, is entrepreneurial education. This is why we need passive voice. And I will object to anyone that tells students, don't use passive voice, because if they can't use a passive voice, we are taking away from them an important tool that allows them to link up two sentences. And so by using passive voice, which is grammatically correct and totally appropriate, you move the connection back up to the front where it needs to be, as opposed to after leading universities, which is an abrupt shift in the focus. It's not what I expect. Okay. Are there questions at this point? Because I don't want to dwell on this if everybody is okay with this and they're super familiar with it. Is everything okay?
Mm-hmm. There's a question, not a question, question from the online viewer.
Yeah,
though it is related to discussion and conclusion. Someone says that if a discussion is present, so that's the comment related to the bow tie structure of a paper. So someone says that if discussion is present, what conclusion, can conclusion be excessive?
Yeah, what's it supposed to be? Yeah, right.
Yeah, is it excessive? Would you recommend keeping or omitting a conclusion?
Okay, I think it's actually what the journal wants. If the journal expects there to be a separate conclusion, then there must be a separate conclusion. If it's optional and you can do what you want. But again, I think we have to realize that there's never a one size fits all. And each journal, each discipline has its own preferences. And so if the journal does require, and I can send some information on this in that, and I'll put it in the folder, but if a journal requires a separate conclusion, what they're looking for is a further broadening out of the topic beyond what has been presented already. And so extrapolating even farther away from the immediate implications of what this paper is talking about, right? So it's yet another level of generality, even more of a generality in terms of what this means at a bigger level, right? And it's challenging to do that because sometimes you have nothing else left to say. And that's where if it's optional, I would get rid of it. But if it's required, I would talk to lots of other people and decide what might fit. Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yeah, there is a question.
Well, it's actually not a question, it's kind of a comment, and I would like to take this opportunity. Admiration work to you, because we are learning from
Sure. Can you hear, Christine?
I couldn't get the question. If you could repeat it.
No, it's not
the
a question.
It's
It's
a
just
comment.
I expressing my admiration of you and your work because I'm
thank you.
learning from your books, and I have studied many books of yours from cover to cover. And right now you are demonstrating just how we can work with students or learners or researchers work. And I would like to add that the thing which you are talking right now about the old new information principle is a little bit new for Russian speaking learners. Right, and from my experience, I know exactly when we start discussing this issue, they become surprised that about the importance of paying attention to the information which you should place at the beginning of the sentence or in the end and at the beginning of the next sentence. And thanks a lot for your great work. I'm really appreciate
well, thank you. You know, it's all based on research. I wish I were smart enough to say I came up with this on my own, but we're really good at translating, but thank you. Yeah, we don't teach this in the US at all. And so when I'm working with my L1 speakers, they're shocked to say, well, really, this is what's going on, right? And then they realize too, once they want to narrow down, right? The way we narrow down in a topic then is we pick up that new stuff, that unfamiliar stuff at the end. And I think it's really important, this is in the handout as well, that when we say that it's unfamiliar information at the end of the sentence, it's not information that someone may not know. It's information that they could not anticipate, right? And so when we're reading, we anticipate information to be in the next sentence in a particular location. And so we can narrow down by picking up the end of the sentence, placing that at the front end, and then moving on. And these authors would benefit from a little bit of awareness. And you can see this doesn't require someone to know a grammar rule, right? It doesn't require a grammar rule. It requires thinking about what we need to do to communicate our information to our readers, right? So we don't have a whole lot of time, so I don't want to dwell more on this, but please look at this handout. My students tell me that this is like one of the most valuable handouts for them, because often when we say students have trouble with grammar, they don't understand the grammar. It's really, really not the grammar. It's because the information is not where we expect it at the sentence level. It's not where we expect it at the paragraph level. And by noticing what is at the beginning of every sentence, we can see how the information flow is collapsing in this particular instance, right? So it's all about where do we put content so that readers can access it. And what can people remember in their short-term memory? Isn't very much. We can remember the beginning of a sentence and the end. So it makes sense that the next sentence will start with the beginning or the end. And when we're reading, we do not notice this kind of repetition. I think if you look at some of the examples in the handout, you can see what I'm talking about. So again, the basic message here is that I'm getting at is, again, helping students think about where content goes, not what is grammatically correct, because even if there are grammatical errors, right, the students can understand, oh, I need to put information where people expect it, right? And how can I help them do that? So if you look at the next text, I know some of you may be not thrilled with this next introduction, but if we look at what these authors are doing, right? We have soft skills here, their definition, soft skills. These kinds of skills are necessary, soft skills. Soft skills are difficult to learn. For this reason, now we finally get some kind of a connector in there, so that the companies are really interested in that. This occurs because of, right? And given the importance of soft skills refers to that entire paragraph. So when we're setting the scene, we're constantly repeating that front end of the sentence, right? And then finally, when we narrow down, and that is one of the main reasons that the second text I feel is much easier to understand, because the information is where I expect it to be. The issues with this second introduction are really minor in comparison to those of the first. And at this point, I'd like to just talk a little bit about the issue of using logical connectors, because a lot of times in our teaching, we say, oh, you got to use, connectors. But in fact, the use of logical connectors is really not a good line of strategy and trying to connect ideas, because when you use a logical connector, it should be used even though someone could reasonably anticipate the content of the next sentence. Really, really good academic writers use very, very few of those logical connectors. So if you look at in the, let me find my notes here. So if you were to look at handout number 3 in the folder is an example of a text where there are a lot of logical connectors, and yet with all those logical connectors, I don't know what those authors are talking about, right? Grammatically, each sentence is correct, but a connector is merely logic. There's no content in there. So if I throw in, however, or as a result, the burden on my reader to see that connection is very great, unless there is some other content in that sentence that directly refers back to what has just been said. Or if that connector is being used to signal a shift in the moods, or to signal a new part of a particular rhetorical pattern, like refutation or comparing and contrasting, right? There's got to be something familiar that we can latch onto. So our advice, which my own students have heard over and over, connectors, but in really well-written texts, we tend to not use connectors that much. And when we do, we use them because we just want to give a little bit more emphasis to the shift, a slight shift in focus. Right. So again, we want to move our attention away from, again, a grammatical thing put in a connector, when a connector is just a bit of logic. There's no content in there and imposes quite a large burden on us as readers. And I think, too, that's why this second text works very well for me. The previous one doesn't work so well for me, because at the end, I get the sequence at the end, therefore research was aimed. I'm still not following it. I don't see the logical connection. I see the therefore, it's a nice sentence. I don't get the connection. I don't get the connection here either, right? So again, grammatically correct, but not very useful in terms of communicating. Right? I would also add the last thing here, and then I'll try to wrap up. I think the authors of this particular text could benefit from some awareness of being more confidently uncertain in their writing. Okay, more confidently uncertain. And I'm just going to write this down, because I think this is an important concept for research writers, that we want to be confidently uncertain. And if you think about it, it's like, right, that kind of doesn't seem to fit. How can I be confident and I can be uncertain? Well, this is a matter of hedging, right? If you look at this text, there is no hedging. There are no instances of this may be due to, this is possibly due to, this could be an instance of, right? And so again, not thinking about a rule, oh, you have to hedge, but thinking about how strongly they should be making their claims in their text. All of our research shows that academic writers use far more hedging devices. They're far more confidently uncertain in their writing using may and could and possibly and perhaps in some cases than they are using things that boost their claims. This text is so strong without any nuance as to considering, right? Maybe this is not an absolute truth, but everything presented in this text is as if it were an absolute truth without some perhaps openness of possibility or potential. And again, this too, this understanding that we need to be a little bit more nuanced in what we are writing. We need to hedge a little bit more. We need to be a little bit more aware that you may believe this to be the absolute truth, but you also need to appeal to an audience that may not have that truth in mind or might have a different opinion. And you want to connect with them. You don't want to alienate your reader right off the bat in the introduction, right? So again, thinking about this as a social activity, you are interacting here. And that means we are more persuasive when we pull back a little bit and consider that maybe there are alternative perspectives at play. And this too is where these authors could benefit a little bit more. And you can see a little bit more of this in handout number 6, which my students also find very, very helpful in terms of thinking about, in the end, how do we guide somebody through this text, right? It's not a matter of what do I know and what can I write, but to shift our thinking in the feedback that we give to help students think more about how do I guide someone through this text? What do I need to tell them so that they understand where my background is, what my motivation is, what the concern is, how this taps into the larger community? How do I persuade them that my problem is really a problem? How do I justify this as worthy of investigation? And yes, you need good grammar, right? In order to, good enough grammar to do this, but good grammar alone is not necessarily going to lead to these things that guide the reader through the text. And so when we're dealing with research writers, I believe we should focus more on guiding readers through the use of moves, through the use of information placement, through the use of hedging and maybe a little bit of boosting, to signaling what we're doing in the text. And once those things are in place, sure, we can go through and we can look at the grammar if that's a concern, right? But again, good grammar alone does not lead to successful communication. It's information and how I'm communicating that to my readers. So I got to stop. I'm already a little bit over, but we did stop a little bit, or start a little bit late. So I feel okay doing that. I would love to entertain some questions if there are questions, if we have a little bit of time for that. And I will be adding to the folder on Google Docs. So if anybody has a request, please let me know and I can add things.
No questions online. We still have just time for one question because we have another great speaker waiting for her turn. Any questions? Any words of admiration?
Thank you. No, I don't need words of admiration. I love a good argument, right? So feel free to push back and say you're crazy.
All our speakers are absolutely fabulous, and okay, that's. So sometimes I'm speechless because I do not know what to say. We're so much overwhelmed with the emotions that we're so excited that we're having this conference, speaking about our professional. All professional issues and things that really, I wouldn't say bother us, but keep us thinking permanently how to improve, how to enhance, how to make a change in the field of teaching, not only academic writing, but science communication or scientific communication. These are the very, very important things that we need to discuss and we want to discuss. And I guess it's not the final conference, and we will be happy to have you again and again and again, you know.
If I could just add one thing, and I'd like to tie my talk together with this, is that in the end, we all need to get out of our comfort zone, right? It's too easy to stay within our comfort zone in terms of what we're teaching in the classroom, what genres we're asking our students to produce. it's very easy to stay within our comfort zone of, you know, like I know grammar really well. I pride myself on my grammar knowledge. And it's not like I never give comments on grammar, but you know, when I do, it's more from a strategic perspective. It's like, well, why are you writing it this way first and foremost? Not what's grammatically correct, but strategically, might there be a different way of doing it? And then, you know, at some point we might talk about correctness, but any copy editor can pick up the grammar errors, right? I feel like as a professional, I have a responsibility to help my students build their toolkit. And in order to build their toolkit, I need to think about, well, what is it that I can offer them that they can use for any new writing situation that they come across? And this is where I think thinking about those new genres and giving students that knowledge of genres and realizing that when we write, it's not just to display our knowledge of English or whatever, right? It's not just to transfer information from my head to the paper, but at the academic level, all academic writing should be persuasive. And how do we persuade people? And how do we tailor our instruction and our feedback so that that element of persuasion is there beyond a strict rubric of how things should be according to the rules, recognizing that there's a lot of disciplinary variation and our students can become applied linguists to do these analyses for themselves.
Thank you, Christine. Now, I'm happy to introduce Angela DADAK. And for almost 3 decades, Angela has worked with English language students, teachers, and professionals across 4 continents. In her current position with American University's Writing Studies program, Angela works with English as an additional language students, both international and domestic, as they adjust to US academic work, culture, and writing. Angela DADAK holds a PhD in English from Old Dominion University, but what is probably more interesting for all of us is that Angela holds a bachelor's degree in Russian area studies, right? And her current areas of research and teaching interest include second language writing, multilingual composition, plurilingual, okay, funny word, pedagogies, language awareness, linguistic landscape, curriculum development, student support, faculty development. So I can speak for hours and hours and hours about expertise that Angela has. But in her talk, she will speak about promises and perils of English as a lingua franca and teaching academic writing. Let's welcome Angela. Okay, we're all ears, as we say.
Thank you. You're all ears, and I'm still setting up my screen slightly with that quick translation. I feel so fortunate not only to have been able to hear Dr. Feek's final words. Sorry, Fitz. There we go. To hear Dr. Feek's final words, but also to be able to speak with you all today this is the first day of the conference, correct? And this is the end of the day for you all, if I understand it. So welcome from Washington, D.C. It is mid-morning here, so I hope I won't strain your patience too much. It sounds like it's already been an amazing day with some fantastic presentations. One of the reasons I'm very glad that I caught Dr. Feek's, the end of Dr. Feek's talk, is because especially some of the points about challenging our teaching practices and challenging some of our assumptions. My talk is going to ask a little bit about that and to consider some pedagogy at the end, but also consider some assumptions about English as this global language in the complicated situation and what changes we might be able to make. And how do we best work with our learners? It's not just correct that, grammatical correctness, but how do we help be participants, help our learners and mentees be participants, and eventually change some of the landscape, perhaps to be more inclusive for not just English publication. So let me start, and I'm looking at two different screens, folks. So if you see me moving, Ellen, if you see a problem with anything that, with the screens that I'm projecting on, with the slides that are coming up, please let me know so I can address it. I'm going to be looking at a different screen while I'm talking, so I'd ask for that. So when I was starting with this talk, one of the things that came to my attention is actually by your dear conference organizer was this position statement written by 12 scholars from 12 different continents, and published in the Journal for English for Research Publication Purposes. That manifesto opens with this sentence and sets out 10 principles. And as it reads here, just to give us a moment to really consider what this says, the authors aim to challenge assumptions made about the use of English as a lingua franca in scientific academic contexts, identify the impact of such assumptions on trajectories of knowledge production and uptake, and legitimize the use of multiple languages for translational scholarly exchange. In my talk today, I would like to unpack this sentence. That is, to take apart and examine the assumptions it alludes to, describe many of the complications that we already know about the ideas here of English as a scientific language. And my ultimate aim is not to tear everything down, but is for us to consider the wider historical and ideological context of English as a global language in order to take a look at the ecology into which we write, or into which we prepare our students, or which we collaborate with our colleagues to write. Now, what about those writers' views of English as a lingua franca? This study, this is the results of a study of a survey of 300 Spanish writers who publish in English for academic purposes. 83% of them felt that a single international language of science is necessary. And even more of them accepted that that English would be that language, but felt that English advantages native speakers over non-native speakers. And 62% felt personally more advantaged than disadvantaged by the dominance of English in science. Now, most of these, of the 62% had already self-reported high English fluency. Now, this kind of, and the overall stance of the sample of Spanish academics might be best summarily captured in the word resignation. So this study, I mean, yes, it's one study from one country in one context, but when you yourselves may feel this, other published studies show the same sort of ambivalence. Yes, we need a single language. Yeah, English works for it, but it also can put people at a disadvantage or maybe an advantage. So you have these complicated views from writers themselves. And some of you may have experienced this, right? But so I also want to consider the views in this introduction of, teachers, right? When Christine Tardy was an English for academic purposes teacher, she wrote an article in which she sums up kind of this dilemma of this space that those of us who help scholars publish, or budding scholars or students publish in English are in. We're in this kind of a bind. As Tardy says, on the one hand, I want to recognize the Tyrannosaurus Rex side of English, that it's a powerful carnivore gobbling up other denizens of the academic linguistic grazing grounds, right? It's this dominant, dangerous force. But at the same time, she writes, I do not want to be complicit in maintaining its status, and I don't want to be complicit in maintaining its status quo, but at the same time, I want my students to succeed. I want to help my students succeed in English within the institutions of academia and industry. So I think that we can be stuck in this sort of bind sometime when we're thinking about teaching and participating and encouraging English for academic research purposes. How do we balance this structure of equity in publication across the globe and the role and the complications of English in it, at the same time, wanting people to succeed and helping people succeed? So here you can see more or less the outline for my talk, and yes, that's being projected. So in our time together, I want to briefly describe, how did we get here with English as the dominant language, right? And the benefits that it affords global scholarship. I also want to take a look at critical stances, particularly through the position statement quoted on the second slide. Who do these benefits go to? We'll spend some time on challenges and consequences of the dominance of publication in English. Then I'll point to some changes in attitudes and actions among scholars and publishers. But finally, really the important part towards the end, and I will get there, so this is where we will arrive. Have some time to examine how we as writers, publishers, and literacy brokers operate in the system, but more importantly, how writers and instructors, what's a framework that we can use? What activities can we use to not just blindly acquiesce to, okay, we're going to publish in English. This is how to do it. Here's the grammar. Here's the moves. But can we also encourage thoughts about your space in this as a writer among our students, which actually can raise their confidence. And perhaps when you become brokers and agents of change, that you will be more aware of the system that you're in and possibilities for encouraging equity across it. So there's my time. So the first thing, the history, right? Probably not a mystery to most of you, but, right? English clearly has spread across the globe and is a dominant force, right? In the 18th through the 20th century, really the spread of English at first was through colonial spread and domination. It has a complicated history as a global language. It wasn't just that we decided English was the best. That was going to be the language of power. If we wanted to speak to power, adopted English, right? In the 20th century, by the end of the 19th century, the major languages, some of the major languages of scholarly publication included Russian, of course. Like we had Russian, French, and English, and German were a really large presence in the scholarly world, and they still do, but relatively the proportions have changed with English becoming this global Tyrannosaurus Rex. And it didn't just happen because, English is the best. It came as a result of geopolitical power and spread in historical events. After World War II, World War I, World War II, breakup of the Soviet Union, those fluctuations and changes within countries and systems and academic publishing gave room for English to grow and take more space when other systems became less stable. So why am I? So we know that the number of journals now in English there are a large number. The predominantly indexed prominent scholarly journals across the world are published in English, and they do have that Anglophone center to them. The primary indexes, I just referred to that, like which journals have the most impact, which ones are cited the most. Those indexes developed in the Anglophone sphere as well, also show this predominance of English, especially in hard sciences. Humanities has a presence of more languages, and social science is somewhere in between, but especially in hard sciences, the predominance of English is quite clear. This situation, of course, has real material effects in terms of like promotion policies that we can see across the globe, in which explicitly stated to be promoted, to receive bonuses. Scholars need to publish in highly ranked international journals, and many of those are in English. This isn't a surprise to anybody. But so why am I even taking time for this? Just really to emphasize that English as an international dissemination of knowledge isn't a neutral decision, right? It's spread through geopolitical power in the background, and that's a system in which we're playing. And this need for a common language of scholarship and its benefits is not often discussed explicitly in scientific literature. It's instead presumed. And that I'll get into is like that presumption, that unexamined presumption, I would argue can harm scholars participating in it, right? I'm not going to burn it all down, but just assuming this is what it is and this is what the best is, and it just is, and it's static without thinking of the changes, is actually going to harm not only writers, but also global scholarship in the long run, right? But of course there are benefits, right? Why else would we do it? That, when you have one language that more people can read, so more people can access scholarship. When I work with my students, I often use the debate between Chinua Achebe and Ngugi wa Thiong'o about literature, believe it or not, and whether, can English be a language for African literature? And wa Thiong'o argues that it can't. It shouldn't be because of its history and inequalities, and so it actually can't. But Achebe argues very passionately and in a lively tone that without using English, he would not have access or be able to talk with, in his field, other poets and what their meanings are and their experiences. And so that idea of that wider readership, and that is echoed across scholars. They don't just, you see that in the first statistic. They really do see we need a single language. And why? Because it helps disseminate knowledge to a wider audience, so more people can read it, so we can have more people, consume that with art. More people can see our own research, and we can see others people, so we can actually have this global exchange through, and that is having a single language can benefit that, right? So we see this benefit is huge, right? And I play a large role in this, in that as a native speaker, I can access, as a native speaker in an Anglophone-centered university in Washington, D.C., I have access to scholarship from a lot of places of the world through English, right? Well, no surprise, given the first slide that I presented, there are complications with this, and sometimes unacknowledged ones. So let me return to that first position statement, right? For those scholars from China, from Asia, Africa, Australia, South America, and North America, and Europe. After giving that provocative statement about challenging English as a lingua franca for scientific communication, they outlined 10 principles. And because they are committed to their ideals, they also provide that statement in multiple languages, which is why, despite the fact that, ja zanimala su ruskim jezikom na univerzitecie, yet I could not write these sentences myself at an academic level. I could use the Russian as well for you today. So the first 3 principles talks about, we talk about English can get a wider readership and more people can see and discuss the work. And and at the same time, the idea that this isn't always questioned, but they do definitively, strongly declare that using English as a scientific academic lingua franca does not always promote inclusion. They talk about the language positioned as a scientific academic lingua franca can act as a language of domination. And positioning English as the lingua franca policy may discourage translations and exclude participation. So let's talk a little bit about these slides. And I encourage you to, I should have before I started reading this, to think about what are your reactions, experiences, feelings, and thoughts about these three principles that these scholars are so definitively and confidently declaring. Now, as I said, it's not neutral to choose one language or another. And that sort of speaks to the second point here. So that, you know, can act as a language of domination in that you have to work in a language that's not your own in order to achieve global prominence, right? When they question its ability of inclusion, you know, having that, you all know because you work in this sphere, right? Having that extra step of publishing in a second, third, fourth language excludes people. There are some people who will say, okay, I can't do this. I'm going to consume, but I'm not going to actually I'm going to consume and maybe read if I can, but I'm not going to put my thoughts out into the world because it's just too much to do it in English. So we are working towards including scholars so that they have the rhetorical writing skills, the English language skills to be able to participate in the system. But we need to acknowledge that that system is going to exclude others who don't have access to our, do not have access to mentoring, writing centers, English for academic purpose classes, who may not be aware of the system in which they're working, of the place of review of, you know, I submitted an article, it was rejected, that's it. And we'll come back to that point, right? So we are excluding parts of the world, people who cannot access things, say, in English. The idea of, the third point there is interesting to consider. If we uncritically accept English as the lingua franca, we may then discourage translation. So that translation throughout the centuries has been a way of crossing language divides. And it may a way to do more inclusion. But if we continue to say, well, just do it in English because everyone can have it, you're going to exclude voices who don't publish in English. And if this idea becomes stronger and stronger, then fewer things perhaps would appear even in translation. So thinking about through these 3 points, whose voices are heard, whose aren't, and what are the effects? And the effect, oh my goodness, folks, somebody yell at me that I wasn't promoting your slides. So I'm going to pause here for a second. I had forgotten to advance your slides on the second screen. Again, let's pause and think about, these were the 3 main points that I just went through about publishing in English and perhaps resistance to it. So those are the first 3. And I sort of ended on this note with the idea that, you know, who's included, who's excluded, and kind of what are the effects. And the effects of exclusion is declared strongly in the next 3 points from these scholars, right? So remember, there are 10 principles. Here's the next set. And as you're looking through these, consider your responses to them, your experiences, your thoughts, and your reactions. Overall, the effects of streamlining to English runs the risk of limiting knowledge creation. And this is, it limits the voices we hear. It can limit the types of scholarship that is considered worth publishing or worth reading. It can limit divergent approaches from other parts of the world. And as I say those words, this is not an exact connection, but it makes me think of Dr. Feek's point about being uncomfortable with things. Are there other non-dominant approaches to studying a topic that we're not hearing? Because the the English-speaking centers have sort of the Anglophone disciplinary centers of the field have said, okay, the discipline goes this way. If you're looking at engineering, we take this effect. If we were looking at philosophy, okay, we're going to look at philosophy with this current trend, but might be losing other trends that others are looking throughout. If we're seeing this, and that idea that language and language varieties can function as a powerful resources for knowledge making. This isn't saying that, language determines thinking necessary. It's not trying to endorse that kind of thing, that if you say it, you can only say it one way in one language, and you can own without translation is not possible. You can't possibly say it in another language. But it does, as we know, working across different languages, you investigate different nooks, you say things in different ways, and sure, you can translate it, but there are ways of expressing ideas that may work for your thinking in one language in different ways than another. And so that may be a little esoteric, but that's actually thinking about how knowledge production is created. So if we're streamlining to English, again, it limits knowledge creation. And I want to point out something that Hardy brings up in that article about the Tyrannosaurus Rex of English as well. That it was really germane to this idea of knowledge creation. She notes that, and I'm going to quote her for a moment here because she says it so well. Because so many top-tier journals publish in English, meta-analyses and research reviews often exclude non-English publications from their studies. And she and others have noted, she reports on in some scholarship, and there's been some more recent, that in such meta-analyses and research reviews, when you include work in other languages, it has been shown in at least some cases to obtain different results. So if you are doing a meta-analysis or lit review of a particular topic and you're looking at it through the top tier journals and it's all English sources, you may get one result. If you add in sources from being published in different languages from different parts of the world, that result may change. So then the overall trend, that meta-analysis, knowledge is always in flux and never definitive. I think that missing that point and potentially getting that error is major. My notes about this point are in large caps that I am part of this problem. That my presentation here is very much relying on my access to English sources and scholarship that I read for this. Yes, I studied Russian, and I lived in Poland, but I do not work in those languages at an academic level. And so we can question my own commitment to some of these things, but that's something I think acknowledging that stance is important to say. Although I did find one really interesting article from Croatia, which really criticized the dominance of English in strident terms, but I could only read the abstract because the article was in Croatian. And the pieces that I've read about Russian publications, they say that not much work has been published about Russian academics' decisions about their publishing and their attitudes. And again, critically thinking about that, I can be like, yeah, that's true. And that's great for you guys listening, because that's a great research niche, right? On the other hand, I have to acknowledge in the back of my head, is that an Anglophone perspective? Are there non-English sources that do more work in examining the position of Russian academics writing in English? So always kind of being aware of those two tiers is important to me. All right. That was interesting. So let me also point out that the declarations from the position and the rather strong strident views I've taken that English is a problem and it disadvantages people and we need to tear it down. Well, or not tear it down. Not all researchers agree, right? There's a counter argument, and you can find a lot of positions where scholars are saying, look, no, we do need this one language of communication. English is fine. This is why it works. It doesn't have all these ideological perspectives with it. So again, it's not a settled question. So much like the idea that English is a great national language for global communication, and that's the best language to choose because of its Greek Roman roots and the way it communicates ideas, that is a load of balderdash. No one language is best for communicating ideas. On the same time, we can't go to the extreme other end to say, well, it's complete trash to use English as a global language. And that may be a minority view. I would say in the scholarship, the majority view is that we need to make these challenges and acknowledge these complications. But I don't want to say that it's the only view out there, right? But let's take a look. Going back to those 10 positions, here are the last 4 positions from that declaration about English as a scientific language, scientific lingua franca, right? And I want to particularly look at the first, at 7 and 8, not really 9 and 10, but I'll acknowledge them briefly. Thinking about English as a lingua franca, I mean, these scholars state that choosing a language for publishing or presenting is a socio-linguistic right. And choosing a language to publish or present in is a political act. Meaning building on the history and the position of English is not a neutral good, right? Let me do a side note about points 9 and 10. They talk about convention organizers should have the right to promote the languages of their choice, right? In this case, it makes sense that we're promoting English, right? But are there any presentations that are in Russian? Would not be accessible to me. But what politics does that say, one way or the other? I'm not questioning it for this conference. I'm pleased as punch to be here, but I love raising complications, as you can see. But I think one of the things that's happening with questions 9 and 2 is this position statement actually grew out in part from an experience in which conference organizers allowed some presentations without translation into English, without interpretation into English. I think it was in the Spanish. So there were a couple Spanish presentations and there was a big uproar. How could you have this international conference, and English is the language of dissemination? How dare you have something in Spanish without translation? And there's a lot of interesting complications we can argue with that, but we definitely can say that that was a political act to make that choice in there. But to 7 and 8, thinking about language in terms of sociolinguist right or choosing a language to publish or present in is a political act, I think is I want to say complicated, but that's not the word. Conflicting is the word. Combative can be as well. Because whether or not this choice is a political act, it is a material reality of today around the globe, including where you are, that scholars must publish in English, right? We saw that in those notes from the scholars at the beginning. So it determines readership, perception of global influence. It's okay, that's more, but pragmatically, as I noted, institutions will require quotas for publication, levels of publication that, if not explicitly, implicitly, deem that they must be published in English, that articles must be published in English in order to reach highest ranks, highest bonuses, living wages even. So that's, your rights and your political acts are important to consider, but we also must note the material pragmatic ends. All right, let's make sure we are all in the same place. So there are changes, like as I said, this is like the big, this manifesto is asking for changes on a larger scale. And there are changes we know happening in this field. I mean, especially since the late 20th century. I see some scholarship earlier, say in the 70s, but especially coming up through the 90s. And another flowering, actually in this decade, I would argue, examines, gives more attention to the situation for English for research publication purposes, right? As I said, scholarship growing through the years about this acronym ERPP, English for Research and Publication Purposes, right? You see more and more investigations about the attitudes of global writers towards English, the attitudes of publishers and editors, including conflicting ones. You know, yeah, we say this and we do this, but how can we be better about it? How can we be more equitable? Excuse me. Let me define better. Be more equitable about it. So attitudes from the different players involved. They look at texts that are being produced according to norms or language variations. They examine publishers, what their statements are. They look at peer reviewers. They talk about pedagogy. There's a lot of investigation of how this system of English for global research and publication purposes works. And reality, going beyond that assumptions of, oh, it feels like we're being disadvantaged. Oh, we just do it because we have to. All right, well, what does that mean and what is really happening? So that scholarship is going through the years, highlighting here this Journal for English for Research Publication Purposes, which actually began, I believe, in 2021. So there are 3 or 4 issues so far. So as Paul K. Matsuda looked at in terms of how does a discipline start when he was examining the second language writing, one of the indications that a field has arrived is a journal and conferences. So this is something I would say is an indication of growing interest in the work that we do. And so I'll highlight that English as a lingua franca research, and let me pause here for a moment to put out 2 meanings of English as a lingua franca. One is the way we've been using it up until this slide, which is a general term to mean a global language, a global tongue, right? That we use for communication. I'm putting the capital letters here because English as a lingua franca is also a research paradigm that grew out of the 90s. And its purpose was to sort of get away from native speaker norms for English. I mean, it's a global language. Going back to Achebe, he says that the price that native speakers must pay if their language is going to be the global language is that it's going to be put to all different kinds of services, right? Air adaptations, we know codified global variations, what happens. Small diversion here, taking a look at the time again. Yeah, small diversion here. So with English as a lingua franca, I mean, one of the things that scholars really looking to teach global English is what language do we teach? Do we teach American? Do we teach British? Do we teach Japanese English? Do we teach Australian? Like, what's the English? What's the target of our teaching? And so part of kind of what grew out of that for a while were scholars trying to find and define an international variety of English, right? That isn't native to anybody, but there's got to be a variety that when international scholars come together, this is how they speak. Well, they couldn't actually find a variety that to codify in the way that we've codified other varieties. Like, what's the vocabulary? What words are used? What grammatical structures are used in this variety? Like, how can we put together a dictionary, a grammar of this variety of English, like we've seen codified, say, for Nigerian English, South African English, Australian English, you know, way back in the day, American English, right? ELF scholars, English as a lingua franca, capital letter scholars, argue that, okay, it's not like a codified thing, changing. It's actually rather a set of strategies that international speakers employ. That there are some, you know, how do they talk about that let it pass principle, like, okay, strategy is going to be let something pass, and when it comes around again, try to understand it, but not try to go for every word. Strategies, dropping some grammatical points, especially in conversation articles, we barely hear them, an and the. and dropping them almost never makes a difference in talking. Certain pronunciation, Jenkins does a lot of work in the pronunciation. But ELF, and that's all well and good for spoken English, right? We could do varieties and drop endings and prepositions and do all kinds of circumlocutions to try to make ourselves understood when we're speaking, right? But written is more codified, it's edited, there's more language brokers involved. So how applicable can English as a lingua franca be to that paradigm? And so, but yet after a couple of decades of looking into the spoken dimension, ELF researchers are looking at written. Maybe starting into their corpus is, the main corpus of ELF written work is in, not like research journals, but less mediated, say blog posts or reflections or discussions. So things that are maybe less formal and less edited. So that's the main corpora. And that makes me think in some ways of what Dr. Feek, again, her workshop was on, or her talk, is like, how do you, graduate students are being prepared not just to write this research article, but what are these other domains that can have effect? And English as a lingua franca writing research can actually look at, say, okay, how do scholars, not how can we do it, but how do scholars actually vary language, and not in ways that maybe native speakers expect that, but that work perfectly well. So that's fascinating too. But even there, they are beginning to, and even outside ELF, there is research into these formal moves and textual analysis of formal journal articles in top tier publishings showing kind of ELF creative expressions that one might not expect from someone such as myself writing, but that works. So how are scholars making moves their own, understanding the moves they make, making some of the moves their own, and making them with some original language constructions? So my point here is that there are evolutions in the field. We're seeing much more attention researching into how English for research publication and production works, and looking at text attitudes and publishers and pedagogy. And those things can, in the research for English as a lingua franca, saying, okay, it's not just the Anglophone center or the native speaker norms that we're looking at, but what variations do scholars successfully use? And this is not the should, right? This is what is actually happening. But yet all these can lead to the calls for actions of the type that we see in this position statement that we've been looking at here and there, which is just one of many, right? It's not the only manifesto of sorts out there saying, here are some things that we need to change or that should be changed. Now, the manifesto is doing a lot of calling, to big issues, right? Like we need to, encourage more translation. Publishers need to accept this. Conference organizers, or people shouldn't always expect conferences to just be in English. And those kinds of things going on. But I mean, there are some smaller moves as well. Like when I talk about evolutions, it's not just in the scholarship, but also calls to action, both big and small. And I just wanted to offer an example of one of those sets of suggestions coming out of that study about the Spanish scholars, right? They call them modern interventions. And they are reacting to some suggestions that have been made, but generally are not taken too seriously in in the circles that I've seen and read about, well, we need a global tax that should be paid to places that, from richer countries given to countries so that they can have better access to scholarship and resources. And Ferguson et al. Is like, yeah, that's not going to happen. So what can we do, right? They have an idea of relaxing of linguistic norms, and this can be pretty contentious in other spaces, but let's think of this more like that the English as a lingua franca, again, the research sphere, is the standard to which we're applying, and not just native English speaking norm. And there's some evidence through the research on publication statements to authors that this is changing. Yes, there are some that clearly are privileging native speakers, but then there are others that are trying to reach more towards a flexible stance on what's readable as opposed to what's completely grammatically correct or considered correct. It also suggests about journals publishing in English, but outside traditional Anglophone center, meaning that, places outside of the US, Australia, publishing English in their own way. Achebe sort of, again, I keep going back to him, saying, sure, yeah, publish in English, and it's our English, and we're making this our own, divorced from your centers. They suggest, greater level of practical support for non-Anglophone scholars seeking publication in international language journals. And I've seen, I know you have at least one session at this conference about this, and I know that those movements towards why writing centers, actually having classes, that is some of the, so that's actually some of the recommendations you can see at the bottom. And so there's many places where this kind of activity offering support doesn't even exist. So we're already ahead of the curve in this conference, right? And trying to improve in that area. But again, who am I talking to? And who is my audience? So I might think that perhaps there are some of you here who do have access to large university resources and can redirect some funding, but I'm kind of assuming not, or that you are in charge of English language journals and have enough power to really strongly implement all the suggestions from the positions people. But I'm assuming not. I'm assuming, and there's always dangers in assumptions, that my audience here are writers who are writing for the Anglophone Center, who are working to get their knowledge out into the world. I'm assuming that you listeners are instructors who are in that position, like Tardy says, who's in that position of like, okay, I know that there's things that are unfair about publishing in English, but my job is to really help scholars acquire that power and that possibility for promotion and things. And I'm assuming that perhaps some of you are mentors or you work with colleagues to do this same thing, to co-publish, right? So I do kind of assume that perhaps, this isn't anyone else's quote, this is my imagining of what you might be saying. Great, DADAK, but I'm not in charge of journals, conferences, university funding. So what does this all have to do with me? An English instructor or an EAPP writer or a mentor of graduate students or all of those things. That's great that those things are. So we're moving towards these ideas as well for you. I'm going to set up sort of a framework of this before getting into some specific activities that would fit. Let's set up a framework, a rationale, and then some specific activities, and then draw to some kind of hopeful yet still uncertain questioning closure on this. So, in a piece in the AILA review questioning the place of, it's actually called Linguistic Inequality in Scientific Communication Today. Flowerdew actually beautifully explains a system that I had been intending on presenting. So, new ideas under the sun. But I want to say that he really captures this well. It's that when we're looking at academic scholarly publication, we can actually draw some parallels with long existing work in English for academic purposes systems. So there's some different, so the three approaches he identifies is the critical approach, which you've probably been sitting here reading while I've been talking, right? So critical approach towards English for academic purposes or English for research publication is the critical approach is questioning of the status quo, demanding changes, resisting that status quo, The position statement I've been quoting clearly lists for that. And I'll always remember one of my mentors in college saying, in graduate school saying, I have no use for critical approaches because what do they do? And I always will remember her saying that because I respected her so much. But I think that the critical approaches we can implement them. There's the pragmatic approach, right? Which is comply as much as possible to the conventions of the academy as it currently stands, right? Even being able to understand how the conventions work and being able to comply with them. And then, basically, in order to evolve this linguistic dominance that we've been talking about, we can look at this from both bottom-up and top-down approaches. So that's why we're looking at this lens proposed by Flowerdew to connect EAP and publishing paradigms. So the position statement we've been examining falls most clearly into the critical stance, and we wonder what to really do with that information. But Flowerdew suggests that actions from the critical stance is best aimed and used at publishers, editors, and other gatekeepers and power brokers in this system. In other words, these principles can be powerfully endorsed, and they can be enacted by the decision makers and the power brokers. And again, as I said before, I don't know how many of you in the audience today fall into that category, but I can definitely imagine that some of you are, that some of you will be, and that some of you teach those who will be those power brokers. So being at least aware of the critical stances and actions is useful, even necessary, although it may not seem immediately pragmatic, right? However, as I described the pragmatic, writers and language instructors' needs run to the pragmatic, right? We've got to help people to do this. What are the things that they can do to comply, to get published, so that they can get that promotion, so they can keep their position, so they can get that bonus to achieve those material goods, and get there. I always like the big idea. I'm an Aquarian. If you go by that, it's like, and get their knowledge out into the world, right? That we're richer for that. So our needs and stances do run toward the pragmatic, but I will argue, as others do, I'm not the only one, that we do ourselves and our students a disservice if we only concentrate on the pragmatic side. I argue that without critical reflection about the dominance of English in research publication and knowledge production, we risk a cycle of writers being stuck in never good enough, eternally deficient, even defeating, confidence-eating mindsets towards working in English. If I'm pursuing an unclear, elusive goal of perfect, fluent ease in writing that few achieve in any language. That sounds extremist, but we need at least to examine that assumptions and know that maybe that's always a voice somewhere in the head, but look at that voice. And I laugh at it. I'm like, okay, I see you're there, but I don't need to achieve that level. And I know you're trying to tell me that or influence my feelings, but you know what? Let me look at you rationally and talk about rationally and critically other ways to achieve these goals, right? Anyways, I don't have a cure-all or perfect solution, but work in this area, at least published experimental, point to the benefits of encouraging metacognition and reflection about one's writing, one's language choices, and one's place in this ecosystem, right? So that's where we're looking at this critical pragmatic approach. And this is where more of a bottom up for change. This is for writers, for EAP teachers and consultants. The approach to the critical pragmatic is to help writers and learners to achieve the goal of publication, adhering to conventions, at the same time understanding those conventions and that they are conventions, not absolute natural rules. And so being able to have a questioning attitude towards the demands and conventions, attitude, not a total like, all right, I'm going to burn it down, unless that's your thing. you know, those rabble-rousing voices are totally necessary for change. So we need both of these. We need the top-down critical approaches, demands for change from the powerful and the decision makers. Yet at the same time, we need to help people participate in the systems such as they are, but also keep an eye on the critical view in which they are participating, not only for their own sanity and confidence, but also for eventual change when they become the power brokers. Right? So, what does this mean? So, for practitioners, what to do? Let's take a look at this critical, pragmatic stance, right? And going back to Tardy, you know, beyond confronting students with facts about English's dominance, classroom tasks that involve students in learning more about the sociopolitics of their disciplinary professional communities in terms of the production, reception, and distribution of scholarship, as well as mechanics for change. These are the kinds of actions that can go forward. Okay, DADAK, what the heck does that mean? Let me give you some of the examples of particular tasks. One of them is to asking students to reflect, to cultivate their metacognition about English as an international language of research and publication. And this is an empowering thing. By nurturing the metacognitive awareness through different kinds of reflections, through discussions, through examples, right? And so why we're doing this is not just to say this is unfair, but you have to do it, but let's recognize it's unfair, but also saying the way that you act within it can empower in some ways your agency, or recognize to what degree you have that power and where you can move, and that you do have possibilities and choices here, right? One of the greatest places for encouragement that I know I've worked with my undergraduates even, but with my professional colleagues as well, and that is highly recommended in multiple sources, is having the example of experience of scholars who have gone through the processes themselves, right? You could have, for example, there could be readings of how scholars preserved through revisions and criticisms. Some of those are published. Having guest speakers to the class discussing how they worked within the system. If you have more experienced scholars come to present to the novice scholars, I'm saying graduate students, you say, okay, how did you handle this? How did you learn? You may also have those senior scholars speak to how they review manuscripts, right? Review manuscripts themselves, how that goes forward. But really having that experience, right, of saying that, okay, let's look at how others have done this. Where is my goal for real? Not having it be sort of an abstract process, but really having examples of scholars who have struggled, who have had rejections, who have had to go through multiple rounds of revisions. And let me say, I don't know if any of you know, for example, the works of Dana Ferris, and she's a very prolific TESOL scholar, but I've heard her, you know, talk about pieces she's had rejected. She strongly disagrees with the reviewers, but you know, being more upfront, and a lot of us scholars are, about where we're being rejected and not accepted, that not everybody has this great perfect record going forward, but sharing our processes, some of our defeats, how we handle those defeats and turn them into, whether we drop the project or whether we turn to another audience for the project, all these kinds of experiences, sort of to demystify the process, demystify the road, having your idol, perhaps knowing how they got where they were, can be really a confidence building exercise. So already has the readings going there. I will say, where's the timing? Where am I in this? Guys, I'm going to pause for a second just to say, check my timing. We're okay. I'm okay anyways. Except I'm running out of question time. No, I'm okay. We're okay. So I want to say, like, one of the things that I do with a first year undergraduate writing class, like way in a different area, there's a journal, Young Scholars in Composition, that always publishes first year writings, like, you know, 18-year-old Americans publishing. And there's a piece there about academic borrowing and plagiarism versus like in the academic sphere and the professional sphere, written by 2 international students. And it does have some of these ELF, you know, things that you don't really expect, some of these constructions by native speakers. And so why wasn't it fixed? It allows us to take a look at that and say, oh, yeah, it still goes forward. And we can talk about how they published it and how that's accepted. I have 2 other examples, but I'm going to pause because I've got, I really want to move on. Another activity that's highly touted by, especially, this one specifically comes from a study in which the author looked at the requirements for journal submission in chemical engineering, right? And this scholar did find, you know, both as a complications, allusions to more native speaker norms in some journal, but also more openings for flexibility as well. And so this scholar, after presenting those, suggests that critical reading of journal submission requirements, right? If you want to publish in chemical engineering, what are the submission requirements? If you want to publish in the ERPP journal, right? English for research and publication purposes, what are their instructions, right? That kind of critical reading not only will help them see the conventions and norms and requirements, but also this author suggests really drawing attention to the description of the English language requested by those journals. So that's a fairly new, or in my knowledge, a fairly new activity. This one here, the idea of working with students on responding to feedback and criticism, comes up again and again in the scholarship, such that in, and sort of an advanced copy that's up in the databases now of Curry and Lillis's sort of meta-analysis of what works in English for research publication purposes. This is one of those themes, is working with your students on how to respond to feedback. Now, in writing practices, you know, it's a draft, it's feedback, and you go and you revise. Are there ways in which you can put that to different services, right? So working with students to respond to feedback that in ways that model responses to criticism in the peer review process for publication, right? Part of that might be a discussion of the role of criticism. So normalizing okay, if you submit a perfect paper, it'll be accepted, don't worry. If it comes back to you, yeah, that's a bad thing. Just normalizing that process and normalizing that it comes in different rounds. The models of experienced scholars can help with that, right? Okay, that's the second point, right? But, and talk about their responses to criticism and saying, okay, is it how to respond? Do you just follow the directions? What do you do if people disagree? My undergraduates with peer review, that happens all the time, but I don't link it for them, but I might for scholars to say that this is actually what happens in the real world too. And so when you have disagreeing feedback, what are your choices? Even if the feedback agrees, do you just acquiesce or not? And what is the stance within that? Like, okay, I just want to get published, so I'll do what you say. Or do you have more authority over? And the fact that sometimes resisting change and that authorial ownership still is valued for publication, not just following all the, fix all the things I say and it's fine. Activity idea that came out of this is, you know, perhaps when students can provide cover letters with their drafts, right? Explain the changes made and the changes resisted. So let me jump ahead a bit. Oh, I'm there. So yeah, this is my final notes here. So all of these things can fall under the idea of critical language awareness pedagogy. This is not an exhaustive list of things. And even if it were exhaustive, we can't even do this. Like, how much stuff do we already have to do with the limited amount of time and resources for English language for publication? But these are examples of some of the types of reflections, some of the types of activities you might be able to include. If I'm doing a reading assignment, well, why not make it a reading assignment for the journal like the journal advice to authors, right? How can we put things together on that? How can I encourage reflection, right? Critical language awareness pedagogy has deep roots globally and applied in different situations. Shapiro highlights that and brings it up and applies a lot of up-to-date parts for applications, particularly within the US, but ways which is really linguistically inclusive. And I will say that all of these things that we've been talking about under the critical pragmatic stance can involve critical language awareness pedagogy, which is this approach to language and literacy education that focuses on the intersection of language, identity, power, and privilege with the goal of promoting self-reflection, social justice, and rhetorical agency. And as part of that rhetorical agency means that they also can work within the conventions of a system. You just have an eye on knowing those are conventions, right? And, you know, far from consolidating hegemony of English, teachers of academic writing are important agents in mitigating any disadvantage that flow from it. We can be doing some of those bottom-up changes. So yeah, those questions of can we, should we do these things in our classes when we have limited time? And I would argue that we can bring in at least some of these reflective practices, some of these publication practices that heighten our students' awareness, and that can bring them more confidence in their writing, more clarity as to the goals of their writing and the targets, and thus empower them to take rhetorical agency or understand rhetorical agency in their writing today, in their language choices, and be promoters of change tomorrow. So thank you all very much. I know I'm also a little over time because I misjudged it, but Elena, thank you very much for this. And I'm handing things over to you to moderate for any questions if we have time, or everyone might be sleepy. We might have to gather in less than 24 hours to talk about this further.
Thank you, Angela. Do you have any questions? So I suppose, okay, your talk is really inspiring, and you reminded me of at least two people. So I remember meeting Flower Dew at one of the conferences, that was in Iceland, and some non-native speakers of English from Scandinavian countries, they surrounded him and started bombarding him with questions, saying, why should we follow your conventions, Anglo-Saxon conventions, if you are the minority, you represent the minority, and we are the majority, we are the leaders, and we know how to use English, when use English, what conventions we use. And he was, I wouldn't say that he was scared, but he was kind of taken aback with all those questions, not knowing what to say. So that was very, very interesting experience. And then another person who you also mentioned today, in fact, you mentioned the position statement. You spoke a lot about position statement, and on Saturday, one of the authors of the position statement, Magnus Gustafsson, will be speaking at our conference. So if we do have questions about the position statement, what's this?
It's not me.
Oh, this is alarm. Okay.
Is it over at your place? Is it like, come on, finish?
Yeah, exactly. Okay. So
but let me drop the link, or can you drop the link? Is there the YouTube
yes,
chat?
yes, sure. I will. Sure.
I'm gonna drop it in Zoom here because that's what I have. But you maybe pick it up and distribute to everyone.
Can you hear this? This is an alarm.
Emergency situation.
I can. I'm fearful for everybody. Are you all okay?
Emergency exits.
Okay.
Yeah.